plan that fits you best, and it won't cost you a dime. Your chapter advisor has zero incentive to push one plan over another. That kind of unbiased guidance can be life-changing. One call made a huge difference for this listener. She was paying over $900 a month for prescriptions. After one call, her cost dropped to just $47 a month. That's real help and real savings. Dial pound 250 and say Medicare. That's the pound sign, then 250, and say the keyword Medicare to learn more.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix, Arizona's news station. KTAR News, 92.3 FM. KTAR News, now.
Good afternoon. It's 2 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn.
I'm seeing the fire backing down into the canyon. First time I've seen flames on this thing. And
the Dragon Bravo fire burning on the north rim of the Grand Canyon has now grown to more than 8,500 acres and still 0% containment. KTAR's Heidi Hummel joins us live from the News Center with an update.
The fire is only expected to get bigger. The Southwest Area Incident Management Team took over fire suppression efforts yesterday. Firefighter Stefan Lasky tells KTAR the pump house at Roaring Springs, which brings water to the south rim, is at risk of burning.
We have firefighters down there in that area at the Roaring Springs where the water source is, and they're able to coordinate with the helicopters doing bucket drops. We've got 6 helicopters here doing bucket drops.
So far, 70 structures have burned, and hundreds of Grand Canyon Park employees had to be evacuated from their homes on the North Rim. Reporting live in the News Center, Heidi Hummel, KTAR News.
And of course, there's another fire that's burning just north of the Grand Canyon called the White Sage Fire. That one has grown to nearly 52,000 acres in size. Many workers at the U.S. Department of Education are expected to be laid off soon now that the Supreme Court has set aside lower court orders preventing that. What might it mean for students and schools?
The Education Department doesn't direct curricula. States and school districts do that, but it does distribute an enormous amount of federal money, and it enforces civil rights laws. The Trump administration appears interested in spinning off various parts of the department to other agencies. Student loans, for instance, could be given over to Treasury. Aid for students with disabilities could become the responsibility of HHS. Many school administrators across the country are nervous about the ramifications, but White House allies argue the Education Department's bureaucracy is too bloated and it needs to be wound down.
That's ABC's Stephen Portnoy in Washington. Arizona Attorney General Chris Mays and 20 other attorneys general sent a letter to Congress seeking identification requirements for immigration and customs enforcement officers. The letter asks for legislation that prohibits ICE agents from wearing masks and requires them to display their agency's symbol, citing concerns of escalating incidents involving masked or unidentified agents. President Trump holding firm to his deadline for Russian President Vladimir Putin to agree to a ceasefire with Ukraine. The president has said he will slap Russian imports into the U.S. with a 100% tariff if no deal is reached. Many economic experts say that the U.S. imports a marginal amount of goods from Russia as it is, but says so-called secondary tariffs on countries who do business with Russia could force U.S. businesses to look elsewhere. Before leaving for Pennsylvania, the president also said his main objective is to stop the fighting.
No, I'm on nobody's side. I'm on no. I want to, you know what the side I'm on? Humanity's side. I want to stop the killing of thousands of people a week.
Hyundai Elantra owners, beware. You have Arizona's most stolen vehicle, according to 2024 auto theft insurance claims. DPS Detective Charlie Warner joined Arizona's Morning News to talk about the outdated technology that older versions of the Elantra have. It causes them to be easier to steal.
It's the electronic immobilizer. So if somebody tries to force rotate that ignition, it talks to the computer of the vehicle and won't allow it to start.
Detective Warner adds that if you have a 2011 to 2022 Elantra, you should go to your nearest dealership and update your vehicle software. Let's check on the traffic now. Bill O'Neill is live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
And Becky, getting word of a couple of crashes right now. I-10 at 7th Street. This is on the eastbound side near in the Phoenix area. That could slow you down there. Also have a crash at Chandler Boulevard and McQueen Road in Chandler. Traffic is brought to you by K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts. Schedule your free Zoom consultation at k2visionrle.com. That's traffic. Bill O'Neill, KTAR News.
Okay, we do have a very slight chance of some showers later in the day. About a 20% chance and 107 for a high, 89 overnight. Better chance of rain tomorrow, 40% chance, a high about 103, 101 Thursday, and a 30% chance of rain. And Friday will be around 104. Still that slight chance of rain in our forecast. We'll take every drop we can get. 102 in Surprise. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
The Chris and Joe Show. Afternoons 2 to 4 on KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
You want to recreate some of the voices you were just doing before
why don't we know?
There you go.
Why don't we know who's in the Epstein files? Oh, my gosh. Welcome to the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News. Just watching the different news channels breathlessly report on the latest Epstein file stuff. Trump on the Epstein files. AG Bondi can release what she finds credible. Trump claims he does not know if his name is in the Epstein files. That's a concern.
Well, how would you know if your name was in there?
Well, let me just counter that with, I can 100% guarantee my name is not in the Epstein files. Do you know why? Because I never set foot on Epstein Island.
Well, you don't have to have set foot on the island to wind up in the files.
I am not in the files. 100% sure I'm not in the files.
Are you 100% sure no one with the name Chris Merrill is in the files?
No. But I appreciate that you're really trying to split hairs on that one. I don't know of any billionaires with my name either.
Mm-hmm. Well, what if President Trump is trying to say he's a very famous name?
A lot of people are named Donald Trump.
Somebody might be trying to discredit him.
Might be me. Might be my son.
Or somebody just has an agenda against him. He didn't do anything.
I see. So that's an interesting angle. The Epstein files... Epstein files exist. Let's get a few of the basics out of the way here that we can agree on. Okay. There are files about the Epstein investigation. Yes?
Definitely files.
Okay. Epstein was investigated. Epstein was being held. Epstein was behind bars. Epstein hung himself. The FBI raided Epstein Island. The FBI went into other things. Ghislaine Maxwell, who was his girlfriend, she was found guilty of trafficking. There are files of an investigation related to Jeffrey Epstein. Yes?
Yes. The only thing I would quibble on what you just said there is that...
Of course you are. Unbelievable.
Well, because other people quibble on it. I don't know. I believe he hung himself.
I didn't say that he hung. I just said he died behind bars.
Oh, no. I believe you said hung himself.
Okay. He died behind bars. Let me modify it.
Yeah.
Okay. He died behind bars.
Yeah.
All right. So he didn't get to trial.
Oh.
All right. So there are files of an investigation around Jeffrey Epstein. Those files include victims of sex trafficking. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And we know this from the Maxwell case, and we know this from something. Well, I would say we know this.
Who was his close confidant.
We know. I have to be a little bit careful here because some of what we know is based on reporting of what the DOJ said, right? That Epstein was under investigation for sex trafficking underage kids, this sort of thing. But unless it's actually on the record in court, at this point we don't really know because we were also told that there was a list of clients, that Epstein had a list of clients who, and I'm just going to say it, were rapists on his island.
Yeah.
Right? Do we know for... Let me propose this.
I'm not going to try to Joe you with my answer.
Let me propose this. Yeah. We know for a fact that there were victims of rape on Epstein Island. Yes?
I'll say yes. Yeah.
Okay. Underage girls were being trafficked for the purposes of prostitution.
I wasn't there, but based on what we've heard and read, yes.
But what Maxwell was found guilty on.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
That said, we know that there are then, if young women on Epstein Island were raped, then we know that there are rapists. Yes?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. We can agree on that. This is an important premise, and it may seem silly that I'm kind of walking us down this logical path, But the reason is I want to make sure that we're not leaving any holes in the argument that we can later go, well, wait a minute. Pam Bondi didn't say there was a client list on her desk. She said that there were files on her desk, which is what she said. She was asked, is there a client list? And she said, it's on my desk.
Right.
Right.
And now
then
she's
later
tried
she says,
to backtrack.
I'm just saying there were files.
Correct.
Okay. Does it stand to reason logically that if we know based on the evidence that was submitted during the Maxwell trial and she was found guilty, if we know that there are victims of rape and that there are rapists, right, does it stand to reason then that the investigative files would know the victims' names, which we know because the judge has redacted those from any releases. The judge has said you can't put victims' names out there for their own privacy.
Yeah, especially if they're underage, too.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But we also know then that there are probably perpetrators who are in those files.
Yeah.
Okay. So why don't we know who they are?
I don't know.
Are we splitting hairs over the word list?
You and I have debated that for a couple days now.
Yes.
And I think you and I can safely agree that there's not a black book of names written down.
Yeah, I don't think there
proclivities and things like that.
Yeah. There might be a file.
I think there could be some computer files that have real names. You speculated maybe they're code.
Yeah.
Or encrypted.
Yeah.
So you can't figure out exactly who it is. But I am confident that there are definitely names out there somewhere. If there are victims, at the very least, if you're a victim and you know something happened to you, isn't it fairly likely that you know a name of who did it to you?
Well, you could probably identify that.
I mean, this isn't a Gilbert Goon type situation here either, too. It's
where
not,
we're blaming the victims,
it's
right?
not like some random person came up and, socked you in the face.
Here, let me give you a quote from what the president said on Saturday on his social media. All right, because this is not going over very well for President Trump. Let me brief background. We already know. Do I need to go into background? We know who Jeffrey Epstein is. And if you're unfamiliar, the DOJ said there is no client list. There's nothing to see here. And Epstein killed himself. That's not for debate.
No, a little
That's
more.
That's kind of what they said, basically.
Yeah,
right?
Trump and Epstein definitely were pictured together at times.
No. I'm just talking about what came out this week.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So there are questions about, wait a minute. We were told by right-wing influencers that there was an Epstein list and Trump said he was going to release that list. He was interviewed and he said, are you going to release the list? And he said he would release the JFK files and the MLK files and he would release the Epstein list. He would want to make sure that doesn't hurt people, though. Right? That's what he said there. I don't know, not so much on that, but definitely I want to make sure that people don't get hurt. Okay. Here's what he said. This is from his social media post. Why didn't these radical left lunatics release the Epstein files? If there was anything in there that could have hurt the MAGA movement, why didn't they use it? They haven't given up on the JFK or Martin Luther King Jr. files. Right? That's what he said. So his argument is, I'm not in the files. Now he's talking about files, not even a list. I'm not in the Epstein files because if I were, that Joe Biden would have put that out. It's not bad logic either. I mean, certainly. In fact,
Biden didn't put any kind of list or files or anything out in regards to Epstein.
And you could argue, well, all right, so there's a lot of influential people on that list on both the left and the right, and so Biden didn't want to, maybe his son's on the list, for instance, right? And so he does, yeah. Okay. So maybe Biden doesn't want to put out those files to sink Trump because it would actually hurt his family, something like that. I mean, you can make this is all speculation at this point.
I mean, you could say maybe Biden wasn't focused on this because he wanted to focus on things that had a bigger impact on the mass of American people.
Like rainbows.
Any number of reasons.
I also wanted to focus on my dog. He keeps biting things.
Sure.
I do the...
Get back.
The clouds are very bright.
Here's my argument with what Trump said. Why didn't these radical left lunatics release the Epstein files? If there's anything in there that could have hurt MAGA movement, why didn't they use it? My question is, of course, Trump also blamed Obama, Hillary, Comey. He went on a laundry list of people he doesn't like and said that all of the Epstein list stuff was concocted by them.
Yeah.
Wouldn't it be really easy for him? Same logic he's using on Biden. Why doesn't Trump release the Epstein files? If there's anything in there that could hurt his enemies, why doesn't he use it? I'm just playing Mad Libs with what he said. He said, why didn't the radical left lunatics release the files? If there's anything that could have hurt my movement, why didn't they? My question, why doesn't the Trump administration release the files? If there's anything that could hurt his political enemies, why doesn't he use it?
Maybe he doesn't have it. Or he would.
Which is what he claims, is that there's no list. But we know that there are files.
Yeah.
My problem is not that there's, quote unquote, no list. To me, we know that there are victims. We know that there are rapists. We know that they're in files. And now we're just talking about putting them in a spreadsheet. I don't care if there's a black book or not. We know that there are names.
No,
yes?
Maybe he feels like it wouldn't hurt his enemies, so he wouldn't release them.
So we're going to let rapists walk free among us. We're not tracking down those rapists because it doesn't do enough damage to his political enemies?
It doesn't do enough good for his political
So we just let child
prowess.
rapists out there.
I'm not trying to make the argument. I'm trying to come up with logic for it.
What is the why today? Why doesn't it matter if there really is or isn't a list at this point? For the president, he's got a real hiccup right now. That is next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
First, here's Becky Lynn with today's top story right now.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 2:15. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. After some brutal summer days, rain may be on the horizon. Meteorologist Sean Benedict with the National Weather Service says storms are in the forecast for Wednesday and Thursday, especially during the nighttime hours. And with those storms comes some cooler temperatures.
Yeah, we are expecting temperatures to cool down with this increase in moisture. Phoenix area, we're only expecting to barely creep over 100 degrees. If we get locked in clouds or if we have some good rain, there's even a chance maybe we don't get to 100.
Some stronger storms could hit as early as later today, although Benedict expects those will hit to the southeast of the valley. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. And today we are expecting 107 for a high and then 89 overnight while we wait for those really good monsoon storms to roll in by Wednesday. Right now 103 in Mesa. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. With a replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing.
What's the why? Chris and Joe are diving deep into the stories that matter.
Our why today, why doesn't it matter at this point if there really is an Epstein list? The conspiracy-soaked culture that propelled the president to political power is now coming for him, according to one report. Some of the most influential voices in right-wing media are rejecting Trump's call to stop wasting time and energy on Jeffrey Epstein. So he's got some that say, put the list out. You promised us you would. And others that are saying, don't even worry about the list. Just move on. Has he
after years of saying there's a list, we're going to produce it, it's a big deal?
Has he painted himself into a corner?
Yeah, he has.
Is there any win for him in this Epstein saga? Has this
not now? If he produces the list and he is not looked at as some sort of criminal,
okay,
or creepy kind of guy, there could be a win in him producing the list. That I think is potentially out there, but he's saying now there's no list, we should move on.
Is it fair to say that if a list is produced and his name is not on it, that left-wing conspiracy theorists will not believe it? They'll say that the list was manipulated?
Sure.
Let's also keep in mind that when it comes to Jeffrey Epstein and his suicide, which the DOJ now says it was a suicide all along, it was totally a suicide, just happened to occur during that 1 minute that the cameras were off and that the guards were not patrolling. This is very convenient. It was nice of Epstein to do that. He could have saved us a lot of energy had he just offed himself while the cameras were on. He just happened to know the exact minute that the cameras were doing their daily reset.
Peculiar.
And then when they put that video out, they just happened to stitch it together to eliminate that 1 minute of blank space. Feels very Nixon tapes to me. Yeah. Which is, again, you put this evidence out, but it's so easily debunked that people will go, and this is MAGA that's saying, hey, man, you lied again.
Mm-hmm.
Now, they're not blaming Trump yet. There are a lot of fingers being pointed at Bondi, at Kash Patel, the head of the FBI, and at Dan Bongino, deputy director. Remember, Kash Patel and Dan Bongino kind of made their bones in this realm. Bongino used to have his own radio show, and he would talk all the time about the Epstein files and how this is a big cover-up. Of course, it was when Biden was in office, right? Big cover-up was going on. This is all happening. But now he's there, and he says, there's no file. And he's towing the line on this. There's no file. There's no list. And Epstein killed himself, which has got an awful lot of people in MAGA mad at Dan Bongino now.
Yeah, you've said the president painted himself into a corner. You can't for years insist that there's a list and go that you're going to name names, expose who clients of Epstein were, and whether or not he really committed suicide. And then I'll just say move along. The conspiracy theories aren't
Nothing
true, never
here.
have been. You can't have it both ways.
Right.
Like in politics, you can flip-flop a lot.
Yeah.
But you can't on this. You
Why
can't
not
have
this?
it both ways.
Why not this? What makes this different than, for instance, illegal immigration? We're only going to go after the bad ones. But now we go, no, we're going after everyone. People are like, well, no, it's important that we go after everyone. I mean, like, people followed along on that. Whether it's raising, we're not going to raise taxes, but we're going to raise tariffs. And people are like, oh, okay, that's all right. That's fine. Like, people are willing to follow the flip-flop, but not on this one.
Well, I think there's probably a couple reasons. The first one that comes to mind for me is we're talking about something deplorable that happened here too. We're talking
Especially
about
horrible.
Yeah, we're talking about child sex crimes.
Yeah, this isn't a policy dispute.
No, and when it comes to that, I don't feel like the pulse of America moves on whether or not that's okay, and you can't delineate. Oh, well, that's okay. Like, for instance, you mentioned illegal immigration. Oh, well, some people might be okay if some cross the border and pick crops or work in a kitchen.
Yeah.
And others might say, well, okay, the people who come to the U.S. and commit felonies need to be
Right.
ushered out. But
So there's
really no
gray
gray area on this.
Okay.
I think. Do you think it goes deeper than that? That's the biggie to me.
A little bit deeper, but in the same vein, because I do think that's exactly it. But also remember, a lot of the conspiracy theory stuff that started years back had to do with trafficking, whether it was Pizzagate.
Yeah,
right.
I tried to avoid a lot of that. I'm familiar with it.
But you're familiar with it, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there was like the fringes they started to build up a little momentum, and then you start hearing about Epstein, and you go, oh, there is this ring that's going on here. And at some point, the belief that there is an underground cabal of child molesters that are walking freely among our elites became an identity of many people. And those people are supporting this administration because this administration acknowledged them, validated them, and said, we're going to get to the bottom of it, and we're going to release the information.
But what was ever found with all of that?
Well, nothing with Pizzagate, but it didn't matter because, well, it was already out there. Remember QAnon, right? The where we go one, we go all. I mean, that had a determined following. And then you've got a president who says he was nudge, nudge, wink, wink to this group. And now he's saying, no, you were always wrong. So now he's gaslighting these people. And they're going, this was my identity. I can't abandon everything I've believed.
What makes this different than alleging that Obama was not an American citizen? Because he floated that out there, too, or that the election was stolen in 2020.
It would be like if all of a sudden he came out and said Obama was a great American citizen. Obama definitely was always here. Obama's birth certificate is 100% legitimate.
But he floated all those theories out there.
Which was part of Trump's identity. But now he's saying, no, it was all bogus.
Right.
It would be akin to saying Obama's birth certificate is 100% legitimate, and I've seen it, and it's totally legit. Right?
Mm-hmm.
That's the difference. Is that this is a switcheroo on the people and their identity. I also think he runs the risk of tarnishing his legacy. Think about President Trump. What does he want his legacy to be?
Definitely tough on immigration.
Absolutely.
I think that's the big one.
Yeah.
And that, make America great again is his words. So I think that if you follow his logic on it as best I could, that would be under Biden, under Obama. Economically, we've suffered. I want everybody to be wealthy.
The deal making, yes, I agree. So the legacy should be those things in his mind. But right now you've got the early rumblings of a potential scandal. And nothing destroys a legacy for a president like a scandal. The bigger the scandal, the bigger the legacy. What do we remember Nixon for?
Watergate?
It certainly wasn't ending the war in Vietnam.
No.
When I talk to you about Bill Clinton, are you thinking about his tax cuts? Are you thinking about balancing the budget?
Thinking about Monica Lewinsky.
That's exactly what we think.
I'm trying to think of, it came down to what was it, the definition of is
what
or
is,
the?
Is, it was, yeah. So with Trump right now, in fact, there was one of the far-right guys, Mike Cernovich is his name, posted an X, and he said, no one is believing the Epstein cover-up. At Real Donald Trump, this will be part of your legacy. And I think that rings really true. I can't think of a bigger own goal by this administration.
Is there a way that he can pin this on Bongino, Patel, Bondi, and not have it stick to him? That he could potentially say, hey, other names were getting in my head telling me that this was happening.
That is his out. Yes. Somebody else is going to get run over by the bus on this one.
And that they take the fall for him.
Yes. Before we get to that, though, there may be some other solution. We'll talk about that here in just a few moments. If you are an ardent Trump supporter, you've probably run into others in your circle that have very different opinions than yours in this matter. You may be screaming at Joe and I going, how dare you? You're totally off base. You're totally wrong. And then again, Joe and I have a heavy MAGA friend of ours that says, this one really bugs me. This one makes me split. This one, makes me question a lot of other things. For years, you've clamored for the release of this client list, and now you're supposed to simply forget? There is a massive split going on. What the two sides have to say is next. Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Superman, fact or fiction?
Superman, fact or fiction?
Yeah, Superman is going to hit theaters. It did
today. I think it opened today.
Yeah. Bruce, red, white, and blue kryptonite turned Superman MAGA. True or false?
False.
It's absolutely true.
It is
I
not.
don't know. I guess it's false. Okay.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. This afternoon, 4 to 7. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
If you're dealing with joint pain, let's get you some relief. Right now, QC Kinetics is offering free laser treatments all through July when you schedule your complimentary consultation. During your first visit, they'll actually do a free laser treatment on the area that's been bothering you. It helps decrease the pain, calm the inflammation, and increase your range of motion. Their big goal? Long-term relief for pain in your knees, hips, shoulders, or back without going under the knife. They use advanced regenerative therapies like platelet-rich plasma and cellular treatments that target the problem at its source. People all over the country have been able to avoid surgery just by getting a second opinion from QC Kinetics. And right now, you've got nothing to lose and a free laser treatment to gain. Book your consultation this month. So why wait? Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
Speeding while driving gives you less time to react. Another car could turn out in front of you. A pedestrian could be walking their dog. Follow the speed limit to keep them safe. Speeding catches up with you. Paid for by NHTSA.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-838-6767. That's 800-838-6767.
I'm very honored to be joined in the studio right now by a couple of guys who, let's call them entrepreneurs, who took a good hard look at a business that was already very successful, and then they said, we can do this. It's going to be great. Joining me, Nate Orchard and Jake Weber from Advanced Window Products. You've heard me talk about these incredible products before. Nate, Dad started this project, and you said, I'm gonna step on in here and take this over.
Without a doubt. No, Jake and I feel very fortunate to be a part of this amazing business. You know, I played in the NFL for 7 years, and looking to transition from playing football, windows just seemed like the perfect opportunity. Yeah. And so I got with Jake, came up with the master plan, and here we are, just growing this business, and feel very fortunate to be a part of this Arizona market.
All right, let's talk with Jake. Jake, how did you get involved with the?
Yeah, look, this I always knew I wanted to be a part of a business that could transform homes, transform lives, and really that's what we strive to do with vinyl replacement windows. Us being the manufacturer, we make it possible for homeowners that are like sitting at home in the heat, spending money on those energy bills every month. We make it possible to transform their lives and their homes by putting in a high quality vinyl replacement window that comes direct from the manufacturer. So we cut out the middleman, saving you money. So if you're a listener out there and you're sitting at home on that leather couch, your legs are sticking to the couch, call us. You call us today and we're going to give you a fantastic product. We're going to give you $3,000 off the purchase of 10 or more windows. Wow. Yeah, and we come to the table with a little deal. When we're live with you, Chris, we want to bring a little something. So call us today, and we're going to give you $3,000 in savings.
Wow. So 10 windows, you get $3,000 off, right?
That's right.
Holy
you just got to call. We'll come out, do a free assessment. We like to call it a free audit of your current windows. We'll go through, Joe will go by, check out, the glass, look at the vinyl, talk you through the products that we have to offer, and go over your current windows. But all you got to do is just call the numbers 480-764-202 for a free audit, or you visit us at advancedwindows.com.
I love this. All right, Nate Orchard, Jake Weber, I'd talk a little bit more about these incredible windows, the glass that you use, the manufacturing process, local and for Arizona. We'll talk more about Advanced Window Products a little bit later on the show. Guys, thank you so much for being in here. 480-764-2002. Again, 480-764-2002. Call them before the end of our show to get that incredible price today. Advanced Window Products.
KTAR News now.
2:31. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn.
I'm seeing the fire backing down into the canyon. First time I've seen flames on this thing.
The Dragon Bravo fire burning on the north rim of the Grand Canyon has grown to more than 8,500 acres now, and the numbers expected to increase. The fire's still at 0% containment. Hundreds of park employees had to be evacuated, and at least 70 structures have burned, and that includes the Grand Canyon Lodge. Also, the White Sage fire burning just north of the Grand Canyon has grown to nearly 52,000 acres. The Durant's Planetarium at the Arizona Science Center in Phoenix is reopening. It has some stunning upgrades.
After a year of closure, the Dorrance Planetarium at the Arizona Science Center in Phoenix is reopening October 18th with a state-of-the-art 8K LED dome offering 100 times the brightness of a standard projector. The planetarium will have the capacity to fit 194 guests, with 106 premium fixed seats and 88 mobile seats, promising an immersive experience in space exploration. Tickets go on sale in August, and you can visit the Arizona Science Center's website for more information. Patrick Ugolini, KTAR News.
In Minnesota, a federal grand jury has indicted Vance Belter on charges he fatally shot Melissa Hortman, a Minnesota state representative, and her husband, and seriously wounded a state senator, John Hoffman, and his wife. Joseph Thompson is the acting U.S. District Attorney of Minnesota.
This political assassination, the likes of which have never occurred here in the state of Minnesota, has shook our state at a foundational level.
In a 6-3 decision split between the liberal and conservative justices, the U.S. Supreme Court has paved the way for the Trump administration to fire more than 1,000 workers from the Department of Education. The firings were announced in March, but were put on pause by a lower court. It comes as a handful of Democratic attorneys general and governors are suing the Trump administration for freezing $6 billion education programs.
Education advocates say that this is going to impact underrepresented and disadvantaged students all across the country. There are hundreds and hundreds of layoffs now at the Department of Education, and those are people that work in offices like civil rights and financial aid, and that will likely impact civil protections and how students can apply for financial aid.
ABC's Karen Travers. Now let's go to Heather Larson, get a look at the roads in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Things are slow right now at the mini stack and the split, and of course going through downtown Phoenix on the 10, both east and westbound. So let's take a little dig into that right now. You got a crash on the right shoulder of the I-10 eastbound at 7th Street. So that is slow right there. And then, oh gosh, the 10 westbound, way out on the west side by Goodyear. Eastbound is slow there as well. This is kind of starting to be normal for this point of the day. And then out west, if you're heading past Tonopah on the westbound 10, there's a little construction in the area, but this is starting to slow down about this time every day, so just thought I'd point that out to you. Traffic is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Slight chance of some rain today, better chance tomorrow and Thursday. Our high today 107. We're at 104 in Chandler. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Chris Merrill, Joe Huizinga, The Chris and Joe Show.
Been talking about these Epstein files. There are files. There's no disputing the fact that there are files about the Epstein investigation, right? The question is whether or not there's a client list. As we've established, it doesn't really matter if there's a client list for two reasons. First of all, there are files related to victims and then ostensibly customers of Epstein and Maxwell. We know that those exist because the FBI has done investigations. The other side of that we talked about, the Trump administration is in a bit of a no-win situation. I'm going to call this an own goal. If this were soccer, we call it an own goal, meaning you
score on yourself.
You accidentally kick the ball into your own net, right? Or painting yourself into a corner or an unforced error. And so it doesn't really matter at this point because now you've got a number of people in the MAGAverse that are split, right? And one of the things that has been a hallmark of not just this administration, but I'm saying the Trump brand has been sort of the lockstep loyalty from everybody that has been a Trump supporter from the very beginning.
Credit to Trump on that, too.
Huge credit. Absolutely.
He's got a movement of people behind him who follow his every word.
And they believe in him.
Yeah.
Right? And so when all of a sudden, one of those things that they were told for a very long time, there's this client list, we're going to get to the bottom of it, it's going to happen, and we are going to out the rapists. And then we hear from his administration, there's nothing to see here. You've offended somebody's identity, right? My identity is I'm loyal to you, I believe what you say, and now you're pulling the rug out from under me on something that could not be more important than uncovering child rapists.
Beyond that, too, I think you've insulted their intelligence. You've told them, hey, this is out there, we're going to get to the bottom of it, and then you tell them, oh, nothing to see here. Forget about it.
So what is MAGA saying? Well, they are splintered, totally splintered. From Politico, no issue has exposed the underlying fault lines of the MAGA tent quite like the so-called Epstein files. There's no so-called Epstein files. I want to get that clear. We know that there are investigative files about Jeffrey Epstein. What we don't know is if there is a client list. Did Jeffrey Epstein keep a bookkeeping list, an accounting list of the people
or did an associate of his, like Ghislaine Maxwell?
Yeah, who were clients of this prostitution ring that he was running. We know that there were flight logs.
Yeah, we know there's files. We don't know that there's a list of names.
And we don't know that that any files that are out there necessarily tie somebody to a specific act. In other words, you've got flight logs. We know that Bill Clinton, Bill Gates, we saw photographs of Donald Trump at parties with Jeff Epstein, right? But none of those things say, well, they were there for sex trafficking, right? Okay. What we're looking for is that here's the list of people and their proclivities. And if we have that list and so-and-so wants, women 14 and under from Europe, right? Like that is pretty damning.
Yeah.
That's the list that we want. But we do know that there are predators that visited that island.
Yeah, and we know there's victims who say they were there.
So as a result of this, some are saying, follow Trump. He's got a plan. Don't let this distract you. This is all meant to be a smokescreen in order to divert our attention from the important things like clearing our country out of people who are here illegally or getting deals done with foreign nations, right? You've got that group.
Okay.
Then we've got the other group that says, why are you covering this massive crime up? That says all of these other things that we elected you to do, this was the important one, to root out the corruption and the deep state that protects the corrupt billionaires. We elected you to be that voice of change. And now, not only are you a voice of complacency, you are a voice of protection for these same billionaire rapists.
Yeah, maybe you were a part of that deep state all along, or maybe you are now.
Yeah, so I'm just struck with this whole, what do MAGA leaders do? Not the administration. If you're Steve Bannon, do you put your flag in the soil? If you're Mark Cernovich, far right, do you put your flag? Do you plant a flag? If you're Laura Loomer, do you plant a flag?
Meaning what? That this is the hill you die on?
Yes. Like, Laura Loomer says that there are files, right? You got Steve Bannon says there are files. Do you abandon MAGA because they have betrayed you on this very key issue, something that really moved a lot of people to your corner?
Ooh, I think that really depends because you built your name based on Trump.
Yep.
And Trump helped build your brand.
Yep.
So if you then go against
in the case
him,
of Bannon, pardoned him.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So, but if you go against Trump and he's saying, hey, it's time to move on, I'm saying move on, and you plant your flag and say, no, I'm not moving on.
But now remember, you've got a number of followers that are not going to move on. So if all of a sudden you start telling them to move on, now you appear to be part of the new deep state.
Mm-hmm.
So all of a sudden, while Trump helped build your brand could be ruined if you don't plant your flag.
Okay, so but it could also be ruined if you do plant your flag because you're not in charge of finding if there are a client list of names out there. So how do you get to the bottom of it? So you can scream and yell to the high hills that there is a list and that you want to see it, but how do you produce it?
I would say one of the things that has been key is that you can scream and yell, and that's always been, I can scream and yell.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have to have answers. I can just scream and yell.
Right.
But now, you're right, Joe. Screaming and yelling is either going to sink you with Trump, or not screaming and yelling is going to sink you with everybody that was attracted to you screaming and yelling.
Mm-hmm.
It would be like if we were to turn on MSNBC and all of a sudden they said, hey, everybody, let's just pause and take a look at the $100 billion the tariffs brought in last month. That's not bad. I mean, my God, MSNBC fans would be like, why am I watching this trash? You know, it's not going to happen. So what did those people do that have built their entire brand on this? If you're QAnon right now, where do you go? Now, we know they're not going to turn and go, yeah, maybe Gavin Newsom has the answer.
No.
We know that's not going to happen.
No, I think they're questioning what to do. I don't think they have a clear answer.
What if you are thinking about a presidential run in 2028? If you're Marco Rubio, you're in the administration, but you might be eyeballing the Oval Office.
Mm-hmm.
Do you break with the president?
No.
What if you're J.D. Vance? You break with the president?
No.
That might sink your chances with the loyal base who goes, you were part of the deep state.
Yeah. What would you do? I wouldn't break with them, at least not based on anything I've seen yet, because I think there's still 2 years where Trump could sink your ship if you're trying to get ready to run.
Right. I think you're exactly right. But what if you're Rand Paul? I think Rand Paul goes after this.
I think he could. Yeah.
He's already broken with Trump on
what do you
things
have to
like the
lose?
tax bill. Yeah. I think you go after it. So while the MAGA faithful are trying to figure out how they feel about this mess, the administration does have this serious problem. Fractured base during times of big moves in Washington can lead to sort of mayhem that puts leadership in a rut. You know they want to avoid a rut at all costs going into 2026. So what can they do to make things better? You're going to hear our brilliant suggestions next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Let's talk about lifeguard imaging. Their slogan, their motto, saving lives through early detection. It's not just something that, they say to be catchy. Their director of operations, Frankie Maldonado, it's personal to him. It's personal to the whole team at Lifeguard Imaging. Frankie's dad, Dr. Ben Maldonado, developed pancreatic cancer. He was misdiagnosed after a CT scan, and he tragically ended up losing his life over a period of just a few months. So Saving lives through early detection is something that's very near and dear to everyone at Lifeguard Imaging. It's near and dear to me, too. Lifeguard Imaging's high-accuracy CT scan detects heart disease and hundreds of cancers before symptoms appear, and the doctors tell you it's too late. Early detection gives you an opportunity to do something about it. It's quick, it's painless, it could literally save your life. I got my scan, and the peace of mind that came with it, let me tell you, you can't put a price on that. I want you to book your consultation with Lifeguard Imaging right now, and as a first-time patient, you'll receive a free heart scan. Don't wait until it's too late. Go to lifeguardimaging.com. That's lifeguardimaging.com. Do it today, or call them at 602-483-4837. 602-483-4837. Learn what saving lives through early detection is all about, because that's Lifeguard Imaging. They're saving lives through early detection.
With Progressive, you can reach customer service in the way that's easiest for you, by phone, app, or online. We know it would be great if we just magically appeared, but that's more of a genie thing, and we do insurance. But with us, you'd be like, well, it wasn't a genie, but it was great customer service, so that's nice. And sure, you probably would still like the whole 3 wishes thing, so if you meet a genie, you should definitely ask. But when you need us, contact Progressive by phone, app, or online. Just no genies. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-838-6767. That's 800-838-6767.
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today at 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states, as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 2:46. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. Arizona Attorney General Chris Mays is among 21 attorneys general asking Congress to prohibit Immigration and Customs Enforcement agents from wearing masks and require them to show their agency identifying symbol. The letter cites worries of confusion and impersonation due to the lack of clear identification in recent arrests. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com, brought to you by Wi-Fi. We've got some weather heading our way for sure. There's a 20% chance of some showers tonight. That jumps to a 40% chance Wednesday and 30% on Thursday. Today's high, 107. It's 104 in Goodyear. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing.
Joining me in the studio right now is Nate Orchard and Jake Weber from Advanced Window Products. You've heard me talking about Advanced Window Products for a while now. I just think a stellar company that uses the best quality Cardinal glass, which is made right here in the Valley. Nate, what is it that sets you guys apart? Because we have a number of other window companies, but you guys are a little bit different.
Yeah, and with that, really what separates us is that we are your one-stop shop. We provide peace of mind knowing that from start to finish, we are the ones you deal with. You call for an estimate. We're there doing that audit, giving you the full assessment. You get pricing right there on the spot. We bring the pricing back and everything, and then we send out a measure tech who goes out to your home. And then from there, we manufacture your windows here. And then we have our installation crews that are in-house, come out to the home, install the windows. And then after that, you get a lifetime warranty. So if anything comes up down the road, whether it's glass, lock isn't working, operation seems, off, you call us, we're there. And so we're selling you peace of mind And that's really what separates us from all the other manufacturers.
So, Jake, why not just go make a sale and then farm it out to somebody else?
Yeah, look, there are most window companies that are out there are a dealer. They're buying a window that gets manufactured from another company. They have to then mark that window up and sell it to the homeowner for that. And what ends up happening is, as a homeowner, you're getting a window that is marked up, so you're paying more for it, and the manufacturer has to be able to make money off it, so they're not making something as high quality. And what we really pride ourselves on is being a local manufacturer here in the Valley. So we select the highest quality product. You talk about Cardinal glass. We have the Cardinal glass. The vinyl that we have is not going to be yellowing. It will not warp. And then we also provide a lifetime warranty. So if anything ever comes up down the road, after you get those windows installed, you know that you have, like as Nate said, peace of mind that you call us if there are ever any issues. We're going to come out there, no questions asked, and take care of those windows for you.
Nate Orchard, Jake Weber with Advanced Window Products. And right now, when you call 480-764-2002, during our show, they're going to give you $3,000 off 10 windows or more. 480-764-2002. Again, 480-764-2002 for Advanced Window Products.
Arizona's news station, KTAR News, on 92.3 FM, KTAR.com, and streaming live on the KTAR News app.
Happy Tuesday, and the difference between in-state and out-of-state tuition can be huge. But is it big enough to buy a home out of state just to claim residence? Short answer, yes. And we'll tell you why today at 4 on Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News, on air, online, on the KTAR News app. And are you subscribed to the KTAR News YouTube channel? That's where you will find exclusive interviews and reaction to the latest local and breaking news. And you can watch us live. Check us out today.
Why did you pause there?
Because I was just thinking, if people tune in and they see what you're wearing today, they're going to think they tuned into Outdoor Life magazine channel.
Well, it's, depending on...
You look like a redneck who's going hunting on opening day of deer season.
Some people say that. I like to say this is my Doppler radar suit. Other people who remember wrestling from the 80s would say I look like Bam Bam Bigelow. That's what Gatos just said.
You look like a poorly drawn space nebula.
Some people like it.
We've been discussing Jeffrey Epstein, who would not be caught dead in what you're wearing.
No, I don't want to be caught dead in anything he wore.
So Jeffrey Epstein, who ran Epstein Island, trafficked underage girls, his associate and longtime girlfriend, Ghislaine Maxwell, she was convicted of all these things. She wants an appeal, that kind of stuff.
She wants to talk in front of Congress, too.
So I kind of want to hear what she has to say.
Yeah, but apparently there's some who say, seems like the far right is saying, no, we're not going to let her talk. We don't want to. It's a great question.
Because now it looks like the deep state. If you're somebody that has always believed that there's something under the surface, that you're not being told the truth, we just want the truth. So let her speak.
You can't handle the truth. Oh.
Is it possible that they're worried that she's going to say things that are untrue? I mean, there are plenty of reasons not to let her speak with Congress, except now you've put yourself in a corner.
Well, you wouldn't let her speak if she is going to say anything, true or false, that makes the president look bad.
Or any other members of Congress, for that matter.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
So how do we get out of the situation? How does Trump get out of the situation, I should say? A number of people have said, including far-right influencer Laura Loomer, has said, appoint a special counsel, investigate, top to bottom, give us a report.
Okay, but what if they say there's nothing to see here?
Well, you will have people that say, obviously there is, because that's the nature of conspiracies.
Mm-hmm.
But I do think it gives a number of people who have doubts about what's going on cover to say they did an investigation, there isn't anything. Of course, the follow-up question is, then why did they tell us there is for so long, right? That's where it hangs up.
Do you think that works?
I think that's the first step. I think you have to do that. No doubt about it, you have to do that.
Okay.
Another suggestion we saw from Axios is to get rid of the redactions that are in some of the documents.
There were binders that were passed out.
My concern with the redactions is obviously we don't want for victims' identities to be revealed, right? We don't want doxing of victims because, as we know in today's crazy society, it's entirely possible they become victims again, right? And then finally, release the sealed records. the administration can release some files. There are others that the courts have said no. Petition the courts and say, what can we get released? In other words, the only way out of this is transparency. Investigation, tell us what you know, who knew what, when they knew it, that kind of thing. I also think somebody's going to lose their job over this.
I agree most with what you said with 2 and 3 in terms of remove the redactions, protect the victims, and also petition the courts. Let me throw another idea out there.
Okay.
What if you're Trump and you dig into another controversy, or you lean hard into the next natural disaster or something else? So you do simply move on. You don't say, hey, I don't want to talk about Epstein, but you gaslight something else or you focus on something else.
I mean, that's kind of been the strategy in the past.
Right. So why not continue to do that? That's worked.
Some people argue that the tariffs that were dropped on Canada and Mexico. Like Canada was announced last week, and then over the weekend we had more tariffs on Mexico and Europe, right? Some people are arguing that that was meant as a distraction.
Maybe it was, maybe it wasn't. I mean, that's always kind of been Trump's brand, too.
Yes. But what do we know? It hasn't distracted.
Yeah.
So what are you going to come up with that is a bigger distraction than a cover-up of a child sex trafficking ring?
What if the economy tanks over the next couple weeks? People freak out about their wallet.
Are you willing to are you willing for your legacy to be that you sank the economy in order to cover up the sex trafficking?
If you can pull the economy back.
I think we go to war with Russia. I think that's the next one.
There you go.
It's a once-in-a-generation occurrence, the sort of thing that you hear told in local lore. At 3 o'clock, you're going to witness something that has been taught in mythology classes. I will admit that I was wrong about a major issue. It's right after Becky Lynn's news, next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
What makes me feel like the Energizer Bunny? Chris? What makes me feel like the Energizer Bunny?
Let's see. I have to keep this clean for the children.
Of course.
Belly button piercings.
Chris?
No.
Take another guess.
Another guess.
What's in my shoes, Chris?
$1,000 cash.
Good Feet personalized arch supports, Chris.
Oh, those are pretty nice.
Oh, I know you've got them in your shoes, too.
I do.
Oh, they're the best. Because I don't do any caffeine or energy drinks, but my Good Feet personalized arch supports, they get me up and moving. They get me feeling like, whoa, I'm jacked for the day.
Say that again?
Whoa, I'm jacked for the day, Chris. Yeah. I got over 10 miles in last night. Oh, and I do this every couple days, even when it's the summer and it's 111 billion degrees out. I feel great because my Good Feet personalized arch supports, they're not just for runners, but they've got me up and moving. But if you've got any foot, ankle, leg, knee, hip, or back pain, you should check out Good Feet store and see what they can do for you. They've improved my balance and stability, and they can bring you significant pain relief in as little as 4 weeks. Get to goodfeet.com right now. Book your free personalized arch support fitting at any of the 5 Valley Good Feet stores. We're talking Ahwatukee, Scottsdale, Goodyear, Gilbert, Glendale, or walk in today. One of the best things about the Good Feet store is you can try their personalized arch supports before you buy them. Fuel your summer fun, one comfortable step at a time, thanks to Good Feet. Maybe you're going on vacation. You're going to be getting a lot of steps in at Disneyland or Disney World. Maybe you're taking a nice stroll down on the beach, or you're up in the northern part of Arizona where it's a little bit cooler right now, 70, 80 degrees as opposed to 100 here. Or maybe you're looking to get some of those hot miles in like I do late at night here in the Valley. Wherever summer takes you, step there in comfort with the Good Feet store. Good feet, good life.
Hello, I'm Scott Pfeiffer, founder of Sonora West Development. For over 20 years, we've been turning dream homes into reality right here in the Valley. From timeless architecture to custom finishes, every detail is built around your vision. We don't just build homes, we craft spaces where life happens. It's more than construction. It's collaboration, creativity, and care. Let's bring your dream to life. Visit sonorawestdev.com to get started. Again, that's sonorawestdev.com.
Our construction company started with just a handful of employees. Now we have more than 100. A lot of that growth is because of Resolution Copper. People talk about the economic impact of the mine, which is huge, but the value of the project is beyond the copper. For us, it's hundreds of families supported by steady, good-paying jobs.
Copper is essential to Arizona's economy and to America's future. Learn more at resolutioncopper.com.
Hey, our health starts with the air we breathe, right? Especially here in Phoenix. Well, check this out from Day and Night Air Conditioning, Heating, and Plumbing. How about a free whole home air purifier right now when you install a new high-efficiency AC unit? Yep, Paul Calvisi here. This is exactly what we did just recently. Got new high-efficiency AC from Day and Night Air Conditioning, Heating, and Plumbing, just like 3 of our neighbors went with Day and Night. And we got the free whole home air purifier. We're talking a $1,500 value at no extra cost. Think of it as our shield against allergens and dust and airborne germs, so our families can breathe cleaner, healthier air every day, not to mention help reduce pet odors and cooking odors. Think of it as Day and Night. Comfort and clean air done right. Call Day and Night at 480-344-0082 or visit dayandnightair.com and schedule that free estimate. A free estimate at dayandnightair.com. Limited time offer, conditions apply. Financing available for qualified customers.
Tomorrow, some of us will wake up and it will be our last day on this earth. It will be unexpected and without warning. Each year, 250,000 people will die from medical malpractice, the third leading cause of death in America. 43,000 will die in a car or truck crash. 6,000 will die working on the job. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, and we represent many of these families. It's awful. Unfortunately, many times some of these family members are not speaking and never get to say, I'm sorry or goodbye. If you're at odds with a loved one, listen closely. Pick up the phone. Call them. Say you're sorry. I promise a huge burden will be lifted from your heart and your soul will be renewed. Even if you're not wrong in your own mind, it doesn't matter. Death is bad enough. Death without closure and love will follow you the rest of your days. Trust me on this. Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
KTAR News now.
It's 3:01. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. The entirety of Grand Canyon National Park could be at risk of closing if the pump house at Roaring Springs is burned by the Dragon Bravo fire. KTAR's Heidi Hummel is live now in the news center with the details.
The North Rim is expected to remain closed for the rest of the season as the Dragon Bravo fire has grown to more than 8,500 acres in size. Stefan Lasky with the Southwest Area Incident Management Team explains they're working to protect the Roaring Springs pump house that brings water throughout the park.
So we were able to insert a helitack crew in there. Helitack crew are firefighters that usually arrive to a fire by helicopter, so they can get into areas where we can't necessarily normally put boots on the ground.
Lasky says they have 6 helicopters and over 300 personnel working on fire suppression efforts. The Dragon Bravo fire is 0% contained. Reporting live in the news center, Heidi Hummel, KTAR News.
Additionally, the White Sage fire that's burning just north of the Grand Canyon has grown now to nearly 52,000 acres. We could be in for a wet end to this week.
Some sizable storms could come as early as today, but most of that will be focused to the far southeast. Meteorologist Sean Benedict with the National Weather Service says the valley's best chances for rainfall, though, will come on Wednesday and Thursday nights.
You could even have a lot of the activity may happen more towards early evening through the overnight hours, and maybe even some spotty stuff could happen in the morning. Even starting tomorrow morning, there could be some spotty stuff around.
Benedict says that will also bring cooler temps with the potential for highs to not even break 100 degrees those days. Colson Krolak, KTAR News.
Arizona votes.
Voters in southern Arizona have a big decision today as they look to fill Representative Grijalva's seat in Congress, which he had held for more than 20 years before he died in March. Because of the 7th Congressional District's historically strong Democratic ties, KTAR political analyst Mike O'Neill puts the odds for a GOP upset in September's general election at next to none.
There's a 20% Democratic advantage, so I don't think the Republicans are taking this very seriously or putting up much of a challenge.
O'Neill says today's Democratic primary will be mostly between former state representative Daniel Hernandez, first-time candidate Dea Fox, and Adelita Grijalva, who is the daughter of the late congressman. President Trump's former National Security Advisor Mike Waltz is at another confirmation hearing today to become the new U.S. ambassador to the UN. Waltz was pressed by some lawmakers on what was known as Signalgate when a reporter for The Atlantic was invited onto a Signal chat that discussed U.S. strike plans in Yemen. Here's more now from ABC's Jay O'Brien.
Chris Coons said that he doesn't believe Waltz has expressed significant remorse about this Signal issue and that he's concerned that some kind of sensitive conversations could happen on Signal again. The question hanging over this process is, would any Democrats cross party lines with what we presume to be all Republicans and vote to advance Waltz's nomination? Because the UN ambassador is typically a nomination that gets broad bipartisan support in other administrations in the past.
And it's time now for the KTAR Timeline with Patricia Valencia, brought to you by the Attitudes Campus.
It's July 15th, and back on this day in 2006, a San Francisco-based podcasting company officially released Twitter to the public. Odeo released a new service which they said was sort of a group send SMS application. They explained each person controls their own network of friends. When any of them send a text message to it, all of his or her friends see the message. Born as a side project apart from Odeo's main podcasting platform, the free application allowed users to share short status updates. Over the next few years, the simple microblogging service would explode in popularity, becoming one of the world's most leading social networking platforms. Twitter co-founder Evan Williams first made his name in the Silicon Valley tech world by founding the web diary publishing service Blogger and sold it to Google in 2003 for several $1 million. Fast forward to now, Elon Musk is a proud owner of the platform, which he bought for a cool $44 billion, and now it's known as X. And it was launched back on this day in 2006.
Let's check on traffic with Heather Larson. She's in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Right now, we've got just some slow spots. I'm not going to call traffic light. It's just that we don't have any major accidents on the Valley freeways at the moment. So you're going to be slow at the mini stack, at the split. The stack is starting to get just a little teensy-weensy bit slow, and you're going to find some slowing on the 101 southbound from McDowell to 202. We'll see how the rest of the afternoon shapes up as far as traffic's concerned. Traffic is brought to you by Dolphin Pools. For a limited time, we're offering a free travertine deck upgrade on every Dolphin Pools package. To learn more, visit dolphinpools.us today. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Could see some rain later today. Definitely probably going to see some tomorrow and Thursday. A 40% chance on Wednesday and a high on Wednesday and Thursday right around 100 degrees. It's 105 currently in Phoenix. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. For the replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
The Chris and Joe Show. Afternoons 2 to 4 on KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
I like it when Becky Lynn teases us. We don't have to wait much later because it may be coming monsoon.
Oh, man. How long did it take you to think that one up?
I mean, since last year.
That was Mon good.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Oh, I'm excited about that. I am really excited. Although a little bit later on the show, I'm going to tell you there are some people who are not happy about the monsoon coming. I'll tell you why they're not happy about that and what they can do. So that's coming up. Joe, I got nothing to talk about right here. So I feel pretty good.
Hold on. You have nothing to talk about?
Nothing to talk about here.
What do you mean you got nothing to talk about?
Nothing to talk about this segment. In fact, I don't know.
Chris, you're the one who for months talked about Arizona Prop 312.
Oh, which one is that? Is that the one where we changed voting to multiple parties or something?
No, it's the one that involved the homeless, and if they,
This is the one about watching immigrants cross the border? Is that the one?
No, Chris, the homeless.
Oh, this is the abortion one, right?
That has nothing to do with the homeless.
I don't really know what this 312 is you're talking about.
1854? What were you talking
Yeah,
about?
which one?
Way back.
I don't know what the Prop 312 is. I don't know what you're talking about.
You do. I just told you, Chris. It involved the homeless, and it basically said if you're a taxpayer, if you own a home, were somehow negatively impacted by homelessness, you could recoup some of your property taxes, I believe.
Yeah.
Was that correct? Is that what Prop 312 said?
I vaguely recall some of this.
Yeah. And you said, I don't want to put words in your mouth. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe you said that that was going to be a big bugaboo for the state and that it was going to lead to a lot of problems.
I vaguely recall that.
And so far, how many people have collected or recouped any money from Prop 312? The correct answer is zero.
Carry
Chris.
the one.
Nobody.
Zero.
No one has recouped a nickel.
We had a dude from Goldwater Institute in here that was like,
we did. We let him talk
we'll
about it.
sue on your behalf. Just call us. We'll sue because there's homeless people nearby.
Mm-hmm. So far, did I read correctly? There's been 3 applications that have been completely submitted, and none of them have.
They were all rejected.
Yeah.
Yeah. There have been a number of other applications that have begun, and they said, well, listen, take those back, and you didn't do them right.
And there was also something I saw that said Goldwater expects come tax time that there will be a number more because you really can't get this money back until tax time.
So if you recall, what you had to have was trouble on your property of some sort that you could say was a result of the city not enforcing their own homeless
maybe
initiatives.
a bunch of needles, maybe a bunch of trash. Who knows?
Was there damage done? Did you have to replace a fence?
They
something of that
urinate
sort.
on a lawn, or who knows what they could have done.
And also that the expense would be completely covered by the city, and whichever city. And if they deny your claim, it's still up to them to do the investigating and all this other. I mean, it was really a lopsided proposition. I'm still not so sure that I'm completely wrong, Joe.
I'm not positive that you are either.
But the Department of Revenue, according to the reporting by AZ Central, has received more than 24 requests, some of which are duplicates, that apply to the same properties. And all of them have been either deemed incomplete or rejected. So what I didn't realize, and this, I should have known this. I should have thought ahead on this.
Yeah.
The Maricopa County Board of Supervisors instituted a policy in April that detailed how those applications would be handled. They establish a team of offices and departments that must come together to evaluate the complaints and issue a recommendation to the Board of Supervisors, which would then ultimately approve or deny the application. Where I was short-sighted was that I said, this law is written in such a manner that the government is going to be paying a bunch of nonsense claims, and they're going to have to cover the bills on all these things, and then they're going to have to give tax dollars back. And basically, all you have to do is say, I need a new air conditioner. I'll say that there were homeless people nearby and that the city didn't do enough.
And the city won't take the time to investigate because they've got bigger matters to look into, so they're just going to say, hey, we'll take care of your AC.
Well, and not only that, but they have to pay for the investigation. Right? So they got to pay for the investigation. They have to pay for all the other stuff. So the law is written in a manner that is very favorable toward tax dodgers. But what I didn't think of, and I should have, and believe me, mea culpa, I have learned my lesson.
Oh, you were wrong.
I was wrong. Here's where I was wrong.
Yeah.
Here was my blind spot.
Mm-hmm.
I said that the law was written in such a way that was highly favorable to the tax dodgers and that it was nearly impossible for the local governments to fight back. What I forgot was government's will to create layers of bureaucracy to defeat anything that could potentially be helpful to a taxpayer.
So they made the law so confusing and so difficult to clear the bar that they actually, I mean, despite the fact that it was, like you said, benefits the taxpayers.
Well, I would say the tax avoiders too.
Okay. But
the law is meant to help people that are like around the zone.
But it was written so confusingly And
that it allowed for local governments to create layers and layers and layers of bureaucracy where they come up with teams of offices, teams of departments.
Endless amounts of paperwork that you have to submit to prove your claim.
You've got an office.
Yep.
And then you've got a department.
Mm-hmm.
And then the office has to do an evaluation. And then the department has to do an evaluation. And then they have to set up a meeting where they come together to discuss their evaluations. And then they have to set up another meeting where they discuss potential recommendations. And then the recommendations have to go to the Board of Supervisors. I neglected to consider just how much the government apparatus would make things difficult for everyone.
Now, property owners who have their claims rejected can appeal in state courts. And those cases will then likely require judges, this according to AZ Central.
Oh, that's too quick.
To make some important decisions around the new statute. They still say, come tax time, we're likely going to see more of these claims.
We're going to need more offices and maybe a task force set up in the middle of all of this, too. We need an office and a department. And then what we're going to need is an office and a department on the east side of every city, and an office and a department on the west side, and then a central office and department who will then have to have monthly meetings to gather and then share evaluations.
Does anyone get paid out from this?
I think at some point somebody's going to get paid out, and it's going to be somebody that you're like, what did they need their taxes back for? That's what I think. I think the people that the law was written, supposedly anyway, to help. For instance, businesses around the zone. We always talk about the sub shop, right? That's the big example. They're the ones that have really suffered from homelessness or a lack of getting anything done. I think those are the ones that are not going to see anything paid out. I think the places that are trying to take advantage of the law to pay fewer property taxes are the ones that are going to get paid out in the end.
Percentage of people who submit paperwork to get paid.
Yeah.
Who actually get paid? Less than 5%?
4. Yeah, I was going to say 4%. That's where my money is on this one. Yeah, it's sad, but that's what it is. Yeah. So I guess I was.
You were what? You have a stroke over there?
I was about this.
No, you were wrong. But
that's not how
for good reasons.
That's not how my wife pronounces it.
She says
well, she says I was.
Huh.
Although when it's me, she says it more like you. She says you were wrong.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
Hey, I think. We'll split the baby. You were wrong, but it was because you underestimated government.
And just how much of a mess it is. Thank you. In the middle of summer, seems like a good time to take a temperature check. In this case, we aren't looking at the thermometer, but rather taking the temperature of the political landscape. See if you agree with our assessment of how the winds are shifting during these upcoming midterms. That's next in the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
First, here's Becky Lynn with today's top story right now.
KTAR News Flash.
At 3:16, I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. As the Diamondbacks enter the All-Star break, they carry a record of 47 wins and 50 losses. Some fans point to manager Torey Lovullo as a factor in the inconsistency. Arizona Sports' own Vince Marotta tells Arizona's Morning News why Diamondbacks fans might blame the skipper.
The gripe most fans that are anti-Torey Lovullo at this point have is with the messaging. He's just an overly optimistic guy. He's going to support his players publicly. When you're not winning consistently, fans don't want to hear it.
He also mentions shaky performances from starting pitchers and the bullpen as a factor to why the Diamondbacks are struggling to keep a winning record. All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Right now, let's check the roads with Heather Larson live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Still no major accidents on the freeway that I can find, but some spots of slowing like the 202 eastbound in Chandler. This is going to be a little slow for you as you head by McQueen, past the airport, and on down to Gilbert Road. And then what else is slow right now? Let's take a look at downtown Phoenix as usually the culprit right about now. And we're a little bit slow west of the mini stack and definitely slow around the split and the Durango curve of the 17, slowing down ever so slightly again. Traffic brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Don't wait. Get a financial advisor you actually like and trust. Claim your free portfolio review now at assetpreservationwealth.com. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Slight chance of a shower later on this afternoon or tonight. And then overnight low right around 89 with a much better chance of rain and storms Wednesday and Thursday and cooler temps too. It's 104 in Gilbert. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing.
Should elected officials' kids be off limits? We'll talk about a situation on the Mike Broomhead Show tomorrow morning starting at 8:15.
Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News on air, online, and on the KTAR News app. And, Joe, we are on the YouTube. You can watch and listen to the show, catch exclusive interviews, the latest reaction to breaking news. Be sure to subscribe to the KTAR News YouTube channel today.
You're just throwing that paper around over there, just awfully violent with it.
Campaign season is kicking into high gear. If you are in CD7, I am sorry.
That's Raul Grijalva's old district.
Because you have been dealing with campaign season since he passed in March, and now you've got the primary for his seat today.
Okay.
And then you've got the general for that coming up in, I think, September. And then after that, you're going to get right into Biggs for governor.
Well, and that seat will be up for grabs again,
Taylor
too,
Robeson,
right?
that seat, yeah, all of these other things.
So if you get elected, you're essentially in that seat for a year and a half?
Yeah. Which is better. I mean, some of these... because
a year.
Yeah, the way the law is written, you're in it for under a year. I mean, you could have... If Grijalva had died in March of next year, imagine you get elected, and then you go there, you're elected in September, October, and you cover the seat for a couple of months. That's it. So I kind of wondered, Joe, let me take your temperature on this. What has changed since 2024? And how does that change the odds for the upcoming election? After the election, November 2024, being straight with you, I thought it looked like Hobbs was toast.
I agree.
She looked a dead man walking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, dead woman walking.
Karen Taylor Robeson looked very strong. Trump in December of 24 endorsed her on a stage here in Arizona. And it looked like, wow, she's got the momentum. She was the one that an awful lot of people in 22 were saying, if she had beaten Carrie Lake in the primaries, she would be governor right now. And then all of a sudden, she's running. She's ahead of the game. She announces her candidacy. She's already got Trump's endorsement. Looked like the momentum was on her side. Does she still have it?
A couple months later, Trump's buddy Andy Biggs, congressman here in Arizona, comes along, and he also gets Trump's endorsement.
And endorse Andy. Great guy.
Complete and total endorsement.
Complete and total. What about the other endorsement? Also great.
Karen Taylor Robeson,
She's
still
super
groovy.
dynamite.
Endorsed both, complete and totally.
Joe, I know you were a degenerate gambler.
Uh-huh.
So, All-Star Game is tonight?
I have nothing on that, yeah.
But there's time. Have you considered...
I don't bet during the show, Chris.
I know some people will be betting on the American League.
Some
will be betting on the National League.
Some will be betting on how many runs are scored in the game.
Can you? But all right. So obviously you are betting. You just sidetracked me.
Probably under.
What do some people say?
What do you would just? Thank you.
Under.
What if you were to just bet on? I'm going to be saying the American National League is going to win. Have you considered betting on both teams, Joe?
Well,
then you couldn't lose.
If you do that in sports betting, depending on when you do it, you can win. Or if you do it before the game, you're probably going to lose. You'll lose a little.
No.
Yeah.
You're winning. I bet on both of them.
Well, but he doesn't have Hobbs.
I bet on both of them.
He doesn't. No, he has Robeson and Biggs, both from the same party.
In the primary.
Yeah.
And they are the front runners. There are some other people running in that primary, but,
Yeah.
I mean, they are certainly the front runners.
Yes.
I'm winning.
I love your trumpet.
Winning.
I don't think he's ever made that
I'm winning
expression over there with the arms.
Winning.
Yes, but he doesn't have the Democrat in this case, who is the...
I'm talking about the primaries. What does it matter?
So he will have at least a 50-50 shot. I am confident of that.
Not in the primary. 100%.
Well,
Winning.
No, but then when we get to the general, he will have one of the two.
Winning.
You don't know that. He can still come out and endorse Hobbs.
He's not endorsing Katie Hobbs.
He might.
Winning.
He will not.
Winning.
What was that, Charlie? Got half of you there.
Winning.
Thank you.
Winning.
Okay.
All right. Hobbs odds better today than they were on the day after the election in 24?
Yeah. Yeah, better.
Why? Because of the split endorsement?
Oh, I think... I don't think that. I think the fact that Biggs got in and that he is more of a far-right guy than Robeson, not so moderate. I think that helped Hobbs a little bit.
So a replay of the Kerry Lake, Karen Taylor Robson thing?
A little bit of that. I also think we have some tariff tumultuity.
Sure. Tumult, but that's fine. I like tumultuity. It works for me.
Made it up. Some tariff questions in terms of what will be lying ahead. We have some economy questions of what will be happening in the fourth quarter this year, first quarter next year. I think that has Republicans worried. I think, as we just talked about for a lot of the first hour, the Epstein issue, I think that could affect a lot of Republicans who aren't even the president.
If you are, we asked this question in the Epstein thing, if you are somebody who might run for president in 28, do you lean into the Epstein, like the cover-up continues, or do you side with President Trump? What if you're Karen Taylor Robson and Andy Biggs, and you're asked the question about what should happen with the Epstein files?
Great question.
I mean, should they lean into it, or should they lean away from it?
I think, at least for right now, if you have the president's endorsement and you are counting on that, at least for now, you have to lean into whatever he's doing.
Why are we still talking about
this? And what he tells you to do.
Okay. All right.
I don't think you can go hard the other way. I think that would be a mistake for now.
For now. What if Karen Taylor Robson starts falling way behind Andy Biggs in the primary polling numbers? Does she change her tune and go, Biggs is covering up the Epstein scandal? Biggs is part of the problem.
Yeah, well, then you're getting into Hail Mary territory, and she's trying to do anything. I don't think she would win, but yeah, sure, you throw anything against the wall and hope something sticks.
All right, give me a percentage.
For Hobbs, percentage
26.
chance she wins.
Yeah.
Right now, I would say it's close. 55-45.
It's kind of where I was. I was between 50 and 50% Hobbs right now.
Okay.
Because midterms tend to lean away from the party in power in the White House.
I'll be a little more aggressive then. I'll say 60-40 Hobbs.
Okay, well, that's just stupid.
But not...
That's just the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
I was right there with you.
That was so dumb.
Ah.
While your politicians are vying for your love, we shift to other relationship news. Take a good hard look at your current relationship and decide, are you distancing yourself? Are they distancing themselves from you? It could be that you are employing an actual tactic known well by Gen Z. We'll see if you fall into this category in our headline volley. Next, The Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Joining us now in studio, the governor of Arizona, Katie Hobbs.
The budget got passed. I thought the whole state was going to get shut down for a second. When Livingston gave you the two budgets that you knew you weren't going to sign, do you read them or do you just take your red pen and be like, no, I'm not even looking at this thing?
And as soon as they were introduced and we saw them, we said, these aren't serious. I'm not signing.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. Talk to the governor every other week. If you missed the live conversation on 92.3, find it on the KTAR News app, our YouTube channel, or wherever you get your podcasts.
In baseball, numbers matter. Every stat is tracked, every play analyzed, but numbers alone, they don't win games. And they don't build a secure financial future either. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and we're proud to be the financial team behind a personalized plan for our hometown baseball manager, Tori Lavello.
Tori here. You're spot on, Jeff. Good numbers help, but it's teamwork that wins. It's about building trust, understanding goals, and creating a legacy.
At Trajan, we go beyond the numbers. We build real relationships and customize investment strategies so you can enjoy life today and feel secure about tomorrow.
It's a relationship, and that's why I chose Trajan Wealth. Call today to build your personalized plan. 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300. Trajan Wealth. Plan smarter, dream bigger.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
Are you looking to hire? ZipRecruiter finds the best candidate for your job fast. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hi, I'm Jamie West, and this year Beatitudes Campus celebrates 60 years of bright living in Phoenix. Since 1965, they've been redefining senior living with purpose, connection, and care. From independent living to healthcare and wellness, growing with the community and always putting people first. Join Beatitudes in honoring 6 decades of innovation, compassion, and vibrant living. Visit beatitudescampus.org to learn more and be part of the celebration. Beatitudes Campus, living brightly, aging boldly.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Donate your used vehicle to Arizona Humane Society's Wheels for Wags program and help save hundreds of pets. They accept any vehicle, running or not, including cars, trucks, motorcycles, boats, ATVs, and RVs. And they'll pick it up free of charge. Arizona Humane Society sells your used vehicle directly to the public, meaning more money goes straight toward helping sick, injured, and abused pets. The process is easy and stress-free. Don't trade it, donate it to Arizona Humane Society. Learn more at azhumane.org/wheelsforwags.
I had the opportunity to talk with Nate Orchard and with Jake Weber from Advanced Window Products right here in the Valley. And one of the things, did I hear you right now? I've been telling people about this deal that if they buy 10 windows, they get $2,500 off. But
hey, it's a good day. It's a good day. We're here with you in studio. Okay. So we're going to bump that up another $500. So if you call today, we're going to give you $3,000 off the purchase of 10 or more windows. The key is you just have to call. Look, when you call, it's not going to be the high-pressure sale where, oh, you've got to do this. We just want you to call, unlock savings, and make it so you can learn how we can help you transform your home. Joe will be on the other line. He'll answer that call, and he'll come out to your house the next day or two and just walk through your home and help you see where your windows, you might have inefficiencies. You might have some seal failures. Look, your vinyl might be, or you have old aluminum windows. Whatever it is, he can help educate you so you can make an educated decision on whether getting new windows is the right thing for you at this time.
I talked to Joe. He's a straight shooter. I really like that guy. 480-764-2002. 480-764-2002 for Advanced Window Products. Now, Nate, while we're giving $3,000 off now on 10 windows or more, you guys also make it even. It's not like I got to come up with cash out of my pocket right now, right?
No, and that's the beautiful thing. And as we've gone through this process many times, that's usually something that will deter people from know actually doing this. And so with Advanced Window Products, man, we make it possible for everyone and anyone to really get financing options for these windows, so you don't have to fork up the money right up front. We make it possible with multiple options and packages to be able to put together. When Joe comes to your home and does the assessment of your windows, when Joe leaves, you'll have a number right there in front of you. You'll get approved for a loan for the window to make it possible for you to really upgrade your home today.
Yeah, and the energy savings may actually pay for the windows themselves when you start doing the math on that. All right, 480-764-2002. 480-764-2002. And again, 10 windows or more, $3,000 off today. And like Nate just said, we're talking about financing deals that make it so that they basically make the monthly payment for themselves. 480-764-2002 for Advanced Window Products.
KTAR News now.
It's 3:31. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. The Dragon Bravo fire on the north rim of the Grand Canyon is now more than 8,500 acres in size, and it's 0% contained. Stefan Lasky with the Southwest Area Incident Management Team says they're focused now on protecting the pump house.
There was some fear because the fire was creeping down there to Roaring Springs area, and that's the water system for most of the Grand Canyon.
As hundreds had to be evacuated from their homes on the North Rim, and at least 70 structures have burned. Also, the White Sage fire burning just north of the Grand Canyon has grown now to nearly 52,000 acres. Brazil and the EU have said they will respond with countermeasures if the Trump administration goes forward with planned tariffs on their exports. But how is Japan, which is looking at 25% tariffs on all exports, planning to respond?
Japan doesn't plan to impose countermeasures on U.S. exports if these tariffs do go into effect, a Japanese government official told ABC News. Japanese officials have met with their U.S. counterparts 7 times since the Japanese prime minister visited the White House in February, and Japan plans to continue looking for a diplomatic solution. But Japanese chief economist at Daiichi Life Research Institute warned, if the tariffs do go into effect, Japan will likely fall into recession. Ellie Kaufman, ABC News, Tokyo.
According to the 2024 auto theft insurance claims filed with the National Insurance Crime Bureau, the Hyundai Elantra was the most stolen car in Arizona last year. DPS Detective Charlie Warner joined Arizona's Morning News to explain why the Elantra was so popular for thieves.
Well, I think it's just a social media trend. TikTok making it famous and just showing the ease of it. It's kind of a auto theft for dummies.
Warner also added that certain Elantra models have outdated technology that just makes it easier for thieves to get away. Well, let's check on the cars rolling down the road right now. Here's Heather Larson live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. There is one intersection that is blocked right now. That's Olive and 51st Avenue in Glendale. Eastbound blocked due to a crash, but it looks like right now 51st Avenue southbound is mostly affected. You just want to avoid the area. According to ADOT, don't go near it until that is cleared. It's still a little bit slow. Mini Stack and the Stack are pretty slow right now, and we'll check traffic again in about 15 minutes. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Tonight, 89 degrees for our low temp. Tomorrow, barely over 100, as we have a 40% chance of some isolated thunderstorms, a 30% chance on Thursday. It's 106, though, right now in Peoria. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. For the replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Chris Merrill, Joe Huizinga, The Chris and Joe Show.
Every day right after Becky Lynn's 3:30 news and a check on traffic with Left Lane Larson, we touch on the other big headlines and ask life's most important questions. Let's tickle your brain bone.
Chris and Joe, this is The Volley. Brought to you by Parker & Sons, AC Plumbing and Electrical. Celebrating 50 years of helping our customers and community. Call Parker.
It's a brand spanking new study. Still has that new study smell, Joe, that shows Americans and Europeans living in other developed nations expend about the same number of total calories most days as hunter-gatherers, herders, and subsistence farmers, foragers, or anybody else living in less industrialized nations. In other words, we're burning the same number of calories as everybody else in the world.
Okay.
So that unexpected finding almost certainly means that inactivity is not the main cause of obesity in the U.S. and elsewhere.
Mm-hmm.
The crux of the findings is what we put in our mouths,
Yes.
especially ultra-processed foods. They are the reason for the obesity epidemic in our nation.
No way.
Well,
Yes
so
way.
it's not like we're just lazy, you know.
Yeah.
The study shows it's not lazy. It's that basically what we can buy at the grocery store is terrible for us.
Well, there's decisions on what you can buy at the grocery store,
Right,
too.
but also some of the stuff
we make bad decisions, and the grocery store is packed with a lot of...
I'm also going to argue that we're marketed some bad decisions,
That's
too.
what I was gonna say.
100%.
Look, the options are bad, Chris. Yeah, the
but
options,
even the options that are good, they're like, oh, eat this Cliff Bar. It's good for you. No, it's not.
There's
what
way
it's just not.
more badder options.
What the dietitians will teach you is stick to the outside.
Okay. Would you rather date an organic-only vegan or somebody with no diet discipline?
Oh, man. This is great.
Yeah. I was trying to think about how I could spin this one up.
Organic only
Come on, Joe.
vegan.
Yeah.
An organic only
no
vegan.
Organic only.
diet discipline.
Yeah. It's like, I just want to eat whatever.
Yeah.
Nom, nom. We know where Pablo's going with this.
Yeah, that's my type of girl. Let's go get some tacos.
That's right.
Yeah. Give me the organic only
She's going to have a bad BO.
Well, if I have...
And
they always smell
and other
bad,
stuff,
yeah.
Wait. Whoa.
Yeah, I know.
They always smell bad.
Yeah.
Where did you get that?
No, it's true.
They
It's on
smell
the internet.
organic.
Yeah.
They smell organic.
Yes. Gamey.
Becky Lynn, what does organic smell like?
I don't know, earthy?
Like cardboard.
Earthy.
Yeah. Smells like
Exactly.
dirt. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
I didn't see you put in there or like doesn't use deodorant.
No, it doesn't matter. But you know they would because
They would if they're organic,
That'd be right.
Yeah, it's against.
I don't like that. It's deodorant. It's got
There's aluminum.
aluminum in it.
No, antiperspirant. Deodorant is one thing.
Yeah.
Antiperspirant is what has
Correct.
the aluminum in it.
Patchouli.
Yeah, no, I don't.
Very earthy, right?
I don't use antiperspirant.
Yeah. Oh, we know.
I use deodorant. No, antiperspirant's not good for you.
It's a little gamey.
It's not good. Especially in Arizona. You don't want to not perspire.
I do.
All right. Easy for me, Chris. Whatever she wants.
Whatever she wants.
She wants some
Whatever you
menudo,
want, girl.
tacos,
Anything.
payway,
That's
crumble
right.
cookies,
All of it.
homemade.
Olive Garden.
Let's go.
Hitting it.
I got
You don't worry about her health at all?
Just want her
Yes,
happy.
that's part of her health. Make her happy, her
That's
mental
right.
health.
I
Yes.
see. Okay.
All right. To you there, Patchouli.
Yeah, thanks. Slander me, of course. A guy who suffered third-degree burns, Chris. No, don't make the face at Pablo. I saw that.
He says, I only use deodorant. I say, okay, Patchouli goes, you're slandering me.
No, I do use deodorant. I
Yeah,
don't
patchouli.
use antiperspirant.
Right. So I call you Patchouli, and you're like, that's slander.
Yeah, that's not true. A guy who suffered third-degree burns, I see you making the face again, across much of his body after Phoenix officers pinned him face down on the scorching hot
This
pavement.
was such a horrible story.
He's filed a federal lawsuit against the city.
Yeah.
Michael Kenyon would ultimately spend about a month in the Maricopa County Burn Center, during which he'd go through a series of brutally painful procedures, skin grafts, to attempt to treat his skin. According to his lawsuit, quote, he has since spent time in physical therapy attempting to regain mobility of his arms despite these burns. He continues to carry the severe scarring and disfigurement of what these officers did to him. Chris,
yeah.
If this happened to you, how much would you sue for? And what would you be content to settle for? Because we know you're not getting what you ask for.
So
what makes you shut up and go away?
First of all, there's the damages.
Mm-hmm.
So whatever the cost of the medical stuff is, right?
Obviously.
Okay.
Yep.
Then there's the lost wages.
Did he have a job?
I'm just saying, you asked if it was me.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
All right. So lost wages. So that's like for a month of work off, that's like 80 grand right there.
But there's the joy of not having to deal with me for a month.
All right. So I'll give him I'll say it's on sale.
Exactly.
But then it's the punitive side of this, right? Mm-hmm. So you're asking what would I ask for from a punitive standpoint. Mm-hmm. Now, assuming that his story is true and the lawsuit is not gone to trial, has been settled, that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to write a number down before you throw yours out there. We're going to see if you and I are
on his
thinking...
face, skin grafts to his face, third-degree burns, so he's disfigured, permanently disfigured. Obviously, my wife would not be attracted to me anymore, so there's also that loss.
Well, she wouldn't be more attracted to you.
She would not be attracted to me at all. She would not want to touch me.
Okay, I have what you would ask for and what you would settle for, both written on the other side of this paper.
I'm asking for $215 million.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Wow, okay. I was a little off there. You would settle for...
$12 million.
Wow, okay. Here's my answers right there.
Joe said I would ask for $5 million and settle for $2 million.
Yep.
I'm permanently disfigured.
It doesn't really look that different than you do now.
I feel like I'm being slandered. I feel like there's a slandering happening.
No.
No, I am a handsome middle-aged white man. I can aim for the moon here.
Sure.
I mean, if I could sue McDonald's for burning the coffee, which was a legit lawsuit, and I could sue Dunkin' Donuts for having donuts that are too hot, right?
Yeah.
Why wouldn't I go after authorities that held me down and burned my face? They tortured me.
I think $2 million is pretty good.
I got pain and suffering.
Yeah.
I got the loss of wages. I've got the medical bills. Mm-hmm. I've got a lifetime of medical bills. I've got my wife is going to leave me because I'm ugly now. And there should be punitive damages. So, I'm aiming higher.
Here's my... Okay, good for you.
Okay, yeah.
I wasn't trying to be rude. That's seriously what I thought you would say. Here's my question, though, too.
Yeah.
I haven't done enough research on this. Do we know why Kenyon was dragged to the ground? Was he...
Yes.
Did he commit a crime?
Claimed... No, he did not.
Okay.
They claimed that he matched the description of someone they were looking for.
I think this bolsters his case, then.
Yes. So not only that, but the person they were looking for was accused of stealing something from Kenyon's roommate. Kenyon's roommate said somebody stole my stuff, and it was a guy who was 5'5", and this is what he looked like. So Kenyon leaves the apartment as the police are showing up, and they go, "Hey, that looks like the guy." Kenyon's 5'10". And he's like, "No, I'm not. You're looking for this guy that's jacked stuff from my roommate." "No, it's you." Throw him on the ground. That according to the lawsuit.
If that's true, that
Not a good look.
That bolsters his case.
Now,
And
my
that-
215 doesn't look so bad, does it?
I think that was still a lot to ask for.
That's good.
I'm a middle-aged white guy. I can aim for them. I can aim for
You can go for it. Get it.
Pablo, what are you asking for, and what do you settle
I'm
for?
I'm gonna go way up there, Joe, as a family member of a burn victim. That's like kind of sincere. I don't know. How
For the record, I am too.
Yeah.
I have a burn victim in my
I would
family.
like to ask a lot, and probably like 12 million. I'd ask for to settle for 5.
I think that is reasonable.
See, I think that's not. I think you're talking about. I mean, it's the city, so you aim as high as you can. The city's not going to give me $215 million, but.
You always ask for way more than what you get.
It's mine already because I've been paying it for the last 22 years.
I'd love to just take this and put it in front of a jury, and the jury is going to. Pablo, if you're on the jury and I'm asking for $215 million, you're probably not going to give that to me, but you might go, he deserves $20 million.
Mm-hmm. I could see a lot going.
Yeah.
I could see it reaching with the jury a lot.
Yeah.
Reaching hearts, or
Absolutely.
a better case with the jury, I should say.
Absolutely. You've heard Becky Lynn talk about it. Our old summer playmate, the monsoon, may be back sooner than later. For some of us in the valley, this news isn't as welcome as you might think. Why would anybody living in the desert not want more rain? That is next in the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News. Now, you hear all the ads that somebody's willing to give you cash for your home, right? And they go, we'll give you cash for the home. You don't have to clean it up. You don't have to fix anything up, blah, 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 all that stuff, right? And then they turn around and they sell your house for a whole lot more than what they gave you, right? It's basically like an I buy or flip is what they do. I've done it. But there's a better way to get cash for your home and still get top dollar. I wanted the convenience and the flexibility of that upfront cash offer. And I did exactly what I just described. And then they painted a wall and put in one piece of carpet in the living room. It had been tile, and they got $50,000 more than I did. Shouldn't I have gotten some of that? Yeah. So with Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program, that's what happens. You get cash up front, no repairs, no cleanings, all the stuff like everybody else. But then Orchard comes in, and they take care of the painting and the carpeting and the fixing up the roof and all that other stuff. And then when they get more money for it, which they usually do, that's the whole point, you get another check. That makes sense. Find out how much your home is worth today with a free, no-obligation home valuation. Go to Orchard.com. Again, Orchard.com. No more seller's remorse. Go to Orchard.com today.
With Progressive, you can reach customer service in the way that's easiest for you, by phone, app, or online. We know it would be great if we just magically appeared, but that's more of a genie thing, and we do insurance. But with us, you'd be like, well, it wasn't a genie, but it was great customer service, so that's nice. And sure, you probably would still like the whole 3 wishes thing, so if you meet a genie, you should definitely ask. But when you need us, contact Progressive by phone, app, or online. Just no genies. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Summers in Phoenix can be hot, and if you hate to paint, do what your neighbor Judy did. She called Rhino Shield.
The house that Rhino Shield did for my husband and I, after having the house painted with kind of usual house paint, I was seeing cracks appearing about every 3 years and just wasn't very satisfied with that.
Rhino Shield's better than paint specifically formulated for our climate.
I can't speak highly enough about the Rhino Shield crew. They also were great at working with me to get the exact right color because I was very particular.
Phoenix, you too can get the 25-year guaranteed protection of Rhino Shield right now for 10% off the regular price.
I would not hesitate to call Rhino Shield, and I am just thrilled to recommend Rhino Shield to my friends and neighbors and family.
Rhino Shield owner Jim Williams.
This offer is limited, so call me at 855-4U-RHINO. That's 855-4, the letter U, Rhino.
Go Rhino!
Never paint your house again. Rhino Shield.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 3:46. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. An urgent search is underway in Los Angeles after a violent double homicide. And ABC's Alex Stone reports from L.A.
American Idol, the popular TV show, confirming the death of its music supervisor, Robin Kay, and her songwriter husband, Thomas DeLuca. Police say both victims were shot to death in their home, found on Monday during a welfare check after somebody told police they had not been heard from since last Thursday. Both victims, 70 years old, found in separate rooms, shot to death. A motive for the shooting remains unclear, and nobody is in custody. Alex Stone, ABC News, Los Angeles.
All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. With a check on traffic now, Heather Larson is live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. We're still a little bit slow at Olive Avenue and 51st Avenue in Glendale. That was completely blocked earlier due to a crash. In South Phoenix, we got a wreck at 15th Avenue and Southern, just slowing that down a little bit there. And then also in Phoenix on northbound 7th Street, just south of I-17. That is just a tad slow right now. And as for the Valley freeways, they're slow in the usual places right now, like the Mini Stack, the Split, and the Stack. Traffic brought to you by Dolphin Pools. For a limited time, we're offering a free travertine deck upgrade on every Dolphin Pools package. To learn more, visit dolphinpools.us today. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Yeah, I'll hit lead time.
Guys are in the studio with me again, the fellows from Advanced Window Products, and I love this. Nate Orchard is with me, Jake Weber, and you just heard Nate say, lead time. That's what we wanted to talk about, lead time. So somebody calls you, or they called Joe, who was in with us the last time, just a heck of a nice guy, Joe is.
He's a Philly boy.
He's a good dude, dude. And he's been working with Windows in the Valley for a couple of decades. A lot of your guys, installers that have been there for 30 years installing Windows. So somebody calls Joe, and they go, hey, Joe, come take a look at my window. Nate, you were talking about it. Come out, take a look at this stuff.
That's right.
So
Joe,
obligation.
Exactly. Joe comes out. He does a full window audit. You'll have your pricing right there on the spot. And within that same appointment, we'll get a measure tech scheduled. And then within a few days, the measure tech will come out and get the measurement to the 1/8 inch for the final measurements to then be sent back to the factory to be produced. And then within 8 weeks, you'll have your windows installed. You'll get your lifetime warranty right there on the spot. And then, so lead time is 8 weeks from start to finish.
8 weeks.
That is outstanding. Now, we were just talking about this this deal. You buy 10 windows, and you're offering a special. Normally, it's 10 windows, $2,500 off.
It's a good day. $3,000 today.
And we were saying until the end of the show, but...
We're going to say, if you call any time today, I know it's like midday, people getting out of, leaving work, call today, and anytime you'll get a hold of Joe, and you'll unlock $3,000 in savings. And really, the key to all of this, and what really sets us apart from all of the other window companies that are out there, we are the manufacturer, manufactured here locally in the Valley, and with everything designed for the high heat, the extreme heat. And this is where you also receive peace of mind. So you have a lifetime warranty. So if anything ever comes up, you're spending a lot of money on these windows. We recognize that. It's a big investment. We're able to give you savings. You're getting the value that can't be beat because we're the manufacturer. We cut out that middleman. And then peace of mind, knowing that you will have a lifetime warranty.
Also, why you have those installers that have been around for 30 years. You don't want to rely on somebody else that's going to fly by night because you're offering a guarantee, a lifetime guarantee.
A lifetime guarantee, and we're not new to this. We're not going anywhere. We've been around. We're in our 40th year now.
All right. Advanced Window Products, 480-764-2002. And again, they just extended that offer at least until the end of the day. 480-764-2002. And right now you get $3,000 off 10 windows. 480-764-2002 for Advanced Window Products.
Minutes away from today's top news stories. Arizona's breaking news and traffic leader with Arizona's largest radio news team. KTAR News on 92.3 FM.
The country's inflation rate rose to 2.7% last month, but the Valley's inflation rate held steady at less than 0.25%. This is Jim Sharp on the next Arizona's Morning News. Why inflation's better here, and could tariffs change that?
All right, tomorrow on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News, we keep hearing about AI. AI is going to replace us all. You've heard this so many times. One of the high-profile tech geniuses out there says, whoa, pump the brakes. AI is not replacing us all. In fact, AI means you're going to have mandatory overtime. Hold on. Pause. I thought we were trying to make things easier for us. I thought the whole idea of tech advancement was to make things easier.
No.
Isn't that why we advanced tech in the first place? No?
Not so
Joe
much.
doesn't say so. All right, joining us in the studio right now is star of Outspoken with Bruce St. James and Gatos. Gatos!
What's going on, fellas?
Hey, so super excited about this.
Okay.
Monsoon could be hitting tomorrow evening.
I heard maybe later today.
I would like that too.
Yes.
But my son, he does not have covered parking. and he's worried about what could hit his car.
As long as it's not hail, don't worry about it.
You don't think so?
No.
I'll sell him a covered spot in my garage for a price.
Unbelievable.
Are you talking about a covered spot at your place?
Yeah, he doesn't have a covered spot. And no garage, no covered spot, so his car is just kind of out there. Obviously, don't park under a tree. What other advice
That's what
do
I was
you
going to
have?
say.
Yeah.
Because I've talked to, America Roofing. Yeah. And they say they get calls from the monsoon of a big branch falling on a tree. So don't park under a tree.
Okay.
But, the monsoon, man, if you've never been in it, it's just so crazy. It could go, you could have zero visibility. And I've been in a few of those where your lights are on and you literally see the dust flying past it. Yeah. And you're like, I can't see anything.
Can't see the road.
It's so scary.
Terrifying.
And if you have time before it really hits, this is what I do. I get off the highway.
Yeah.
I remember I was almost like the monsoon was following me on the highway.
Yes.
And I kept looking in the rear view mirror.
Yeah.
And I'm like, this thing is coming right towards me.
It's like you're in a movie.
It's
right?
unbelievable. Yes. And then you get to where you're going. Yeah. 20 minutes later, boom.
Pow.
Really
dust
amazing.
storm slams you. Yeah.
And we're going to get like 94-degree weather later this week.
If we actually get the rain, yeah.
No, even if we don't get the rain, I heard it's going to be 96 or 97.
I'm going to trust.
This is my entire show.
Really?
The whole thing. Just Joe
doesn't buy anything.
I think we need that rain, or else we're not going to get those temps.
I go, Joe, can we agree that there are victims in the Epstein case? He's like, well, I don't know if you call them victims.
Oh, that's not what I said.
Unbelievable. This guy. What do you guys have going on today?
You know what? ABC 15, Nicole Grigg has a really interesting report about heat-related deaths.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Are they being underreported? So she's going to come on at 4:30, and what is Maricopa County doing? What are the parameters that you have to actually say, yes, this is a heat-related death?
Well, it's comorbidity. Everybody knows
comorbidity.
That. It's comorbidity.
Right.
Ladies and numbers are total lies.
Well,
comorbidity.
There was a 70-year-old person who died on the street and they said he was a transient. Okay, well, he's dead and it's 118 degrees and they're like, yeah, it's not heat. You're like, wait a second.
What else could it possibly
be? It's 118.
Yeah.
So
it's comorbidity.
We're going to go over that at 4:30. It's a pretty interesting story.
All right, Outspoken, Bruce and Gato starting at 4 o'clock. Joe Huizinga, anything to add?
Nope.
Thank God. Back again tomorrow, 2 o'clock. Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
And Team Bravo, backyard recon complete. And Command, lounge chair secured. Requesting permission to flank the watermelon at the picnic table.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Your backyard is for summer fun, not an ant invasion. Call 602 Blue Sky today. We'll defend your pool deck, secure your picnic spots, and stop ants before they overrun your summer. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
Got ranking? You should, because your company or your favorite business will benefit. Voting is live for Ranking Arizona, the state's largest business opinion poll. Discover the best from high-tech to healthcare and from restaurants to real estate. Just visit azbigmedia.com, click on the Ranking Arizona tab, choose your favorite, and cast your vote. Make your voice heard and who you recommend doing business with. Vote now through July 31st at azbigmedia.com. Got ranking? You should.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month, but what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Pure Talk. a wireless company that actually stands for something.
If you live in the desert, you gotta have shade. All Pro Shade Concepts is celebrating 20 years in the basin in 2025. We were out of the pool the other day. The family was there, the fun was there, and the comfort was there because of All Pro Shade Concepts. Our roll-down patio shades block out the sun, reduces glare on our television, and provides privacy. It's 1:15. Stop melting outside and get your All Pro Shade Concepts estimate today. Go to allproshade.com for more information. That's allproshade.com.
Hey, it's Gambo, and as many of you know, about 15 years ago, I had LASIK surgery done by Dr. Jay Schwartz, and I swear to this day, one of the best things that I've ever done for myself. Dr. Schwartz is the most experienced eye surgeon in the Valley, performing over 60,000 LASIK procedures. He has locations in Glendale, Scottsdale, and Mesa, and he's a team eye doctor for your Arizona Diamondbacks and Phoenix Suns. If you want a free LASIK evaluation, call 480-483-EYES or go online at teamidoc.com.
Hi, I'm Sherry Harris, owner of Life Source Water. Arizona's desert water is some of the harshest in the country. It's tough on your skin, your hair, and your home. Some people turn to old-fashioned softeners, but there's a better way. With Life Source, you get clean, conditioned, and healthy water from every tap without salt. Upgrade your water today by calling 1-800-WATER-99 or visit lifesourcewater.com. Life Source, taste and feel the difference.
Warranty limitations apply.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
If you live or work in Superior, Porter's is where you eat. We love serving the community that's meant so much to our family for generations. Having the Resolution Mine here has been a great thing. More business in town means more business for us, our suppliers, the hotels, really all of our neighbors. Projects like this drive the whole economy around here.
Copper is essential to Arizona's economy and to America's future. Learn more at resolutioncopper.com.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix. KTAR News now.
And good afternoon. It's 4 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn.
I'm seeing the fire backing down into the canyon. First time I've seen flames on this thing. And
the Dragon Bravo fire that's burning on the north rim of the Grand Canyon has now grown to more than 8,500 acres with 0% containment. KTAR's Heidi Hummel joins us now live from the News Center with an update.
The fire is only expected to get bigger. The Southwest Area Incident Management Team took over fire suppression efforts yesterday. Firefighter Stefan Lasky tells KTAR the pump house at Roaring Springs, which brings water to the south rim, is at risk of burning.
We have firefighters down there in that area at the Roaring Springs where the water source is, and they're able to coordinate with the helicopters doing bucket drops. We've got 6 helicopters here doing bucket drops.
So far, 70 structures have burned, and hundreds of Grand Canyon Park employees had to be evacuated from their homes on the North Rim. Reporting live in the News Center, Heidi Hummel, KTAR News.
And we're also keeping an eye on the White Sage fire that's burning just north of the Grand Canyon. That one has grown to nearly 52,000 acres in size. After some brutal summer days, rain is on the horizon, it appears. Meteorologist Sean Benedict with the National Weather Service says storms in the forecast for Wednesday and Thursday, especially during the nighttime hours. And with those storms come some cooler temperatures.
Yeah, we are expecting temperatures to cool down with this increase in moisture. Phoenix area, we're only expecting to barely creep over 100 degrees. If we get locked in clouds or if we have some good rain, there's even a chance maybe we don't get to 100.
Some stronger storms could hit as early as tonight, although Benedict expects those will hit to the southeast of the valley. Arizona Attorney General Chris Mays and 20 other attorneys general sent a letter to Congress seeking identification requirements for immigration and customs enforcement officers. The letter asks for legislation that prohibits ICE agents from wearing masks and requires them to display their agency symbol. They cite concerns of escalating incidents involving masked or unidentified agents. The Arizona Diamondbacks enter the All-Star break with 47 wins and 50 losses. But will the D-backs make the playoffs? Vince Marotta of our sister station, Arizona Sports, tells Arizona's Morning News there's a lot of baseball still to be played.
There's always a reason for hope. 97 games is a really good sample of what you are as a baseball team, and it's been so up and down for the Diamondbacks through those 97 games.
He says the team has been plagued by inconsistent play and injuries. These injuries have depleted the D-backs' starting pitcher rotation and bullpen, making the prospect of a playoff run seem more unlikely. Well, we have more now on a story we told you about yesterday. An alleged human skin teddy bear that creeped out a whole lot of people in California.
23-year-old Hector Villanueva is accused of ordering what's called a human skin teddy bear on Etsy and then leaving that bear outside of a convenience store in Victorville on Sunday. Initially, it was believed to be a teddy bear covered in real human skin. It turned out to be made of latex and ordered from a horror prop artist online. Villanueva was booked into jail for causing a false emergency and wrongfully planting evidence. The artist said somebody in Victorville recently ordered one of his human skin teddy bears. Alex Stone, EBC News.
Let's check the roads. Here's Heather Larson in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Well, nothing's going to be as bad as that human skin teddy bear. Yeah. Not even the Valley freeways. Oh, goodness, Becky Lynn. Let me take a deep breath after that one. Okay, we're ready to talk about the stack. So that's going to be a little bit slow for you, especially heading up north on the I-17. The mini stack is slow as well. See, I can't even think. And also the split is slow. But let's really go to some of the surface streets around the valley. In Chandler, we've got a wreck slowing down Alma School and Elliott Road, that intersection. South Phoenix, that wreck at 15th Avenue and Southern, still got that spot a little bit slow. And then on northbound 7th Street, just south of I-17, if you're trying to get on the freeway there, just expect a little bit of a delay. Traffic is brought to you by Dolphin Pools. For a limited time, we're offering a free travertine deck upgrade on every Dolphin Pools package. To learn more, visit dolphinpools.us today. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
We have been looking forward to some monsoon activity heading our way, and it looks like this could be the week. 20% chance of rain tonight, 89 for a low. Tomorrow, about 102 for a high. There's a 50% chance of rain and storms in the evening. On Thursday, about 101 for the high, a 40% chance of rain early, and then a 20% chance of some more later on. We'll keep our fingers crossed. It's 104 right now in Tempe. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
Whose stupid idea was this anyway?
Speaking up for Arizona.
If you think you can get away with that in my state, you've got another thing coming.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's #1 talk show. Hey, welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. This is hour number 1.
Oh, a lot of people will call it the best hour.
There's no question about it. My goodness. Hey, tomorrow at 5, we've got the War Room.
Ooh.
Make sure you're here for that, a political symposium that we do once a week from 5 until 6. We've got our panel ready to go.
Yep.
Join us tomorrow at 5.
We should have plenty to talk about, right, Gatos?
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, we've got a lot.
We rarely ever it's War Room, nothing to go over. Like, it just doesn't happen, does it?
But I think this is maybe one of the best stories of the year.
Okay.
I think it's one of the best stories of the year.
We got to take it to Tempe. So there's a Grubhub driver delivering a Little Caesars pizza. Pizza. Now, the Grubhub driver apparently got a little sideways with the law for reasons we're not 100% sure, and actually got arrested by Tempe police.
Yeah, he's in the middle of a delivery.
Literally.
And he's out in Tempe, and we don't know if he was speeding swerving or he didn't have a driver's license or I don't know.
So they pull him out of the car. He's going to the Hooskow. And There's a pizza and some breadsticks left over. So what do Tempe police do?
Let me stop you right there. Before we say what would they do,
okay.
What would you have done? Because I would have chowed down.
I like pizza. I like
Depends
on the pizza. Okay, if it was one of those ones that had a bunch of crap on it, whatever.
You don't like all that. You're
pepperoni.
You're cheese. I'm a pepperoni sausage.
It.
Okay.
Yeah,
You're talking about vegetables, right?
You're right.
Oh,
yeah.
God. Pineapple or stuff like that.
Okay. So they pull him over.
Yep.
They arrest him.
Yep.
And you got a pie, and you got some breadsticks. What do you do?
What do you do?
What do you do? I mean, you don't want to waste food.
Oh, okay. So that's where you went. Don't want to waste it.
No.
All right. So
It's the greatest food in the world is pizza pie.
Shout out to Tempe Police, who actually put up on their social media channel the video, the ring cam and body cam video.
Yes.
Of 2 Tempe police officers delivering the pizza to its intended person.
Recipient, yeah.
Even mentioning, we think it's still pretty hot. Like, you're going to be okay. They got it over kind of quick.
They show up. They ring the doorbell.
Ding dong.
The gal comes to the door.
Little worried. There's 2 cops standing there.
No idea.
Yeah. And one of them's holding pizza.
We just wanted to hand you our pizza.
Yeah. She was very thankful. I really appreciate it.
Yeah. That is protect and serve, if you ask me.
Brandy got it. And the police officer said, so your Grubhub guy got arrested. So we still delivered your pizza.
Yeah. This is now a national story.
It's everywhere. Well,
It's
the
everywhere.
video alone, of the cops literally just dropping off some pizza. Little Caesar.
It's a super cool thing that they did.
Yeah.
And it is a really, really interesting, good story.
Yeah.
But let me take you even a big, giant step further why I think this is important. And I think why Tempe has put this on social media. I think right at this moment in American history, we need to see police do more things like this. And I'll tell you why.
Okay.
Right now, we are all very uncomfortable. Doesn't matter what side of the aisle you're on, seeing ICE raids and watching people get handcuffed and chased. We're uncomfortable.
You mean the one other than the ones cheering for it?
I hope, there. Of course, there's a small part that's cheering for him. It's hard to watch. It's hard to watch.
So,
ICE is doing what they're being told, and they're going out into different communities. Yes, and they're arresting people, and some of them are getting deported.
But can I say
my
this?
main point is this shows a different side of law enforcement. Okay?
I don't disagree. But local police have made it very clear. We've seen press releases go out from Phoenix PD, Scottsdale PD saying, hey, we're not involved in ICE raids. Like, local police have been trying to distance themselves from this, saying that's not the business we're in.
You're absolutely right.
We're here to serve and protect. We're not playing the ICE game.
And this helps.
No doubt. No doubt.
Yeah.
But I was going to say, it's part of an overall kind of, I mean, I don't want to say marketing message, but local police, I think, wants people to know we're here to serve
they just did
the community.
It's a brilliant move.
Yeah.
It's exactly what Tempe did. This is a bigger deal. And I don't know if the officers knew this in the whole middle of everything.
Like when it's in the middle. Yeah, you probably don't.
I don't think so. But to make a big deal out of it is smart. This is a story that we need to see now. And again, I'm not confusing what the ICE agents are doing versus what the
Tempe police.
I'm not confusing that.
Yeah.
Because we know that Phoenix PD and Tempe PD, they all came out before some of these raids were happening, and they said, we just want everybody to know that we're not going to be in the middle of this. It's not our job.
Don't blame us. Run me.
But people look at agents or ICE
all
agents.
Law enforcement.
All law enforcement.
Paint with a brush.
Right. This sets them apart. This is a lot of people brushed past this story by saying, isn't that cool that they delivered some pizzas? If you really look, it's a bigger deal. Because I guarantee you there's some people out there that are watching this story and they're saying, well, not everybody's like ICE. And I'm not trying.
I see what you're saying.
And I'm not painting ICE to be the bad guys, by the way.
Oh, I will.
I know. They are just doing what they're told. And I'll tell you this, hard for me to watch.
Yeah.
It is hard for me to watch.
We had Nuremberg trials for people like that. But I would also turn around and say that I'm sure there are more instances of things like this. We just probably don't find out about.
Of course.
It, right? You know,
Absolutely.
I mean, we don't hear about all the times. I saw one, and I don't remember the city. I apologize. It wasn't Phoenix. Of a little boy who went up to a police officer. And he said, my mom said if I have a problem to go to a police officer. And he said, well, that's good. What do you need help with? He goes, I can't tie my shoe. And I said, well, they the cop tying the kid's shoe.
And I think that goes...
you know what I'm saying? Like, there are good things that happen, without a doubt.
Most of the, and we'll take ICE out of it, most of the stories about police, you know this, I know this, a lot of people just read the little headline and think that the cops are the worst things in the world. That is not fair. Toughest job to do. It's such a tough job to do. So a story like this that gets out, and the story that you told of an officer just tying the shoes of a little kid, I mean, it goes a long way. It goes a long way to say, oh, that's how you connect with these officers.
How you serve and protect.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? You're a public servant. Yeah. You're not militarized Gestapo running the streets.
You're not in a mask. You're an ICE. The members of ICE, the agents of ICE, are currently in masks.
Yeah, I don't know these two officers' names.
You know,
because I'd absolutely give them a shout out.
We called and we were trying to get them on.
Trying to get the two officers.
One of the two, or both.
We'll take any of them.
Right. So we've made a phone call, but I do think this story is more important than people realize.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
I have a question. Did the lady tip him?
You can't. You should.
Did the cops get a tip for delivering?
I don't know.
I mean, you talk about above and beyond.
I think the cops got it there at 32-minute mark, so it was free.
Here's
if it was
another
Domino's,
question.
there'd have been hell to pay.
Here's another question. After she finds out why the police are there with the pizza, that her Grubhub driver had been arrested, did she eat the pizza? Because you might be questioning who was driving your pizza to your house before they ever took over. Oh, yeah? Okay.
I don't have a problem with that. I have no idea who drives that stuff around. I don't care. I just want what I want.
As long as it's hot, right?
The less I know, the better.
You know what? That's a solid, for a lot of instances, that is a great thing to have. Hey, we've got a quick check of the headlines on the way. Becky Lynn is going to do that for us. And then up next, instead of prescribing you the latest miracle drug, should your doctor be prescribing you a hobby? We'll talk about it. It's coming up next, Outspoken on KTAR.
America Roofing, everybody. Wants to call my friends over there. A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. Family owned and operated. Licensed, bonded, and insured. So Becky Lynn was talking about the weather, and obviously we're going to have a chance of the monsoon. Is your roof ready? Are you just crossing your fingers hoping your roof is going to be ready? Because if you didn't get a pre-storm inspection of your roof, you missed out. At America Roofing, they will do, right now, a pre-storm inspection of your roof. They did that for me about a month ago. They found a small issue. Then they fixed the small issue. And the charge is very fair. And now I have peace of mind. It's going to monsoon this week. Bring it. I'm ready. My roof is ready. If you're not sure and you get past this week, call America Roofing and get that pre-storm inspection. You mentioned Gatos. It is free. All right. AmericaRoofingCo.com, 602-960-ROOF. America Roofing, we've got you covered.
Are you looking to hire? ZipRecruiter finds the best candidate for your job fast. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
You knew it was too good to be true. A magic shot that seems to melt the fat away. But now, for many, not only is the weight coming back on just as fast, but they may be dealing with serious side effects, not to mention the frustration and disappointment. I'm Jamie West, and there is a fast way to drop the weight that's also healthy. No shots or drugs, no prepackaged foods, no side effects. Phoenix Secret for Weight Loss works quickly and the weight stays off. The secret is eating the right combination of healthy foods at the right times of day. I lost about 50 pounds and I'm keeping it off because the Phoenix Secret for Weight Loss program helped me restore my metabolism. You can lose up to 10 to 15% of your body weight in just 8 weeks while keeping your muscle mass. Don't wait. Start transforming your body, transforming your life today. Schedule your free consultation right now. Call 602-832-7440, 602-832-7440, or go to PhoenixSecretForWeightLoss.com. PhoenixSecretForWeightLoss.com. Results may vary.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it'd go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
KTAR News Flash.
4:18, I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. Many workers at the U.S. Department of Education are expected to be laid off soon now that the Supreme Court has set aside lower court orders preventing that. What could it mean for students and schools?
The Education Department doesn't direct curricula. States and school districts do that. But it does distribute an enormous amount of federal money, and it enforces civil rights laws. The Trump administration appears interested in spinning off various parts of the department to other agencies. Student loans, for instance, could be given over to Treasury. Aid for students with disabilities could become the responsibility of HHS. Many school administrators across the country are nervous about the ramifications, but White House allies argue the Education Department's bureaucracy is too bloated and it needs to be wound down.
ABC's Stephen Portnoy in Washington. All of our top stories just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Now a check on traffic with Heather Larson in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. There's a report of a wreck on the exit ramp, and this is on the Loop 101 southbound at Cardinals Way. But looking at the roads there's probably more slowing right now. That wreck is probably nothing compared to the traffic happening at 91st Avenue and Cardinals Way. We've also got a crash on the right shoulder on the Loop 101 southbound near Southern Avenue. And if we hit the city surface streets, we'll go to Chandler for that wreck at Alma School and Elliott Road. That's a slow intersection. We've got another slow spot at 15th Avenue and Southern in South Phoenix. We'll take another look at traffic in about 15 minutes. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News. Now back to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Appreciate it, Heather. And remember to subscribe to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos podcast. You can do so right now, iPhone and Android. Prefer iPhone. We'll never miss any of the show. It's the Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos podcast brought to you by Revival Psychiatry. All right. So, Gatos, we live in a day and age when, I think you would agree, there is a pill or serum for everything. There's commercials, TV commercials all the time for restless leg syndrome it's a killer to all kinds of other things. Don't worry, there's a pill.
Mad cow.
If you have a touch of the mad cow, yeah, you can do that. But there's been a bit of a change, and I think it's kind of interesting. It's the idea of doctors prescribing something other than a pill, other than medicine. There was an interesting story, and I thought it was pretty interesting. A guy named Frank. Frank admitted he worked as a long-distance truck driver. His only exercise, he said, was looking for a fast food outlet in the evening when he parked, as he was driving, gained weight, type 2 diabetes. Oof. He was on insulin injections, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And he said things were just getting worse. He says, then I met a new doctor. And his doctor says, I'm not going to prescribe you medicine. He goes, what did you like doing when you were a kid? Frank's like, kind of like riding my bike. And he goes, great. And the doctor wrote him a prescription for a 10-week bicycling course called Pedal Ready for adults who want to get back into cycling.
That's going to save his life.
Literally. He says, he goes, he's lost 100 pounds. His diabetes under control. He doesn't take insulin. And he talks about like his mental health because he's made all these friends while he's out bike riding now. And he says, if I hadn't met this doctor, I'd be sitting on my couch taking insulin, basically waiting to die.
Yeah, you can't just do your job and go home and that's it, and do it every day. You have to have some sort of an outlet. You have to have some sort of thing that you enjoy doing, a hobby. I'll tell you this story. You ready? I had when I got out here at like 23 or so, I found this really good doctor.
Okay.
Because as you well know, I'm a hypochondriac and I need a good doctor.
You need good doctors.
So I put that guy to work for a while.
Uh-huh.
But, several years later, he decided he was going to retire. And it was my last, check-in physical with him.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, I know you're retiring. Thanks for all you've done. And, you've really helped me out. And I know I'm kind of a mess. I worry about all this stuff.
I like you admit to your doctor, I know I'm a kind of a mess.
I'm sorry about the malaria scare of 2002.
Legionnaires at once. Okay.
And he looks at me and he goes, here's my best advice for you.
Ooh.
You should get married. It's true. And I looked at him and I said, why? And he goes, your anxiety level will go down.
Interesting.
You'll be healthier.
Interesting.
You'll be healthier if you go and get married. And there were a couple other reasons I don't remember.
That's the one that stuck with you. Yeah, that would be the.
He just said life will be better.
Okay.
Life will be better. And you know what? He's 100% right.
But it's along the same lines, right?
Yes.
Where it's not about a pill.
It's not about a pill.
It's all kinds of things. Well, they're saying now lots of doctors are prescribing. They call it social prescribing for everything from diabetes to chronic pains to dementia, ADHD, anxiety, depression. Basically, it's not meant to replace medicines and treatments, but the idea is that you can get healthier physically. It can reduce your stress. It can ease depression or anxiety.
Make you passionate about something.
Get you excited to get up in the morning.
But
it
you
makes
have to
you
get
look
out and do
forward to what it is that you're going to do.
So you need to find whatever that thing is.
Yeah.
But you have to do it. If the doctor
Agreed.
says,
It's
that's
prescribed.
the thing. Yeah, but
Well, you don't have to do it.
You wrote a prescription.
I mean, if
for
you're
it.
going to get that's true. If you're going to get the benefits, you got to get out there and do it.
My doctor threatened to write a prescription to keep me from racing. Is that the same thing after my last shoulder surgery?
Was that after your 8th concussion or before?
He's like, what's it going to take to get you to stop racing? You don't want to know.
Yeah,
I said, you don't want to know. Checking the headlines are on the way. Becky Lynn's got that for it. And is our heat death problem much bigger than Maricopa County is admitting to? ABC 15 reporter Nicole Gregg is going to join us to talk about a really interesting piece they're doing. It's up next, Outspoken on KTAR.
This month's KTAR Community Impact Spotlight focuses on your Valley Hyundai dealers and their support for Phoenix Children's. The Give-a-thon for Phoenix Children's is coming up in August, and over their 16-year association with Give-a-thon, your Valley Hyundai dealers have donated more than $1 million to Phoenix Children's. KTAR News is proud to shine the Community Impact Spotlight on your Valley Hyundai dealers and their tradition of giving to Phoenix Children's.
Hey, credit where credit's due. I think I was 17 years old when my mom made me sign up for this thing called a 401k at a job I had. I'm getting taken to the cleaners. I need this money. I need it today. My mom said, no, you got to sign up for it. So, I thought I had things in good shape. I'd been saving literally my entire life, contributing to a 401k. Thought I was on the right path. Well, it's until I met Jeff Jr. and the folks over at Trajan Wealth. They gave my plan a second look, and guess what? Turned out I had some pretty big gaps. Turned out might not have been pointed in the right direction. Maybe a little riskier than we needed to be right now. Well, the good news is now I got a much clearer path of what, retirement looks like for me. And gives you more peace of mind. And remember, at Trajan Wealth, they're fiduciaries. It means they put your needs first. That's the law. I trust them with my future. You can too. And it starts with a phone call at Trajan Wealth, 480-990-3300, 990-3300. Online, you'll find them at TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
Are you looking to hire? ZipRecruiter finds the best candidate for your job fast. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
You knew it was too good to be true. A magic shot that seems to melt the fat away. But now, for many, not only is the weight coming back on just as fast, but they may be dealing with serious side effects, not to mention the frustration and disappointment. I'm Jamie West, and there is a fast way to drop the weight that's also healthy. No shots or drugs, no prepackaged foods, no side effects. Phoenix Secret for Weight Loss works quickly and the weight stays off. The secret is eating the right combination of healthy foods at the right times of day. I lost about 50 pounds and I'm keeping it off because the Phoenix Secret for Weight Loss program helped me restore my metabolism. You can lose up to 10 to 15% of your body weight in just 8 weeks while keeping your muscle mass. Don't wait. Start transforming your body, transforming your life today. Schedule your free consultation right now. Call 602-832-7440, 602-832-7440, or go to PhoenixSecretForWeightLoss.com. PhoenixSecretForWeightLoss.com. Results may vary.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it'd go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Do you know a veteran who deserves to be honored? KTAR and Honoring America's Veterans invite you to nominate a Valley veteran for a once-in-a-lifetime experience as a Grand Marshal in the Phoenix Veterans Day Parade on November 11th. Celebrate their service and join them in the festivities. Text HONOR to 620-620 or submit your nomination at honoringamericasveterans.org/honor-our-heroes. Let's honor our heroes together. Message and data rates may apply.
On July 21st, the D-backs host Jose Altuve and the Houston Astros at Chase Field for a 3-game series. Secure your tickets now at dbacks.com.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You've seen the Sweet James billboards, but here's what you need to know about them. If you're hurt in a car, truck, or motorcycle accident, Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a team you want on your side. With just over 25 years experience, 500-plus trials, and a win rate of 98% of the time, you need Sweet James in your corner. They've even been named the best attorneys in America. SweetJames.com or 800-9-million, 800-900-0000.
Temperatures are rising, and so are AC costs. But Collins Comfort Masters is here to help you stay cool without breaking the bank. Right now, get a brand new high-efficiency Lennox air conditioning system installed for as low as $99 a month. That's serious comfort at a seriously cool price. Collins has been taking care of the Valley for over 40 years. Call Collins Comfort Masters at 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com to schedule your appointment today.
KTAR News now.
It's 4:30. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn.
I'm seeing the fire backing down into the canyon. First time I've seen flames on this thing.
The pump house at Roaring Springs on the north rim of the Grand Canyon, which brings water to the south rim, is at risk of burning from the Dragon Bravo fire. Stefan Lasky with the Southwest Area Incident Management Team says their focus right now is protecting the pump house with heli-tac teams.
And when you have somebody on the ground, they can literally point to where they want to drop, and it's much more effective than a pilot just kind of flying and and trying his best to hit the target.
He says this fire has now grown to 8,500 acres in size. It's expected to grow with containment still at 0%. Of course, we're also keeping an eye on the white sage fire that's burning just north of the Grand Canyon. That one has already grown to nearly 52,000 acres. The Department of Drug Enforcement is sounding the alarm about an uptick in the seizures of methamphetamine, which they say is coming into the U.S. from Mexican drug cartels. Acting DEA Administrator Robert Murphy tells ABC News the agency is on pace to seize twice the amount of meth it did last year.
Meth disguised as watermelons. Other shipments secretly mixed with celery and onions. And now what Murphy says is a frightening new strategy by the cartels, turning meth into pill form, making it more marketable by taking away the stigma of injecting it or smoking it.
ABC News Chief Justice Correspondent Pierre Thomas. The Durant's Planetarium at the Arizona Science Center in Phoenix is about to reopen with some stunning upgrades.
After a year of closure, the Durant's Planetarium at the Arizona Science Center in Phoenix is reopening October 18th with a state-of-the-art 8K LED dome offering 100 times the brightness of a standard projector. The planetarium will have the capacity to fit 194 guests, with 106 premium fixed seats and 88 mobile seats, promising an immersive experience in space exploration. Tickets go on sale in August, and you can visit the Arizona Science Center's website for more information. Patrick Ugolini, KTAR News.
Time to check the roads now. Here's Heather Larson live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. I've been seeing just a little bit of intermittent slowing due to an earlier wreck on the southbound 101 at Cardinals Way. And also just to keep a little lookout on the 101 southbound if we head over to the East Valley, just north of Southern Avenue. There's just a couple cars on the shoulder there that hasn't cleared whatever's going on there. As for the city streets, a couple slow intersections, one in Chandler, Alma School, and Elliott, and another one at 15th Avenue in Southern. We're going to check traffic again in just about 15 minutes. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
We're expecting some rain, maybe some storms, about a 20% chance of some tonight with a low of 89. By tomorrow and Thursday, in the low 100s and a 50% chance of seeing some monsoon activity. In Buckeye, it's 106. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
The country's inflation rate rose to 2.7% last month, but the Valley's inflation rate held steady at less than 0.25%. This is Jim Sharp on the next Arizona's Morning News. Why inflation's better here, and could tariffs change that?
We know that the extreme heat can be a killer, and recent trends have shown that more and more people are struggling, suffering, and even dying from extreme heat events all over the world, and especially here in the Valley. Joining us right now, our news partner, our TV partner, ABC 15, and an amazing reporter there, Nicole Grigg, who has been doing a really, really awesome story digging into these heat deaths in the Valley. And first off, Nicole, my first question for you is the problem getting better or worse?
Well, I think just by the numbers, I mean, we had 37 fewer deaths in Maricopa County from 2024 to 2023. So 37 fewer deaths. I mean, that's not a lot of deaths, and a lot of people are dying. In Arizona, we have more than 900 people dying. That's a lot of people.
Wow. So in your story, you talk about a 72-year-old Arizona man fell on the sidewalk last year. And unfortunately, the hot surface burned 16% of his body.
Oof.
He died.
Yeah.
And they didn't count that as a hot death. If that's not a heat death, I should say. If that's not a heat death, what is a heat death?
Good point.
Yeah, cause of death, complications of thermal injuries. And where on the medical examiner report, it says how injury occurred. It said prolonged exposure to elevated environmental temperature on a hot surface.
Well,
so
come
that
on. So are we talking about how they're going to word certain deaths? Because it's like, okay, I think the 72-year-old guy probably fell down on the sidewalk because it was hot. And then he couldn't get back up, burned himself.
And died of the heat. Yeah.
And that killed him. And that's because why?
Right.
That's the heat. That's a heat death. What does like the Maricopa County Medical Examiner's Office, what's their What's their definition? How is that not a definition of a heat death? What's their definition?
Well, the county, Maricopa County, says that their methodology in counting heat deaths has remained consistent. But we don't really know what their methodology is. I've asked several times. But what I can tell you is that experts and advocates say when it comes to the medical examiner, the forensic pathologist, it's really subjective because it ends up being, their opinion on if they believe it was a heat death or not.
So is it fair to say, and again, with your reporting, Nicole Grigg from ABC 15, it's not as easy as I would say. There appears to be very few obvious ones. Everything has contributing factors, and sometimes these contributing factors are listed as the cause of death as opposed to the heat.
Correct. I mean, it is hard to count heat deaths, right? Whether someone has cardiovascular disease, right? A lot of people over a certain age, you're going to have cardiovascular disease. Well, that makes you escalated, right? That makes your risk even higher. So we saw some deaths where people, a woman, for example, she was evicted from her apartment. She was in her 70s, and she died within 2 weeks after being evicted. The cause of death was cardiovascular disease, and I think the secondary cause was from diabetes. So, it's just raising a lot of questions on, are we maybe dismissing it too quickly?
ABC 15 reporter Nicole Grigg is joining us. She's got an incredible investigation. Are some of these people who are dying of heat uncounted? Because let's go to the 70-year-old woman who got evicted and was out in the heat for 2 weeks. I know 1 + 1 is 2. So I'm thinking that she died of the heat. If they don't count that as a death, we can't put more resources into trying to save people out there. I mean,
if you don't know what the real number is, how do you attack it?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the question. I mean, across the country, heat deaths are grossly undercounted, right? There's not a standard way to track them. There's not a standardized way to count them. I mean, I can tell you each county across Arizona does it differently. Oh, wow. So if we don't have a standardized way, how can we really know if we are all counting the heat deaths?
Nicole, is there an argument that we should change the definition to heat contributed to the death, or something that takes into account all these other extenuating factors, so at least we understand the impact heat is having?
Well, that's why I also use the word heat related a lot, because, it is a lot of times a contributory factor, right? Whether you have, like I said, the cardiovascular disease, or maybe you did have drugs in your system, but was it enough drugs to kill you? Or did heat play a factor? And that's, again, why it comes down to a medical examiner's opinion.
Is our heat death problem much bigger than Maricopa County is admitting to? We're talking to ABC 15 investigative reporter Nicole Grigg. Says, I would say, if it's worse than what is being reported, or it's the numbers are bigger, that would tell me we need to invest more in cooling centers to save more people. And so if the numbers are I don't know if they're trying to keep the numbers down, but if they're trying to keep the numbers down, and you've got, somebody who clearly has died of heat, and they're going to just put it in another box, and they're going to say, this is how that person died. I guess that's
I was going to say, what it reminds me of? Some of the COVID discussions I was
thinking that. No,
okay.
No.
When you described it,
did you die of cancer, or did you die of COVID?
Right.
Or did you die of pneumonia, or did you die of COVID? Who are the people who are mostly passing away? Is it all? It's not always homeless people, right?
Yeah, it's not always homeless. It is not always people who are on drugs. I know people say that a lot. I've done a series of investigations into people dying indoors. That was my big piece,
Wow.
My big focus, the past few months as well. I mean, your grandma, your grandpa, and people are dying indoors because they're turning off their AC, and people don't talk about that. We need more resources for that as well. So this is a very complex issue. You talked about cooling centers. Well, we also found cooling centers closing at 4 o'clock. about a year and a half ago. So if they're closing before the hottest part of the day, it just shows like we need to be looking at this and relying on more than just, a cool space. It's very complex, this issue.
And Nicole, sincerely appreciate your time and being gracious with us. Is there going to be more tonight on the news? Can we watch more on this?
Yeah, so we have a follow tonight on ABC 15 at 6. Our full investigation on abc15.com. It's about 5 minutes, but I think it's really eye-opening. And yes, there are more stories coming. I want to know what our leaders have to think. We have politicians who have said, that what they're doing is working. But if we don't know the true number, then there's a lot of questions.
Hey, Nicole, what would you ask Governor Hobbs? We're going to have her on Thursday. Ooh. What do you think we should ask her?
Well, I think it's important, what is her reaction, that the death numbers might be much higher? And do we need to maybe look across the state at, having a standardized way so every county reports them? And twofold, should we be going back and reviewing deaths, like a review death panel, right? We do it for maternal deaths in states across the country. So do we need to go back and have a team that's reviewing these medical examiners' opinions to see if we're missing heat deaths?
I got it.
Great point.
I wrote it down. We will ask her on Thursday, 5:30.
Thank you so much, Nicole.
Thank you.
That's Nicole Gregg, ABC 15 reporter. And again, more on that story tonight on ABC 15 at 6. Coming up next, a quick check of the headlines. Becky Lynn's update us on that. When you're at a restaurant, question, do you kind of clean up your table after you eat?
What do you mean?
Before you leave.
Why would I do that?
Exactly. We'll talk about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
All right, the Lund Mortgage team. Time to call them. They'll get you pre-approved for a mortgage. They're not going to charge you. It's free. The market right now is shifted to a buyer's market. We got a lot of houses for you to buy. We've got about 20,000 homes that are out there. There are people, and you're going to tell you, you know what? I've actually seen a couple people now in my neighborhood put their home up for sale. I haven't seen that in years. So I'm sure you're seeing it in your neighborhood. So what do you do? What do you do if you're thinking about buying a house? What if you're thinking, okay, it is a buyer's market? The Lund Mortgage team is saying it's a buyer's market. They've been doing this for decades. What do? You call the Lund Mortgage team and just go through the process of getting pre-approved for a mortgage. It's free, as I said. And then the Lund Mortgage team will give you a number. The number is, here's the number, here's the how much house you can afford. And then you just go from there. Don't miss out on a buyer's market in the Valley. Who knows how long this is going to last? Buy the house. 623-875-9940, lundmortgage.com.
Exquisite. This oak door frame offers hints of aged glue, a fine sawdust finish, and delicate undertones of paint. A true culinary triumph for any discerning termite.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. If termites are treating your home like an upscale dining experience, it's time to shut down the feast. Call 602 Blue Sky today to schedule your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
Phoenix summers are not great for painting, so do what Don did. He called Rhino Shield.
Well, the home was built in 1948. Paint on the aluminum siding was peeling, and I couldn't find anyone who would repaint it until I called Rhino Shield.
Rhino Shield ceramic coating beats the Phoenix heat, and the crew
Painted all my aluminum siding, and I've got a front porch that runs the whole length of the house, and all the pillars and everything. And once they were gone, I couldn't even tell that they were there.
With Rhino Shield's 25-year warranty, you'll never have to paint your home again. And right now, get Rhino Shield for 10% off the regular price.
Well, I've told a lot of people, do the Rhino Shield. It's really a great product, and if you don't want to paint the house, that would be the way to go.
Here's owner Jim Williams.
This offer is limited, so call me at 855-4U-RHINO. That's 855-4, the letter U, Rhino.
Go Rhino!
Never paint your house again. Rhino Shield.
Homeowners, when you realize you must have a plumber or an AC tech, what is your number one concern? Hi, I'm Wayne Decker, owner of Plum Smart Plumbing, Heating, and Air. Around 85% of all complaints are, you guessed it, cost. Our number one concern is what we charge. We average 30 to 50% lower costs than our competition. 3,000 five-star reviews and a 4.9 Google rating, plus 5 straight years voted best plumber. Discover PlumSmart and expect excellence at about half the price. It's just plumsmart.com.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 4:46. I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. Arizona Attorney General Chris Mays is among 21 attorneys general asking Congress to prohibit immigration and customs enforcement agents from wearing masks and to require them to show their agency identifying symbol. The letter cites worries of confusion and impersonation due to the lack of clear identification in recent arrests. All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Let's get a look at the roads this afternoon with Heather Larson. She's live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. A little bit rougher deal right now on the 101 southbound. This is just north of Southern. Now, this thing that has been on the right shoulder for about half an hour or more now. We got some emergency crews on the scene, so this is now affecting not just the shoulder, but the right lane too. So if you're heading southbound on the 101, heading towards Southern, try to get over as much as you can into the left lane. Also, some spots of slowing on the Maricopa Freeway southbound 10 as you approach the 347 is slow, and then of course the 347 a little slow heading into Maricopa. Traffic brought to you by Dolphin Pools. For a limited time, we're offering a free travertine deck upgrade on every Dolphin Pools package. To learn more, visit dolphinpools.us today. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
An illegal alien from Guatemala charged with raping a child in Massachusetts. An MS-13 gang member from El Salvador accused of murdering a Texas man. A Venezuelan charged with filming and selling child pornography in Michigan. These are just some of the heinous migrant criminals caught because of President Donald J. Trump's leadership. I'm Kristi Noem, the United States Secretary of Homeland Security. Under President Trump, attempted illegal border crossings are at the lowest levels ever recorded, and over 100,000 illegal aliens have been arrested. If you are here illegally, you're next. You will be fined nearly $1,000 a day, imprisoned, and deported. You will never return. But if you register using our CBP Home app and leave now, you could be allowed to return legally. Do what's right. Leave now. Under President Trump, America's laws, border, and families will be protected.
Sponsored by the United States Department of Homeland Security.
Hey, this is Jim Sharp, and I am with Alexander Hobby, a recent graduate of Midwestern University with a degree in speech-language pathology. But that is not where your story started, Alex, is it?
No, it actually started in 2020. I went to a different school for a dental program, and then I just started flunking out. They wanted to dismiss me from the program, and I didn't know why. Went to an audiologist, was diagnosed with auditory processing disorder, and decided to go to Midwestern to major in speech-language pathology to help others like me.
So what was your experience like at the Midwestern clinics?
The doctors were very patient with me. The professors understood where I was coming from, and I was able to treat patients like myself similar to me, and it was just a great experience all around.
And you're going to use it to help others. That's amazing.
Definitely.
To learn more about Midwestern University's Therapy Institute, where you can receive unhurried care like I do, and all of the Midwestern University clinics, including dental, vision, and family medicine, visit mwuclinics.com.
Should elected officials' kids be off limits? We'll talk about a situation on the Mike Broomhead Show tomorrow morning starting at 8:15.
I want you to think about the last time you were at a restaurant. Went at a sit-down meal, a server, if you will. It started because there is, it's all because of TikTok, you know that.
Gotta love TikTok.
There is a waitress, a server, who posted a video on TikTok of the tables of different groups of people and how they left the table.
And groups, different age groups.
Specifically. For example, she has in one video a group of older folks. Okay?
What are we talking old?
Boomers. Baby boomers.
Okay.
60s and 70s.
Got it.
And next to them were the 30 and under crowd. Okay?
All right.
And she said, look at these two tables. Now, I'm going to tell you, and I'm looking at the pictures. One table Looks like a tornado ran through it.
Yeah.
There's stuff everywhere. The trash is kind of random, what do you call it, straw wrappers. There's some things on the floor.
Looks like they had a food fight.
The other table, it looks like they kind of stacked their plates and somebody, whatever all the garbage was put on one plate.
Yep.
Who did which?
Boomers were gross. Gen Z tried to clean up.
That's exactly what happened. And she said she had a table of 5 boomers. And she was a little surprised that they basically made no effort whatsoever. But the younger people, and and her argument was maybe they understand more of what it was like to kind of be a server more recently. And they kind of, I use the term police the table. I police the table when I'm done. Come on, let's put these over here and put the garbage and, you got to police your table. It's
I don't know.
I think it's just decency.
There's a couple things that I do when we go to dinner.
Okay.
The first thing is I never, and I was taught this. I don't know if it's right, but and I've been told this by waiters and waitresses. They don't want you to hand the plate to them.
Don't ever hand them the plate, and don't take it out of their hand.
Well,
either one.
How hungry are you?
Well, no, like they go to serve you, let them set it down.
Right? Yeah. So don't a lot of people like to stack it and then they don't like that.
Okay.
So I don't do that. One thing I do try and do is if I'm having, let's say I'm having some pasta, right?
Solid.
And it's on like a bowl plate kind of thing. If I have to hand the plate to them, because let's say I'm in a booth or something like that, I can either move it out,
you slide it down the table,
or in a rare case, I can hand it to them, but I hand them the side that doesn't have all the sauce on.
Very nice of you.
It is very nice of me.
You're here.
I try and don't look at me like that. I just try and be nice once in a while. I don't want them to get sauce all over their hand.
I don't know if it's generational. I honestly don't. I think it's kind of unfair to paint generations like that because I just think there's certain people that they just approach maybe going out to dinner very differently or approach sitting at a restaurant very differently. And there are those, and I understand it. These people are here to serve me. They work for me. I need another drink right now. And there's other people that are like, hey, they kind of enjoy the experience. Right. I understand you got a lot of tables. Hey, when you get a chance, I'll take a leather iced tea.
But I don't think I have to police my table.
Really?
It's there. I'm not going to make a mess.
International symbol for you're done is you cross the knife and fork on the table.
Okay.
On the plate.
On the plate.
When you cross them, you're done.
You're done.
That means you're done. The international symbol.
I think that's what that means.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I don't have to put like the little dish on top of the other dish and all that kind of stuff. I don't
the bread. I'll put the other dish with the bread plate. And I'll make sure. And
no.
And I pick up all of my little fake sweetener that I've been dumping into my iced tea. I take all the little things and I put them on the plate.
You probably tear the things and make a mess. And all
There's
that
stuff everywhere.
Okay, all right, I can get that. I can get that.
I kind of clean up my area.
Yeah. But I don't think you need to help someone.
My mom would be really upset to hear this because I never think I cleaned up my area at the dinner table.
Exactly, right?
Mom would be like, wait a minute. Wait, hold on a second. You do this at Chili's?
No, geez.
But you don't do it at my house. Yeah.
I think you've got to let them do their job. Don't make a total mess. But they don't. I've been told they don't want a lot of help. They don't want you to stack the plates and stuff. They don't want to do that.
Don't want plates stacked.
No.
I've heard that too.
Yeah.
Yes. And the thing about not making a mess, to me, that's the biggest one. It's like, if you've got, especially if you've got kids, napkins and stuff everywhere.
Gets on the floor.
Right. No, don't do that.
Yeah, you can clean that up.
You can police your area a little bit. We've got to check the headlines. Becky Lynn will do that for you. And then coming up next, is your boss the reason you're not living the American dream? Talking about it. It's coming up next. We're Outspoken on KTAR.
All right. A couple weeks, the Arizona Painting Company is coming to the house. They're going to paint the interior of the home. So last year, the Arizona Painting Company hired them, painted the outside of my house. This summer, they're going to do the entire inside, baseboards, ceilings. I mean, you name it, closets, of course, walls. Here's what some people always tell me about wanting to get the exterior of their home painted during the summer. It's not a nice thing to do. And I say, well, what do you mean? Well, kind of feel bad for the painters. They got to work out in the heat. And I'm here to tell you, don't worry. It's not too hot to paint. The painters from the Arizona Painting Company, this is their job. And they love it. And they want to do it every single day. They don't want to take summers off. They can't afford to take summers off. they willingly wanting or are going to want to come to paint your house. They did my house last year in the summer. Took a couple days and they were done. What they do is they just start a little bit earlier, work around the sun. Your home is painted. Do you want a discount? I'll send you one. All you have to do is text the word paint to 620-620, get some more info, and a discount from the Arizona Painting Company.
Sundays on KTAR News is the home for the #1 radio health talk show in America, the Dr. Bob Martin Show. Dr. Martin is a chiropractic physician, a board-certified clinical nutritionist, and a diplomate of the American Academy of Anti-Aging Medicine. Got a health-related problem or challenge? Not feeling well and you just don't know where to turn or what to do? Dr. Bob Martin is here for you every Sunday from 10 to 11 a.m. The Dr. Bob Martin Show on KTAR News.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month, but what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Pure Talk. A wireless company that actually stands for something.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Trying to make sense of the markets? Looking to diversify out of all the craziness? Thinking about tangible assets like precious metals? Listen to The Gold Show with Kenny Michaels right here on KTAR every Sunday afternoon at 12 p.m. Stay up to date on retirement trends, how the IRA rollover process works, and why investors are turning to physical gold. Kenny is a national talk show host with decades of experience in the markets. Tune in this Sunday afternoon at 12 p.m. for Kenny's Insights and The Gold Show on KTAR.
What we love about our ability to help patients at QC Kinetics is seeing their pure delight at finally being able to do the things they enjoy without pain.
I had a patient start treatment with me. He wanted to be able to be active again and do some of his sports that he really enjoyed.
Dr. Ashley Caravelli, a medical director for QC Kinetics, treats patients with chronic joint pain using their body's own biologics. The goal? Get them back to living their best lives without surgery or harmful drugs.
He came back and he goes, what I wasn't expecting was the ability to play on the floor with my grandchildren. Even just saying it now, I have goosebumps because it's changing those small moments that you take for granted.
Don't let joint pain rob you of those moments. See if you're a candidate for QC Kinetics regenerative treatments.
It just warms my heart to be able to help people live the life they want to live and get those small moments back.
Call QC Kinetics 602-837-7246 in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix. KTAR News now.
Good afternoon. It's 5 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn. The entirety of Grand Canyon National Park could be at risk of closing if the pump house at Roaring Springs is burned by the Dragon Bravo fire. KTAR's Heidi Hommel is live in the news center with the details.
The North Rim is expected to remain closed for the rest of the season as the Dragon Bravo fire has grown to more than 8,500 acres in size. Stefan Lasky with the Southwest Area Incident Management Team explains they're working to protect the Roaring Springs pump house that brings water throughout the park.
So we were able to insert a helitack crew in there. Helitack crew are firefighters that usually arrive to a fire by helicopter, so they can get into areas where we can't necessarily normally put boots on the ground.
Lasky says they have 6 helicopters and over 300 personnel working on fire suppression efforts. The Dragon Bravo fire is 0% contained. Reporting live in the news center, Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
And the white sage fire that's burning just north of the Grand Canyon has grown to almost 52,000 acres. We're watching that one as well. And here in the valley, we could be in for a wet end to the week.
Some sizable storms could come as early as today, but most of that will be focused to the far southeast. Meteorologist Sean Benedict with the National Weather Service says the valley's best chances for rainfall, though, will come on Wednesday and Thursday nights.
You could even have a lot of the activity may happen more towards early evening through the overnight hours, and maybe even some spotty stuff could happen in the morning. Even starting tomorrow morning, there could be some spotty stuff around.
Benedict says that will also bring cooler temps with the potential for highs to not even break 100 degrees those days. Colton Krolak, KTAR News.
The Chandler Police Department has recommended a felony charge of child abuse following the drowning of a 3-year-old. Trig Kaiser died after being found unresponsive in his family's backyard pool in May. The case against Brady Kaiser, the child's father, has now been submitted to the Maricopa County Attorney's Office for review. An alleged burglar arrested in the deadly shooting of an American Idol music supervisor and her husband in Encino, California. The suspect has been identified as 22-year-old Raymond Budarian. The bodies of Robin Kay and her husband, Tom DeLuca, both 70, were found on Monday. Here's neighbor Amy Fagan.
The police came to do a wellness check, and the family said they hadn't heard from him in 4 days.
As he landed at Joint Base Andrews after a Pennsylvania trip, President Trump teased more tariff negotiations in the works with several countries. The president has announced tariffs on Mexico, Canada, the EU, Japan, South Korea, and dozens of other nations. And he was asked how many deals are in the works.
We're working on probably 5 or 6. Of the 5 or 6, I'm not sure I really want to do them. You know, you want somebody that knows how to negotiate, but we'll probably have 2 or 3.
Hyundai Elantra owners, beware, you have Arizona's most stolen vehicle, according to 2024 auto theft insurance claims. DPS Detective Charlie Warner joined Arizona's Morning News to talk about the outdated tech that older versions of the Elantra have, causing them to be easier to steal.
It's the electronic immobilizer. So if somebody tries to force rotate that ignition, it talks to the computer of the vehicle and won't allow it to start.
Detective Warner adds that if you have a 2011 to 2022 Elantra, you should go to your nearest dealership and update your vehicle's software. Let's check on the roads headed home this afternoon. Heather Larson's in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. We've got a wreck with a motorcycle reported on the 10 northbound and Baseline Road. Also a crash on the left shoulder of the 10 westbound near 43rd Avenue. Another one, crash on the right shoulder of the 60 eastbound near Alma School Road. And if you're on the 101 Agua Fria Freeway in Scottsdale, this is going to affect you not when you're on the freeway, but if you're getting off on Pima Road's slow due to a wreck. This is north of Via de Ventura. Traffic is brought to you by Beatitudes. Our summer of super savings is on. Your parents can save big and enjoy a senior community like no other. Schedule your tour at beatitudescampus.org. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Keep an eye on that wet weather headed our way. That chance of rain tonight and maybe some thunderstorms, about 20% after 7, 89 for the overnight low, 50% chance of rain tomorrow, and our high around 102. In Phoenix, it's 106. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
You are getting on my last nerve.
speaking up for Arizona.
You've been on my last nerve for the last 3 hours.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's #1 talk show. Welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. Hour number 2.
Oh, a lot of people say hour number 2 is the best hour. A lot of people.
Hey, this time tomorrow, War Room.
That's right, 5 o'clock on a Wednesday, as we do every Wednesday at 5 o'clock.
Political symposium, if you will.
Even if you won't. We invite you to be here, and we'll have a different rotating cast of guests with different passions, expertise, and opinions.
And a lively discussion, and then at the end, there's always handshakes.
Yeah.
Which is a really cool thing.
Positive, exactly. You might have just heard Becky Lynn talking about the new news that came out regarding the drowning death of Trig Kaiser. Trig Kaiser was the son of Emily Kaiser, a YouTube star, kind of one of those mommy influencer type things. And Dad has now been charged by Chandler police.
Wow.
Let me take you back to what started, though, because I don't want to assume everybody remembers this.
No, right? I think it's important. I think we've got to start from the very beginning and find out what happened, and then does the man deserve to be charged?
May 12th, police responded to a drowning call in Chandler. The little boy was taken to Chandler Regional and then on to PCH, where he ultimately died 6 days later.
Oh.
Okay? Little boy's 4, if I remember correctly.
It's terrible.
So, Dad, Brady Kaiser, told police he was at home with the 2 boys, Trig and an infant boy named Theodore. He was alone with them. He told police he saw Trig playing near the pool, which was not uncommon. He also told police the pool usually had a protective cover on it. It did not at this time.
Yeah, that's one of the things they're going to look at. Where did it go?
Okay. He said he was caring for the newborn son, became distracted, lost sight of Trig for 3 to 5 minutes, then found him floating in the pool, according to police records. Here's something interesting.
All right.
Investigators filed search warrant applications for the surveillance footage from cameras in their backyard. And I'm wondering if there is information on those cameras or more information that has come to light since this tragedy in May that would lead them to charge the father, Brady, with a Class 4 felony charge of child abuse in the drowning death of his son.
So if you're getting the video footage, you're going to watch what happens.
You're going to know. You're going to know the timeline exactly.
Right. So what time does the father leave the 3-year-old outside and go inside? Because I'm thinking that maybe the baby that he's also taking care of needs to be changed or had an accident.
I wouldn't say he said he got distracted by the baby or had to take care of the infant.
Or it was hot or something you had to bring inside. So the timeline is going to be very important. Agreed. Is it 3 to 5 minutes like Dad said? Or was it a half hour? I don't know.
Well, it harkens back and reminds me of the issue down in Marana we had of the dad that left the little girl in the car while the car was running and went inside to play video games. But he initially said he was only in there for a half hour.
Oh, he lied, right.
And like they did the Ring cameras and stuff in the neighborhood and were like, no, it was closer to 2 hours. You know what I'm saying?
And his daughter died a horrible death.
Horrible.
All right, so they're looking at the footage. That's not out of the realm of strange. I mean, I'd want to look at the footage too if I'm the police. But maybe they don't think it's lining up right. But I don't know what that means. I mean,
or are we at the point now where if Trig was 3 years old? I apologize. I said 4 earlier. If you leave a 3-year-old alone in the backyard with a pool and they drown, that's child abuse.
That's child abuse.
Yeah, but no, yeah, but. Well, the phone rang. Not a good excuse. I had to make lunch. Not a good excuse. I got distracted by YouTube. Not a good excuse.
It's negligence.
I mean, are we getting to that point when it comes to these? Now, will that be a deterrent for other parents, other adults to not leave kids around water?
No.
I don't know.
I don't think so.
I don't know.
Listen, the man had to do it all over again. Of course he'd do it differently.
Absolutely.
Of course he'd do it differently. I don't know if he thought that there was something on the pool that was, because, there's something that you can put on top of a pool and it will protect your family.
Well, we used to have a solar cover on our pool.
That won't do it.
No, that will not. That would trap you.
Yeah.
Those solar covers, no. But they do make a solid cover.
It's called Catch a Kid.
They have the net, and then that you can get some people have one that, it rolls. It's electric. You can walk on it.
I think a lot of parents out there are saying, of course, I'd never leave my 3-year-old next to a pool. And I get it. But I think there are a lot of parents out there that are also saying, I've probably been in that spot. I've probably been in that spot where the second child had an accident.
Or whatever.
All over the place.
The doorbell ring, whatever, right?
Yeah. And you have to go back inside.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe you think, I'm just going to go back inside for a minute or 30 seconds. And then it's a couple minutes. And you kind of, you're juggling kids. You're juggling taking care of. I'm not making excuses.
I understand.
I'm just saying, I think a lot of parents are thinking the same thing. Like, I probably left my kid outside for a few seconds.
So when my goddaughters would come over to go swimming, because I had a pool and they didn't, when they came over, and maybe it's because of all of our 2 seconds is too long and all these stories, I was like Baywatch. I was right there. I had a chair next to the pool. I was in my swim trunks. I was ready to jump in if needed. Like I was terrified that they were in the pool.
Yeah, and I get that.
And I'm not a parent. It wasn't every day they were there. It was like every once in a while they'd come over, and I'm like, I'm on duty.
It's not going to happen on your watch.
Well,
no. I mean, I get that. But this is an everyday thing for these parents who go outside with their kids, and sometimes they play in the pool, and it goes back to if you think your kid is going to be okay for just a couple minutes outside at the pool while you go inside, no, we've lost too many kids.
So this is,
and I guess let me say this too. Yeah. I really do feel for this dad.
I don't believe it was purposeful.
Really do. No, I don't either.
There's no evidence of that.
That's not what I even mean. I just I can't imagine his wife coming home and looking at him.
Yeah.
Because it's his fault. And he knows it, and he's owned up to it, and I get that. But just I can't imagine the look from your wife, who just went out to have some fun with some friends, and comes home and
it's lost.
And you've got to deal with it. It's just,
Can I add something else? And this is interesting because another Valley police department, a spokesperson for Glendale, Sergeant Hoskin, kind of weighed in on this.
Okay.
Now, they're not involved in this case, but he said it is very rare for charges.
It is.
It is rare for police to recommend criminal charges when a child accidentally drowns. He said, obviously, the vast majority of these cases involve distraught parents, struggle to grasp how their child could have be gone simply because they were distracted for 30 seconds. Nobody's coming out and being like, oh, yeah, I left the pool gate open on purpose. That's not the way it is. He said, police always investigate a drowning to rule out cases of abuse or extreme neglect, but an absent-minded parent accidentally forgetting to lock a pool gate or door is unlikely to land them behind bars.
But he didn't accidentally walk away from the pool and go inside.
And so I guess what we're going to understand, and we'll learn more from Chandler Police, is, well, what is that standard?
Right. Sometimes it's very black and white. You take the guy who wanted to go play video games and he left his little daughter in a car. He left the car on, but the car doesn't stay on forever.
Yeah,
it shuts off after how long? I mean, that guy's I'd love to punch that guy in the face.
Yeah.
He knowingly left his daughter in a car.
That is the definition of neglect.
But this man also knowingly left the 3-year-old
in the backyard with a pool.
But here's the thing.
People don't see a pool. Like, if it was a roaring fire, would you do it? If it was a loaded gun, would you do it?
But
it's a pool and we're okay.
If you're in the car and it's a hot car, you're going to die.
Yeah.
That kid can't move. You've got a 3-year-old that is outside next to a pool. There's no guarantee that kid is going to fall in the pool.
I think we need to start treating pools like it's a bottomless pit. How's that? If you had a bottomless pit in your backyard, would you leave your kid there alone with it? I mean, at what point? Because they're not the only parents that are struggling with this horrible, horrible loss.
Horrible story of the 3-year-old, and now the cops are going to charge dad.
Yeah, in the Trig Kaiser case. Becky Lynn is going to update us on the other headlines, everything else you need to know. And then up next, just how fast can you cause $500,000 in damage to your neighbor's house? One guy found out. We'll talk about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9861. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9861. That's 800-575-9861. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
KTAR News Flash.
It is 5:17. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now.
I'm seeing the fire backing down into the canyon. First time I've seen flames on this thing.
And he's talking about the Dragon Bravo fire that's burning on the north rim of the Grand Canyon. It's grown now to more than 8,500 acres, and the number's expected to increase. Fire still at 0% containment. Hundreds of park employees had to be evacuated, and at least 70 structures have burned, including the Grand Canyon Lodge. Also keeping an eye on the White Sage fire burning just north of the Grand Canyon. That one has grown to nearly 52,000 acres. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, you can go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Checking the road home for you tonight. Heather Larson is in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. We've got a crash on the exit ramp of the 10 westbound near the 60 eastbound. Also another crash on the right shoulder of the 60 eastbound near Alma School Road. And looking at the surface streets of Scottsdale right now, there's a wreck at Curry Road and Scottsdale Road, but this is mostly affecting southbound Scottsdale Road as you approach Curry Road right now. We'll check traffic again in about 15 minutes. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Thank you so much, Heather. And a reminder that you could subscribe right now to the Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos podcast. It is a phenomenal podcast, I'm told. You'll never miss any of the show. You can listen to it when it's convenient for you. It's available for iPhone or Android. I mean, we've done everything we possibly could do, except you need to subscribe to it right now. Check it out. Brought to you by Revival Psychiatry. So, Gatos, have you ever... You get along with all your neighbors, don't
I do.
You guys, I think of Christmas time when you guys try to eat, everybody tries to out Clark Griswold each other.
It's awesome. My back still hurts from last Christmas.
I remember when you had the scratches from the branches.
Oh, gosh.
Climbing into the trees.
You got to climb the trees and you got to put the lights, but you got to do it the right way. Because one of my neighbors, you got to do it. Don't do it the wrong way.
Oh, yeah.
You got to do it the right way. And I'm like, I don't know what I'm doing.
I don't know which way is the right way. We found out, though, what you can't do to your neighbors, and certainly what you can't do to your neighbor's house.
It's pretty egregious.
Yeah. Well, and I can't imagine anybody that would think this is okay.
I think it's okay.
A Nantucket man. Okay?
Yeah.
The vacation island over there on the East Coast, Nantucket.
That's a hoity-toity place, right?
Went over to his neighbor's yard, went onto their property.
Correct.
And cut down, not one, not two, but 3 roughly 50-year-old trees.
Yeah, but he couldn't see the ocean, so he had to cut the trees down.
So that he could have a better view.
You have to have a better view. If you're over there, you got to have a view. These were like, again, these were small, little, like 1-foot trees.
They were, he used a chainsaw.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
Some of them were 30, feet high.
Right.
50-year-old trees.
It's going to be tough to replant those things.
By the way, I got it wrong. He cut down 16 of them.
16 trees.
Cut down 16 trees. Here's something.
Yeah.
Some were cedar, some were cherry, others were cypress.
Oh, cherry trees. That's just wrong.
It was like George Washington.
Like George Washington.
3 weeks after he cut down the trees, he listed his home for sale.
Oh, what a jerk. And you know what?
He wanted to sell it with a view of the agua.
Yeah, but all right. So what's the legal ease here?
You cannot walk onto your neighbor's house and cut their trees down. Full stop, period. There isn't a question in the law.
Yes, there is. Prove I did it. Where's the video?
Oh, for goodness sakes.
So I'm gonna give you a number. You ready? This is the amount of damage that one neighbor caused the other.
Okay.
And there's a lawsuit.
No, I would hope so.
So 16 trees come down. We don't need that. Come on.
And basically, the homeowner is accusing him of doing it to increase his property's value so they could see the water.
Right. According to the lawsuit, the property damage caused at the house is estimated at about $500,000.
What?
Here's why.
What kind of tree? How much does a tree go for these days?
Good point. To purchase and transport one 30-foot tall cypress.
Yeah, okay.
And that doesn't include putting the thing in the ground.
And we're dragging it. It's 30. It's on a big truck.
30. Thank you. 30 feet tall cypress.
It's like when they bring the Christmas tree, the national Christmas tree.
Right.
It shows up on a semi.
30-foot tall cypress, not including to plant the tree, is going to cost $22,000
per tree.
So is it 22 times 16? Is that what we're doing?
Well, that's only if you're doing cypress. I have no idea if the other trees would be more expensive or less. Can I tell you what his defense is?
Yeah.
When asked why he destroyed 16 of the 50-year-old trees, he said, and why he trespassed to do it. He said, I wasn't trespassing. I was just clearing out her crappy trees.
I get it. They probably were nice.
I get it.
Man. Oh, my gosh.
They say the homeowner who had her trees cut down said, I had those trees up so I didn't have to see him. They provided a barrier from him.
Why didn't the homeowner know this guy was cutting 16 trees down? He's making a ruckus out there.
Right, and there's trees falling everywhere.
Yeah.
I mean,
how do you let 16 trees fall to the ground?
You know what's not clear with me? Did he just leave all these trees just like knocked down in their yard?
You can't move them.
There's no way you can move 16 trees like that.
No, that's a lot.
And then what are you going to do? Did you cut them down? What trees?
Can you imagine going home and seeing that mess? You're like, what happened? Oh, my goodness.
That is absolutely crazy.
It's a crazy lawsuit.
Am I right? The trees were planted in the 70s by their family. They were familial trees.
So the tree meant something to them.
They say it caused lasting damage to the character, value, and privacy of their property. Oh, they're going to sue him for everything. Ha! You know how much the guy who cut the trees down? Guess how much his house is up for sale? 10 mil.
I was going to guess 6 mil.
10 mil. Well, it probably was 8 mil, and then he cut the trees down and went, hey, you want a view of the water? Let's tack an extra couple of mil on that.
Do you think he can go to jail for that? Property damage?
It's malicious. Yeah. I don't understand why it's only civil, because they do say there is criminal proceedings because he trespassed to do it. He had to go onto her property to cut down 16 of her trees.
She must be an awful neighbor for him to do that. I'm just saying.
I would argue he's the bad one in this.
Okay.
Checking the headlines are on the way, and Becky Lynn will get us up to speed on all of that. And then coming up, why are Tempe police delivering pizzas? Has it gotten that bad at the police department? We'll talk about it next. Outspoken on KTAR. Joining us now in studio, Governor Katie Hobbs.
Jake Hoffman Pill, correct?
Oh, definitely, yes.
What's wrong with him? Is this a guy like you wouldn't invite over to a 4th of July barbecue?
I'm not sure if we have enough time. Clearly, he has.
Oh, goodness.
Clearly, he has a partisan political agenda, and he's using his position in the Senate to terrorize all of Arizonans with it. I think Arizonans deserve better.
All right, so no barbecue.
No.
Not coming up for the barbecue.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. Talk to the governor every other week. If you missed the live conversation on 92.3, find it on the KTAR News app, our YouTube channel, or wherever you get your podcasts.
You know, I love telling people about a Life Changer loan and what it can do for you. And I love hearing from listeners who've done that very same thing. I got a real life story here. Got a listener. Thank you, by the way. She's a former nurse, now turned recruiter, and a single mom of a teenage boy. Now, she's been renting for a few years after selling her house. She was waiting for home prices to come down. By the way, how's that turned out? She was really dreading the thought of signing on for another 30-year mortgage at today's interest rates. Well, she looked into a Life Changer loan. Can I give you the results? Yeah. With a Life Changer loan, she is going to pay off her mortgage in 7.8 years. That's right, less than 8 years. And compared to a traditional 30-year mortgage, she is going to save $376,000 in interest alone. You can find out how you can save money, how you can pay off your home, and how you can be in control of your finances. And you can do it all without changing your spending habits. It's called the Life Changer Loan. Check them out at lifechangerloan.com. Lifechangerloan.com. It's not magic. It's just math.
Hi, it's me, Flo, here to tell you that with the Progressive Home and Auto Bundle, you get 24/7 protection, so you're covered no matter where the day takes you.
Even I added too much water to the pizza dough day?
Yep.
How about getting a call from my daughter to pick her up at the airport because her boyfriend is unreliable day?
Especially that day.
What about finding out that one of my pipes suddenly burst in my basement day?
Progressive has every day covered 24/7 with the Home and Auto Bundle. Also, you have a lot of bad days.
Oh no, that was all the same day.
At least you're covered with Progressive.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
This summer with Kohl's, you can rack up the compliments. Like, where'd you get that dress? Tell me all your makeup secrets. Or, ooh, my husband needs that polo in every color. Because Kohl's has what you need. Cute dresses, Sephora essentials, stylish polos, comfy kids clothes, and more. Plus, take 20% off some of your faves. Yep, cue the compliments with Kohl's. Select styles, some exclusions apply. Offer ends July 20th. Coupons and Kohl's Cash do not apply to Sephora. See store or kohls.com for details.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Our firm handles hundreds of crash cases involving semi-trucks every year. A crash case involving semis is much different, and if you don't know what you're doing, you can leave lots of money on the table. Many times there is separate insurance for the cab and for the trailer. Sometimes there are actually layers of other insurances and excess insurance that some lawyers may not know about because they don't see that many cases. We see these cases every day. Also, there are federal laws governing the hours a driver may drive in a 24-hour period and logs that are required. A crash case involving a semi-truck is a totally different animal than a simple car crash. We have lawyers who only handle these cases. It's all they do. Rolling the dice with the wrong law firm can be disastrous. Call us on your cell phone at Pound Law, pound 529. It's so easy. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Tired of running out of hot water? Right now at Precision Air and Plumbing, get 25% off a tankless or hybrid water heater. Systems that deliver hot water on demand, take up less space, and cut down on energy costs. It's efficient, reliable, and perfect for Arizona homes. And with flexible financing options, it's more affordable than ever. Make the precision decision today and call us at 602-765-ICE.
Precision decision with Precision Air.
Every student deserves choices in their education. This fall, choose the way you learn. Choose flexibility and personalized support. Choose a cutting-edge, award-winning curriculum. Choose Primavera Online, and you'll be choosing a school that's nearly 25 years strong and can give you a high-quality online education. We're tuition-free, accredited, and now enrolling grades K to 12. Enroll at ChoosePrimavera.com. That's ChoosePrimavera.com.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys. And I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month. But what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Pure Talk, a wireless company that actually stands for something.
KTAR News now.
It's coming up on 5:31. I'm Becky Lynn. The father of a 3-year-old who died after being found unresponsive in a backyard pool could face a felony child abuse charge. Chandler police say they've made that recommendation against Brady Kaiser after Trig Kaiser's death in May. This case has been submitted to the Maricopa County Attorney's Office for their review. This year's monsoon has provided some relief statewide after a dry period, according to Arizona's climatologist, Erin Ann Saffel. But she adds that only time can tell exactly how drought conditions will change after the rainy season.
So we just kind of have to sit and wait and see where we can get more precipitation. Some people can get a lot of rain and others may not get any, and then the next event may bring it in.
She says the western region of the state has improved drought conditions in recent months due to monsoon rains, but southern portions of the state continue to stay dry. Here in the valley, we are expecting to get a little rain this week, and we'll have that forecast coming up. The military presence in Southern California helping with immigration enforcement is being reduced.
2,000 National Guardsmen are being withdrawn from their mission here in L.A. According to the Pentagon, nearly 4,700 National Guardsmen and active duty Marines were deployed to L.A. in early June with the mission of protecting federal buildings and personnel during ICE operations that were underway. The Pentagon saying the lawlessness in L.A. is subsiding and 2,000 National Guard troops are being released back under the jurisdiction of Governor Gavin Newsom. Alex Stone, ABC News, Los Angeles.
Checking on the road home tonight. Here's Heather Larson live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. I'm looking at the 10 southbound where you're trying to get to Wild Horse Pass and Queen Creek Road. This is all a little bit slow here. Then you're going to hit the 347, maybe because you want to go to Maricopa. You're going to hit that Maricopa Road, and then your 347 is going to slow for you. Just a little extra slow down there today. Now, on the surface streets around the valley, we got a wreck on Frank Lloyd Wright near Greenway. Another one at Chandler Boulevard and 40th Street, and also in Scottsdale at Curry Road and Scottsdale Road. Traffic brought to you by Arizona Painting Company. Arizona Painting Company, the #1 painting company in Arizona. They do it all, residential and commercial, inside and out. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
After 7 o'clock tonight, there is a 20% chance we could see some rain and storms in portions of the valley, mainly to the southeast. Low overnight 89. That chance of rain jumps to 50% tomorrow evening. Our high tomorrow, about 102. It's 104 in Apache Junction. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Hi, Chris Merrill. One pleaded guilty and 6 other Gilbert goons are awaiting trial in the 2023 murder of a 16-year-old Preston Ward. Now, the judge in that case says the defendants need more time to prepare. How much time are these guys going to get? You're going to find out this afternoon at 3 on the Chris and Joe Show.
It's raining in Tucson.
All right, thank you for that. Thank you for the update.
I'm just here to give you the updates on weather.
But not weather here, just in general weather.
It's raining in Tucson.
In Tucson.
Most exciting thing that's ever happened there.
Oh, God, here we go again. What do your kids went to U of A?
Yeah.
What do they think about your besmirchment?
They think I'm on target. Great school, great campus. They get a great education. That place is a pit.
Oh, God. Okay.
Becky, when it's raining in Tucson, right?
Yeah, I heard that.
Yeah, all right, I'm just letting you know.
Are you headed down there now just so you can...
No.
No? Oh, okay. Just
it'll be raining here hopefully soon enough.
Yeah.
I'm just adding to the weather coverage on KTAR.
Thank
You're
you
doing
for
a heck of a
Appreciate
job.
it.
Thank you.
It's raining in Tucson.
Don't let anybody tell you different.
South Tucson.
It's South Tucson specifically.
I'll let you know.
And by the way, it's a different city than Tucson.
I don't know.
I worked in South Tucson.
Good for you.
Yeah. A pretty amazing video. I've tweeted it out or retweeted it basically from Tempe Police Department. Okay.
Oh, I'll retweet it too.
Do that. I'm at the Bruce St. James. What are you at on the Twitter machine?
I don't know.
Okay, of course. The Tempe Police Department put out a video of a Ring camera and of body cam footage of two Tempe police officers delivering a pizza while on duty. And I'm starting to think just how rough are things down at the Tempe Police Department that they got a moonlight delivering pizzas.
Don't think they're moonlighting.
It wasn't it.
I think they were finishing a delivery.
So, see, what had happened was...
This is incredible. And by the way, national story.
Oh, it's everywhere.
Like, everybody's talking about this. It's all over social media.
Yes. There was a traffic stop, and a DoorDash delivery driver was pulled over for a traffic infraction and had some other issues with the law.
Yeah.
And ended up getting arrested. Tempe police found a pizza and what looks to me like a little box of breadsticks from Little Caesars inside the car. And the guy says, I'm delivering pizza.
It's a lot of bread to be eaten.
So it's a lot of carbs.
A lot of carbs to be eating.
They could kill you. So instead of doing anything else, the two officers, after they finished up the traffic stop and the guy got hauled off, went ahead and delivered the pizza to a lovely lady who was a little surprised to see two cops standing outside of her door with her pizza, which they claimed still warm at the time.
Yeah. I'm looking at a picture of the woman who has come outside of her door. Her mouth is wide open.
She's a little surprised. Fair?
Her mouth is wide. She's so surprised. She's holding the pizza and the breadsticks, and she's just like...
She thanked him. She's very nice.
It's the last thing. Like, you're expecting somebody to deliver what you ordered. Not a cop.
Yeah. Did my pizza commit a crime?
Do you think that she asked, why are you here? How did this all work out? I'm sure that would be my, like, you'd be surprised, but that'd be my thing. Like, what happened to the Grubhub dude?
So the officer said, so your Grubhub guy got arrested.
Okay, there you go.
He said, so we still delivered the pizza.
Would you like to come in and have a slice?
She did not. She did not invite them in.
What is she?
And
how could she do that?
She didn't even tip them. It's all on the body cam video. That body cam doesn't lie.
Let me add to this. She's originally from Tucson, so obviously that's the case.
There we go. Yeah.
Let me be serious for a moment, because it's such a great story.
I don't like to do that very often, but go ahead.
I love this story for a lot of different reasons. But I think the one reason I love this story so much is because it kind of warms your heart.
Yeah.
What we're watching in America right now are raids and ICE, and they have masks on, and it's hard to watch it. People are being handcuffed and chased.
Through onion fields.
And I'm just saying, it doesn't matter what side of the argument you're on. Hey, they're here illegally. We have to remove them. Or you're on the other side of, why are we doing this? And the bottom line is we're all watching it. Mm-hmm. We're all seeing it with our eyes. We're seeing the actual arrests. We're seeing the roundup, if you will. And I think that this, and I'm not saying that ICE and the police, listen, it's law enforcement. I like this law enforcement story from Tempe because I think it's really needed at this very moment when we're subjected to, a lot of different raids that we're seeing around the country. This is a great story about police officers just doing something that's kind of nice.
Kind of fun.
It's fun. I don't think that they expected this story to go viral the way it did. But again, it's ugly to watch anybody get tossed to the ground and cuffed.
The Nazis love it. Don't be silly.
Well, those are Nazis.
They love it.
I think it shows a different side of law enforcement. I think this is the story that we need to see. And I really liked it.
I know it happens. I bet you there's more things that happen like this that we just don't have a camera or video on. Do you know what I'm saying? I mean, the idea that police officers go and do things above and beyond. Again, I'm assuming delivering pizza is not part of the Tempe Police Department policy. But, this was an opportunity for them to kind of, I bet she was like right outside the, like, dude, Take the pizza. Deliver the pizza.
I'm trying to figure out. There was another story that went viral in Phoenix. Maybe it was earlier this year.
Which one was that?
I don't remember, but it was a.
Well, you had the one where the police officers on the 60 stopped and pulled the woman out of the burning car.
Well, that's awesome.
Remember? They weren't even. It wasn't even their city. They were like going to work.
It was a different one. It was something that was similar to this, kind of off the path of something that would be reported. And I remember the Phoenix Police Department made an effort to push it out. And I think that we need to push those type of stories out. I want to see the Tempe Police Department arrest a guy, most likely for a good reason, and then they go, you know what? We're here to protect and serve. We're gonna go over and deliver the pizza. It's lighthearted, and it's not what we're seeing every day with the tough stuff with rates. And I'm like
it's a good story. And it is fun, right? And we can have some time with it.
Yeah.
Checking the headlines are on the way. Becky Lynn's got that for us. Coming up next, you ready for? Let's have some fun with this. Will the Epstein case cause a permanent rift in Trump's standing with the MAGA base? We'll talk about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
All right. For a limited time, you can get some great deals at Connecticut Water. All you have to do is call them. All you have to do is check them out at aquazona.com. It's summertime, and you know what? They've got some really cool deals. I'll give you a few of them in a second, because I got to tell you, I think it's important for you to have good water in your house. How long have you had bad water in your house? I remember moving here, and I couldn't figure out why the water tasted so bad. And then I learned that we put a lot of chlorine in Arizona water, and it tastes terrible. And we all know it tastes terrible. And the solution is not, I repeat, not going to buy all this bottled water. It's overpriced. It's way too expensive. And it's just tap water. That's it. When you call Connecticut, ask about free trials. Ask if they've got a deal on the top of the line Connecticut system. Ask. Just mention Gatos. Over 37 years in business. 602-910-6570. Check them out at aquazona.com.
Tired of fighting for your store's last bottle of water, or lugging hundreds of bottles of water each year from the store to the car to the fridge to the recycling? For less than $1 a day from Parker & Sons, you can have an unlimited supply of bottle quality water right at your tap. Drinking water keeps you healthier, aids in weight loss, keeps skin hydrated, and flushes your body of toxins. Call Parker for your free estimate on a reverse osmosis system at 602-2-REPAIR or visit parkerandsons.com.
Hi, KTAR listeners. It's Wayne from AMCO. Hey, it's no secret that if your AC isn't working, it can turn your car into an oven on wheels. But fear not, AMCO's here to help rescue you from the heat. Tell us more, you say? Well, at AMCO, our certified techs are experts in diagnosing and fixing AC issues. Whether it's a refrigerant leak, a compressor failure, or just needs a simple recharge, we've got you covered. So here's what sets AMCO apart from the rest when it comes to AC repair. Not only do we have a free AC check, we have an online coupon for $25 off our comprehensive inspection of the entire AC system. Plus, with our transparent pricing and warranty options, you can trust that you're getting the best service for the best price. Now that's what I call a cool deal. So don't sweat it this summer. So Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
Got ranking? You should, because your company or your favorite business will benefit. Voting is live for Ranking Arizona, the state's largest business opinion poll. Discover the best from high-tech to healthcare and from restaurants to real estate. Just visit azbigmedia.com, click on the Ranking Arizona tab, choose your favorite, and cast your vote. Make your voice heard and who you recommend doing business with. Vote now through July 31st at azbigmedia.com. Got ranking? You should.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 5:45. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. Inflation rose last month to its highest level since February, as President Trump's sweeping tariffs push up the cost of a range of goods, including furniture, clothes, and large appliances. Consumer prices rose 2.7% in June from a year earlier, according to the Labor Department, up from an annual increase of 2.4% in May. Worsening inflation poses a political challenge for Trump, who promised during last year's presidential campaign to immediately lower costs, only to engage in a back-and-forth frenzy of tariffs. All of our top stories just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Let's get a look at the roads now with Heather Larson. She is in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. A wreck just reported on Beardsley and the 101 at 27th Avenue. This looks like it's on the frontage road, not on the freeway. And then if we head over to more of the east side here, there's a wreck at the 202 Red Mountain Freeway, eastbound at 32nd Street. That's going to slow things for you just from 40th Street to 32nd Street at this hour. Traffic brought to you by your Valley Chevy Dealers. Chevy drives America, and your Valley Chevy Dealers have great offers going on now. Trucks, crossovers, SUVs, and EVs. Stop by Earnhardt Chevrolet in Chandler today. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Do you know a veteran who deserves to be honored? KTAR and Honoring America's Veterans invite you to nominate a Valley veteran for a once-in-a-lifetime experience as a Grand Marshal in the Phoenix Veterans Day Parade on November 11th. Celebrate their service and join them in the festivities. Text HONOR to 620-620 or submit your nomination at honoringamerica's-veterans.org/honor-our-heroes. Let's honor our heroes together. Message and data rates may apply.
Did you know SRP is a not-for-profit utility? So what does that mean for you? It means everything we do is done with you in mind, like offering flexible rates, payment plans for every income level, and best-in-class reliability. It also allows us to make decisions that benefit our community. As a not-for-profit, SRP prioritizes power, water, and you. Find savings, reliability, and more at srp.net/value.
It's another hot Arizona summer, so keep your home cool by blocking out the heat with my friends from Window World. If your windows or patio doors are hot to the touch and warming up your home, then it's time for new Solar Zone Sun Shield glass windows and doors from Window World. According to Window Nerds, these windows have a 0.14 solar heat gain coefficient, which means these windows keep the heat outside where it belongs. Plus, every Window World window is backed by a true lifetime warranty. And this summer, Window World will install 6 large premium sliding windows, all with Solar Zone Sun Shield glass, tax included, for one low upfront price of only $4,725. No gimmicks, no hassles, just the best value in replacement windows and doors, period. Call or schedule online at windowworldphoenix.com. That's windowworldphoenix.com. Window World, simply the best for less.
LaDonna Harvey here. Are heat-related deaths being accurately reported? Find out tomorrow morning from 5 to 8 on Arizona's Morning News with Jim Sharp and me on KTAR.
All right, Gato, this is a pretty good question. Is the whole Epstein, what do you want to call it, scandal, case, brouhaha?
List.
Is it going to be the thing that causes a rift between Trump and the MAGA base?
I don't think so.
Neither do I. There's nothing. They're never going to leave him. They could care less. He's lying to them. They could care less.
When it comes, and we talked to Meghan McCain about this yesterday.
Yeah,
Mondays at Meghan
Mondays
5.
at Meghan, yeah.
Right. And like on her podcast, she's talking a lot about this. You and I haven't really talked a lot about this.
No.
I will say this. I don't think Trump is on the list. I've said it before. I don't know why he was friends with that slug.
I don't know if he is or not.
I don't know if he is or not either. My guess is he's not on the list because Biden would have put the list out.
Seems pretty hard to. He's pretty hard fighting right now to make sure nothing gets out.
Yeah, I mean,
why?
Who knows? I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know, but I don't think he's on the list. There are pictures of him and Epstein and all that kind of stuff. Same
Lots
with
of
Clinton and
yeah.
Okay. Here's what I care about. Tariffs. Here's what I care about. Inflation. Inflation went up, by the way, probably because of the tariffs. Here's what I'm worried about. He just put another tariff on tomatoes from Mexico.
Mexican tomatoes, which is about half the tomatoes in the country.
Right. That's kind of the stuff that I'm worried about the economy. I'm not worried about who's on a list with Epstein. I'm really not. It's so disgusting.
No, it's a horrible story.
I don't. If it's, let me ask you this: if they release the files or the list, then what happens?
Yeah.
What happens to make the world better?
But keep in mind, this entire thing is driven by the conspiracy loons. This is a QAnon thing.
Okay.
QAnon believes the government, the media, the world is run by the elites, and they have a pedophile ring. Like, this is the lunatics.
Then I don't care.
I don't disagree. I'm with you. But this is where it all came from.
Right.
And Trump had no problem feeding that and basically egging them on along the way.
He did say that he was going to release it. And
of course he did.
When he didn't, then you have people saying,
well, what are you hiding?
What are you hiding? And by the way, he's got all these big wins lately. This thing is sticking around, man. The Epstein files, he's getting asked every single time.
Why are people still talking about it? Because you talked about it all the time.
Right. This guy is dead.
Well, the story just keeps changing. The story went from there are files.
Then they're not.
To we're going to release the files.
Right.
To we already released the files.
There's no list.
There is no files. To the files were done by Obama and Clinton. Like the story changes every other minute.
The only reason that this is a story is because it's so disgusting and salacious, and people want to know if anybody that is famous is on this list.
I disagree.
Okay. Why?
I think the reason that the loons who are still pushing this want to know is because they think it will harm their political enemies. They believe the list will harm those people. They could give a about
you're talking about Republicans
about
and
children.
Democrats.
They couldn't care less about trafficked children.
Let me understand.
They see this as a political weapon.
So if the left wants it released, they will use it against
because they say,
right.
well, it's got Donald Trump on it.
Okay. So they're all looking for a name to use.
Absolutely.
I think that's part of it.
Absolutely they are.
Yeah.
Oh, come off of it.
Yeah, I mean,
there's no other reason that they're that excited.
And I go
about
back to what I said. What does it do if this list is the only thing that, honestly, the only thing that matters is Trump on it or not. That's it. Because
it's not a list of one.
What if he is on it? And I don't think he is, but what if he is on it?
Would you be surprised?
Yeah, I think I'd be surprised.
Not at all.
A
convicted rapist? No, I wouldn't.
What are we talking about? Like him going to the island and being with a little kid?
Oh, gee, it's not like he ever said about all kinds of things about young girls.
Said, I get it. What he says is disgusting. I get it.
Sleep with his daughter.
His daughter. That was weird too. Yeah. Doesn't mean that he went to an island.
Doesn't mean he did.
It doesn't.
It's a hell of a lot more than I've ever said.
Me too. Yeah. So I guess I understand the fascination that people have with it, and maybe they just want to know it's Jerry Springer like, and they can't get enough of it.
It is salacious. It has like all those bits to it,
right?
Power and sex and crime, and it hits on a lot of those things. Yeah. Epstein didn't kill himself. All the conspiracy loons out there. Believe me, they are knee deep.
Yeah.
I'll remind you, the QAnon is it's Scientology for hillbillies, is what it is.
You know what I call them?
What?
Low IQAnons.
That's good.
It's pretty good.
Like I call Quarry Lake. Anyway. What? Every time I spell her name, I spell it with a Q.
I know.
Every time, you lunatic. We have a check of the headlines on the way. All right?
We may discuss this in the war room tomorrow.
Oh, God, I hope we get...
Oh, gosh.
Do we have a lunatic and a defendant? Oh, please tell me.
Be nice.
And we'll see. I'm not a nice person. Whoever told you I was nice? They lied. They absolutely lied to you. That is not my brand.
Bring it over here. Let's give me a hug.
There you go. Hug it out.
There you go.
Checking the headlines are on the way. Becky Lynn's got that for you. And then coming up next is our heat death problem. Much bigger than Maricopa County is even admitting to. ABC 15's Nicole Griggs is going to join us. They've been doing some digging. We'll share it with you. Coming up next, Outspoken on KTAR.
All right, let me talk to the men out there about Red Mountain weight loss. Yeah, maybe you need to lose weight, but maybe there's another issue. It's an issue that guys don't want to talk about. Low testosterone. Guys, you really want to talk about that? Probably not. But we should. Truth is, men today have 20% less testosterone than their dads did. So, if you're feeling sluggish, if you're losing focus at times, if you're having some trouble in the bedroom, listen, you got low T. It's no big deal. Low testosterone, no big deal. Simple fix, Red Mountain. If you mention Gatos this month only, you save a couple $100. And you can start your testosterone therapy. No startup fee. You'll gain muscle, lose fat, say bye-bye to the dad bod. And things are going to start picking up for you, I think. Low testosterone, don't worry about it. Just call Red Mountain, redmountainweightloss.com.
Speeding while driving gives you less time to react. Another car could turn out in front of you. A pedestrian could be walking their dog. Follow the speed limit to keep them safe. Speeding catches up with you. Paid for by NHTSA.
Orthopedic care. At Abrazo Health, we believe these two words are better together. When joint pain postpones a walk with friends or halts a weekend hike, recruit our orthopedic physicians, surgeons, and physical therapists to join your team. From our minimally invasive advanced technology designed to improve patient outcome to our comprehensive rehabilitation program, start your journey to a pain-free life. Find your partner in care at abrazohealth.com/orthopedics.
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today at 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
If you're dealing with joint pain, let's get you some relief. Right now, QC Kinetics is offering free laser treatments all through July when you schedule your complimentary consultation. During your first visit, they'll actually do a free laser treatment on the area that's been bothering you. It helps decrease the pain, calm the inflammation, and increase your range of motion. Their big goal? Long-term relief for pain in your knees, hips, shoulders, or back without going under the knife. They use advanced regenerative therapies like platelet-rich plasma and cellular treatments that target the problem at its source. People all over the country have been able to avoid surgery just by getting a second opinion from QC Kinetics. And right now, you've got nothing to lose and a free laser treatment to gain. Book your consultation this month. So why wait? Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix.
Summers are brutal in Phoenix, and if you hate to paint year after year, then do what Deanna did. She called Rhino Shield.
I was noticing some cracks in the stucco and the paint's faded. I was like, okay, I think I should get the house painted. So my neighbor had a Rhino Shield placard in the yard, and after they were finished, I was just, wow. With the warranty and everything, it just seemed silly not to go that route.
The ceramic coating of Rhino Shield is specifically formulated for our climate.
So the Rhino Shield crew came out. Nothing was damaged in the process. I was very happy. They just didn't leave a mess. You couldn't even tell they were there. And the house looked so different. It just looked like a new home.
Better than paint, backed by a 25-year transferable warranty, and now get the protection of Rhino Shield for 10% off the regular price.
Rhino Shield, I think it increases the value and the curb appeal of your home. Definitely worth it.
Rhino Shield owner Jim Williams.
This offer is limited, so call me at 855-4U-RHINO. That's 855-4-U-RHINO.
Go Rhino!
Never paint your house again. Rhino Shield.
Pay tribute to a teacher, presented by Your Valley Toyota dealers. We want to lift up amazing Arizona teachers. So tell us about an outstanding teacher worthy of a $2,500 check by texting teacher to 620-620. Message and data rates may apply.
Hi, I'm Faye Fredericks. When you want to know what's really happening in Arizona, join Javier Soto and me. We bring the stories that truly impact your life, getting you the answers you deserve. Weeknights at 5 and 6 on ABC 15.
KTAR News now.
Good evening. At 6 o'clock, I'm Becky Lynn.
I'm seeing the fire backing down into the canyon. First time I've seen flames on this thing. And
the Dragon Bravo fire that's burning on the north rim of the Grand Canyon has now grown to more than 8,500 acres. It is still 0% contained. KTAR's Heidi Hommel joins us now live from the News Center with an update.
The fire is only expected to get bigger. The Southwest Area Incident Management Team took over fire suppression efforts yesterday. Firefighter Stefan Lasky tells KTAR the pump house at Roaring Springs, which brings water to the south rim, is at risk of burning.
We have firefighters down there in that area at the Roaring Springs where the water source is, and they're able to coordinate with the helicopters doing bucket drops. We've got 6 helicopters here doing bucket drops.
So far, 70 structures have burned, and hundreds of Grand Canyon Park employees had to be evacuated from their homes on the North Rim. Reporting live in the News Center, Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
Also, the White Sage Fire burning just north of the Grand Canyon has grown to nearly 52,000 acres in size. After some brutal summer days, rain may be on the horizon. Meteorologist Sean Benedict with the National Weather Service says storms are in the forecast for tomorrow and Thursday, especially during the nighttime hours, and with that, some cooler temperatures.
Yeah, we are expecting temperatures to cool down with this increase in moisture. Phoenix area, we're only expecting to barely creep over 100 degrees. If we get locked in clouds or if we have some good rain, there's even a chance maybe we don't get to 100.
And some stronger storms could hit as early as tonight, although Benedict expects those will hit to the southeast of the valley. The state climatologist says more rain's good news.
This year's monsoon has provided some relief statewide after a dry period, says Arizona climatologist Erin Saffel.
Just came out of a really dry summer last year, a really dry fall, and a really dry winter. But having a wetter May and June was a great start, but we've got a lot to make up.
And she says the western region of the state has improved drought conditions due to monsoon rains, but other areas continue to stay dry.
Southern counties are still dealing with more extreme and exceptional areas of short-term drought.
Overall, Saffel says it's been a decent monsoon, but it's hard to estimate exactly how it will impact future drought conditions. Bowen Overstoles, KTAR News.
The Chandler Police Department has recommended a felony charge of child abuse following the drowning of a 3-year-old. Trig Kaiser died after being found unresponsive in his family's backyard pool in May. The case against Brady Kaiser, the child's father, has been submitted to the Maricopa County Attorney's Office for review. Now, I can't imagine why anyone would ever want to be associated with this, but a week-long eBay auction to buy the infamous Fire Festival brand has ended. One lucky bidder, or unlucky bidder, bought the name rights to the botched music event.
The winning eBay bid for this fire sale shows an anonymous buyer paid $245,000 to take over the Fire Festival brand name, registered trademarks, IP, and social media accounts, along with marketing assets and other rights. The former owner, Billy McFarland, has been mired in failed festivals, billed as luxury events that fizzled or didn't deliver. In a recent interview, McFarland says he still owes $26 million to the initial Fire Festival investors. Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
Turning to Wall Street, the Dow dropped 436 points today, closing out at 44,023. S&P down 24, while the NASDAQ rose 37 points. For more money news, visit the Business Center at KTAR.com. Checking on traffic now, it's Heather Larson in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Moments ago, they just cleared what was going on at 32nd Street and the 202 westbound. There had been a wreck, and that was in the HOV lane. They finally cleared that off. So if you're sitting in that traffic on the westbound 202 from the Hohokam Expressway over to 32nd Street, that should be clearing up for you now very nicely. Traffic is brought to you by your Valley Toyota dealers. Summer's a great time to get a new Toyota. Choose from the best-selling models like Camry, RAV4, Tacoma, Tundra, and more. Visit your Valley Toyota dealer today. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Later tonight, we could see some rain in parts of the valley. Overnight, low 89, 50% chance of rain tomorrow with a high of 102 and 101 on Thursday, with still a pretty good chance we'll see some more monsoon activity. In Peoria, it's 106 degrees. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. For the replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
Don't even try that with me.
Speaking up for Arizona.
Oh, you don't like what I'm saying? Yeah, that means I'm doing my job right.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's #1 talk show. Welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos, third hour of the show.
Oh, most people tell you third hour is the best hour.
It's because we're trying to get the hell out of here. It's fast.
Now.
So, heat deaths in Arizona.
Yeah, we know that it's been an issue. And sadly, the numbers have been pretty high. And the question is, are we doing a good enough job of identifying heat deaths?
Or is it a bigger problem than Arizona is admitting to? And so we were joined earlier today. We want to play a couple minutes of this. ABC 15 investigative reporter Nicole Grigg has been looking into some of the numbers.
Yeah, really digging into this.
How do you determine if someone has a heat-related death? It sounds pretty easy.
Like you would say, it's easy. It's not
It's
easy.
not.
No.
It's not. So we chatted with her and we said, all right, heat deaths here in Arizona. It's summertime. Are there less or are there more of them? And here's what she said.
Well, I think just by the numbers, I mean, we had 37 fewer deaths in Maricopa County from 2024 to 2023. So 37 fewer deaths. I mean, that's not a lot of deaths, and a lot of people are dying. In Arizona, we have more than 900 people dying. That's a lot of people.
Wow. So in your story, you talk about a 72-year-old Arizona man fell on the sidewalk last year. And unfortunately, the hot surface burned 16% of his body.
Oof.
He died.
Yeah.
And they didn't count that as a hot death. If that's not a heat death, I should say. If that's not a heat death, what is a heat death?
Good point.
Yeah, cause of death, complications of thermal injuries. And where on the medical examiner report, it says how injury occurred. It said prolonged exposure to elevated environmental temperature on a hot surface.
Well,
so
come on.
report.
So are we talking about how they're going to word certain deaths? Because it's like, okay, I think the 72-year-old guy probably fell down on the sidewalk because it was hot. And then he couldn't get back up, burned himself.
And died of the heat. Yeah.
And that killed him. And that's because why?
Right.
That's the heat. That's a heat death. So what does like the Maricopa County Medical Examiner's Office, what's their definition? How is that not a definition of a heat death? What's their definition?
Well, the Maricopa County says that their methodology in counting heat deaths has remained consistent. But we don't really know what their methodology is. I've asked several times. But what I can tell you is that experts and advocates say when it comes to the medical examiner, the forensic pathologist, it's really subjective because it ends up being, their opinion on if they believe it was a heat death or not.
So is it fair to say, and again, with your reporting, Nicole Grigg from ABC 15, it's not as easy as I would say. There appears to be very few obvious ones. Everything has contributing factors, and sometimes these contributing factors are listed as the cause of death as opposed to the heat.
Correct. I mean, it is hard to count heat deaths, right? Whether someone has cardiovascular disease, right? A lot of people over a certain age, you're going to have cardiovascular disease. Well, that makes you escalated, right? That makes your risk even higher. So we saw some deaths where a woman, for example, she was evicted from her apartment. She was in her 70s, and she died within 2 weeks after being evicted. The cause of death was cardiovascular disease, and I think the secondary cause was from diabetes. So, it's just raising a lot of questions on, are we maybe dismissing it too quickly?
ABC 15 reporter Nicole Grigg is joining us. She's got an incredible investigation. Are some of these people who are dying of heat uncounted? Because let's go to the 70-year-old woman who got evicted and was out in the heat for 2 weeks. I know 1 + 1 is 2. So I'm thinking that she died of the heat. If they don't count that as a death, we can't put more resources into trying to save people out there. I mean,
if you don't know what the real number is, how do you attack it?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the question. I mean, across the country, heat deaths are grossly undercounted, right? Like there's not a standard way to track them. There's not a standardized way to count them. I mean, I can tell you each county across Arizona does it differently.
Oh, wow.
So if we don't have a standardized way, how can we really know if we are all counting the heat deaths?
Nicole, is there an argument that we should change the definition to heat contributed to the death, or something that takes into account all these other extenuating factors, so at least we understand the impact heat is having?
Well, that's why I also use the word heat related a lot, because, you know, it is a lot of times a contributory factor, right? You know, whether you have, like I said, the cardiovascular disease, or maybe you did have drugs in your system, but was it enough drugs to kill you? Or did heat play a factor? And that's, you know, again, why it comes down to a medical examiner's opinion.
Is our heat death problem much bigger than Maricopa County is admitting to? We're talking to ABC 15 investigative reporter Nicole Grigg says, I would say, like, if it's worse than what is being reported, or it's you know, the numbers are bigger, that would tell me we need to invest more in cooling centers to save more people. And so if the numbers are, like, I don't know if they're trying to keep the numbers down, but if they're trying to keep the numbers down, and you've got, you know, somebody who clearly has died of heat, and they're going to just put it in another box, and they're going to say, this is how that person died. I guess
I was going to say, you know what it reminds me of? Some of the COVID discussions I was
thinking that. No,
yeah, when you described it,
did you die of cancer, or did you die of COVID?
Right.
Or did you die of pneumonia, or did you die of COVID? Who are the people who are mostly passing away? Is it all? It's not always homeless people, right?
Yeah, it's not always homeless. It is not always people who are on drugs. I know people say that a lot. I've done a series of investigations into people dying indoors. That was my big piece, wow. My big focus, the past few months as well. I mean, your grandma, your grandpa, and people are dying indoors because they're turning off their AC, and people don't talk about that. We need more resources for that as well. So this is a very complex issue. You talked about cooling centers. Well, we also found cooling centers closing at 4:00 about a year and a half ago. So if they're closing before the hottest part of the day, right. It just shows like we need to be looking at this and relying on more than just, a cool space. It's very complex, this issue.
All right. That is Nicole Grigg, ABC 15 investigative reporter. Working on, what is a heat death? How do they count one in Arizona?
Well, and it sounds really important, because what I learned was that medical examiners have a pretty wide latitude in determining cause of death. And so one medical examiner compared to another could see the exact same person and rule the deaths completely different things. Well, that doesn't help us if we're actually trying to track numbers.
Yeah, more people are dying from the heat. We need to know about it, and those numbers need to be accurate. Do we need like a death panel review on some of these things?
Or does there need to be some sort of specific factors? If these conditions are met, it counts as a heat-related heat-caused death. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, but some of these deaths, it's obvious it's a heat-caused death, and they're not counting it.
You would think.
Well, I mean, then you're covering it up, or you're trying to make the numbers work for you.
Yeah, I don't know what the motivation would be. I don't understand.
I get it. Well, we got the problem solved. We're good.
All right.
We got it. No,
we might have to ask the governor when she's in here on Thursday.
We will ask the governor.
Deal. Check the headlines on the way. Becky Lynn has got that for you. And coming up next, when you go to a restaurant, you go out to eat. Do you police your table before you leave? After you pay your bill, you clean up for yourself? We'll talk about it. It's up next. Outspoken on KTAR.
Start smart with Arizona's Morning News.
Measles cases in the U.S. are at their highest in more than 3 decades. The U.S. Center for Disease Control and Prevention says the U.S. has 1,288 cases since the beginning of the year. That's higher than 2019 when there were a little over 1,200 cases.
Arizona's Morning News, weekday mornings 5 to 8 on Arizona's news station, KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
KTAR News Flash.
At 6:16, I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. The Arizona Diamondbacks enter the All-Star break with 47 wins and 50 losses. But will the D-backs make the playoffs? Vince Morata of our sister station, Arizona Sports, tells Arizona's Morning News there's a lot of baseball still to be played.
There's always a reason for hope. 97 games is a really good sample of what you are as a baseball team, and it's been so up and down for the Diamondbacks through those 97 games.
He says the team's been plagued by inconsistent play and injuries. These injuries have depleted the D-backs' starting pitcher rotation and bullpen, making the prospect of a playoff run seem more unlikely. All of our top stories just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Let's get you home now with a look at the roads. Here's Heather Larson in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. If you're on the 10 westbound, just west of the 101, and you're thinking, hey, what is this traffic? Why is this slow? Don't worry about it. It's going to clear up for you a little bit after 107th Avenue and Avondale Boulevard. Just after that, it's going to break up for you. We're going to check traffic again in another 15 minutes. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News. Now back to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Appreciate it, Heather. Hey, and another reminder. Oh, my goodness. You can subscribe to the Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos podcast. Take us with you everywhere.
Yeah, I like to come along.
It doesn't work like that. Subscribe now on your iPhone or Android. You get both of us whether or not you want it. You can just fast forward through the parts you don't like. It's Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos podcast is brought to you by Revival Psychiatry. So, Gatos, I think it's kind of interesting, and you know, I'm going to use this as the jump off. So just allow me to have this conversation. A waitress, a server, did a video. You know how they do these videos. These kids today, they're on the TikTok.
Wow, that sounded old.
It did. By the way, get off my lawn.
All right.
She filmed a video showing how one group left their table before leaving the restaurant and how another table did, and she blamed it on boomers and Gen Zers. The difference between the older folks and the younger folks. I'll do a quick thing. One table looks like a tornado ran through it, possibly. Knives and forks scattered everywhere, crumpled up napkins thrown on top of things, etc. The other table looks like they took all the garbage and all the plates and kind of pushed it right into the middle of the table. You know, cleaned it up. There's not a mess at the table.
And this waitress didn't like the one messy table.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what? Tough. Because I'll tell you right now, that's your job. Sorry. As long as you treat people with respect. I get it.
I agree.
Okay, but what is your job? Your job is to take my order, serve me.
Wow.
No, it is. And I'm going to tip you very well because I'm a good tipper. And clean the table. That's what you've been hired to do.
I acknowledge it's not my job to clean up the table. It's not my job.
It's not your job to clean up. It's the waiter's job.
But I also feel a certain just general level of respect that I'm not going to leave a complete disaster.
Well, you're not going to take your spaghetti and meatballs half-eaten and turn it over
no, I'm
on
not.
the table.
Well, first off, nobody's never going to be half-eaten. Let's get that out of the way.
Exactly.
Okay,
but that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about a waitress that wanted to go on and be, big video star or whatever. It doesn't matter what the table is.
Is it a sign of appreciation and respect that you police your table? You've heard that, police your area.
What do I have to police? What am I doing? What? Like if she gives me a straw and I put it in the drink and
the little paper. What do you do with the paper thing?
Like leave it on the table. Where do you put it?
So I have the little paper thing from the straw.
Okay.
And I drink iced tea like it's going out of style.
Oh, yes, you do.
And I pour all the fake sugar in it.
Okay.
So I take all that little paper and all the packets and everything.
Right.
I'll pick them all up and I'll put them on a plate.
Okay.
I won't leave them scattered around on the table.
That's nice.
I just think that's the least I can do.
I
for a
think it is the
server.
least you can do. Yeah. I just think that she's whining about her job. I don't like cleaning up after people. I'm sorry. You're a waitress. Part of your job is to clean up after everybody. That's why we leave you probably 20%.
I was going to say, which group do you think tipped better?
Oh, that's a good question. The
you know what I'm saying?
Well, the boomers better have tipped better.
Did the older group tip better?
Do you have an answer?
I don't know the answer. No, I was going to say, I think we think that the older group probably tipped better.
Right.
But is that why the younger group cleaned the table up?
I don't know what they're cleaning up.
We can't tip 20%. We're going to try to make it a little easier on you.
Well, then I don't like. If I'm the waitress, I'm mad at the Gen Zs. I'd put it this way: I'd rather clean up a really messy table and get a big tip than clean up a table that everybody's put their stuff together and they stiffed me with 10%. Yeah.
Okay, so I know there's a lot of people out there that are servers or have been.
I tip you very well.
No, I didn't. I didn't mean them to narc on you. You can text us at 620-620 if you're one of them. Do you like it when people stack all the plates and put all the cups together?
I don't think they like that.
Knives and forks, or do you want it just kind of like a normal table?
They want to do it. They want to do it their own way.
They want to do it themselves.
Yeah,
they want to pick up for themselves.
Yeah.
Do you feel a responsibility?
No.
If you
what?
If you have little kids.
Yes, you should.
And there's a mess on the floor. I don't know what you do with the mess on the floor.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is going to require a vacuum.
I apologize.
You apologize,
yes,
right?
I have
you
apologized a few times.
I'm just telling you. It was,
so sorry.
I don't know what happened. There were goldfish involved.
Yeah. Are you talking about a big blowout at dinner? When the kids were little?
Sometimes kids just make a mess. Crayons,
oh, yeah.
crumbs, whatever. Yeah, it just happens.
No, it does.
And
you can make up for it in the tip and go,
yes.
It's reflected in your gratuity.
But I have apologized.
I just don't get
sorry to leave this
Why
mess.
is a waitress making such a big deal about a messy table?
Her video got over 9 million views.
That's why, right there.
Got 9 million views because it started this debate of whether do you clean up your table or not afterwards. Listen, I'm not wiping it down or anything, Gatos.
Do you want me to Windex the table
push all
too?
the stuff in the middle.
Okay. No, don't do that.
I want them to be able to come and take everything, just taking the plate. So I put all the junk on the plate. No. You can take the plate and take everything with you.
No, let them do it their own way. They've got their own strategy.
Oh, there's a strategy?
Yeah.
Really?
There's always a strategy.
There's a strategy to the server world.
Yes.
I've never worked in the food service industry. I've missed out on this. Did you ever have a job
No,
like that?
I would be terrible at it.
Okay, fair. I think we can agree on that.
After Trump worked at McDonald's, I thought that might be fun. Because I do like their coffee and I could get it for free.
Okay, and I like their French fries. So if I had unlimited fries, I would consider the gig.
Right?
If fries were thrown in.
Yeah.
Oh, that would be a mistake.
Yeah, just don't. I think she's thinking that these boomers are all lazy and entitled and they're disgusting. No, they didn't turn their plates over and make a mess. Clean the area. That's your job. That's your job. That's why I'm going to tip you. Thank you very much.
I wonder if it's also something along the lines of people that just where you are in your life. I did get a text, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
Most places, halfway decent, have bussers that clean the tables, and the server then gives a percentage of their tips to it.
Oh, we're talking to a rich person, man.
Yeah. So No, they have
I know you're
bussers
right.
come by all the
You're
time.
right.
Like, you finished with
Of
that?
course.
Yeah, okay. All right. I understand how the whole gig works.
I've got one complaint.
Oh, there's a complaint.
Here's what I don't like. If
I'm
you're
ready.
a server out there, here's what I don't like.
Okay, servers, listen up.
Don't clear the table if I finish, don't take my plate while everyone else is eating. I don't like that.
Oh, no, they should never just clear one, unless you offer it to them or something. Yeah, they're supposed to wait until everybody's done.
I eat quickly. I shove it down my face, and sometimes I finish before everybody else. Don't take my plate. It's embarrassing.
That is, they start taking plates, though, when they want you to leave.
You know what? I'll leave when I'm damn well ready to leave.
That goes without saying. All right. Becky Lynn has got a check of the headlines, and coming back on the other side.
Let me do Becky Lynn's job, too. It's raining at the Grand Canyon.
That's a good thing, right?
This is a good thing.
Because of the fires up there.
I've been giving the best weather reports all day. Told you it was raining in South Tucson, that pit. And now it is raining at the Grand Canyon, monsooning, if you will.
If only we had a meteorologist around us somewhere. Maybe somebody with a degree in meteorology. If only we had that.
Yeah.
Well,
all right, go ahead.
A show can dream. I'll tell you what. Coming up next, we're going to talk about that tragic drowning out in Chandler that happened back in May. A dad now facing charges.
Wow.
Why is the big question. We'll talk about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
The KTAR News app, your link to live streaming audio, breaking news, podcasts, in-depth coverage of the stories that are important to you. Download the KTAR News app, and you're always in touch with Arizona's news station. The KTAR News app, presented by Rias Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electrical.
All right, let's talk about your windows. You need to hire my friends at Advanced Window Products. I was out at their big warehouse here in town today. I was hanging out with Jake. I was hanging out with Nate. These are terrific guys who just want to make your house more comfortable. And they can do that with the best windows in town. Let's start with your air conditioner. Is it working overtime just to keep up with the Arizona sun? It's time to face the facts that your windows are costing you money. They're old, they're leaky, they are, whatever was put into that house when you bought it, I guarantee it's builder grade. Builder grade windows, not good. Builder grade windows are letting about 100% of the UV light in. When you go with Advanced Window Products, 1% will be let in. I just learned that today. Is that incredible? UV blocking glass, airtight seals, and their windows will keep your home cooler, and they'll slash your energy bill. So, Gato Summer Special right now. Buy 10 windows or more, get $2,500 off. 39 years in business, 480-764-2002. You can visit advancedwindows.com.
Speeding while driving gives you less time to react. Another car could turn out in front of you. A pedestrian could be walking their dog. Follow the speed limit to keep them safe. Speeding catches up with you. Paid for by NHTSA.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877 Cars for Kids.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed. Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
A summer
It can be a four-letter word in Phoenix. We get it. No, not during the Ford Summer Sales Event going on right now at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, it is here, and it is a great time to buy a Ford. Paul Calvisi here. That is exactly what we did late last summer. Bought my wife a brand new Ford Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. My daily driver, my Ford Edge. Love the versatility, the capability. And you know what? Check out Ford's full lineup, because during the Summer Sales Event, it is on, like the legendary Ford F-Series trucks, with all that capability you need to get the job done, or a tech-savvy SUV like the all-new 2025 Ford Expedition with that Ford digital experience and panoramic 24-inch display. And don't forget the Bronco family, making adventure more epic every time you go out on the road. Work or play, the power is yours. Or get plugged in, or do a little bit of both. But hurry, the Ford Summer Sales Event won't last forever at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
The St. Louis Cardinals return to Chase Field for a 3-game series starting July 18th. Get your tickets now at dbacks.com.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
This summer with Kohl's, you can rack up the compliments. Like, where'd you get that dress? Tell me all your makeup secrets. Or, ooh, my husband needs that polo in every color. Because Kohl's has what you need. Cute dresses, Sephora essentials, stylish polos, comfy kids clothes, and more. Plus, take 20% off some of your faves. Yep, cue the compliments with Kohl's. Select styles, some exclusions apply. Offer ends July 20th. Coupons and Kohl's Cash do not apply to Sephora. See store or kohls.com for details.
KTAR News now.
It's 6:31. Good evening. I'm Becky Lynn, and we could be in for a wet end to the week. In fact, could start tonight.
Some sizable storms could come as early as today, but most of that will be focused to the far southeast. Meteorologist Sean Benedict with the National Weather Service says the valley's best chances for rainfall, though, will come on Wednesday and Thursday nights.
You could even have a lot of the activity may happen more towards early evening through the overnight hours, and maybe even some spotty stuff could happen in the morning. Even starting tomorrow morning, there could be some spotty stuff around.
Benedict says that will also bring cooler temps with the potential for highs to not even break 100 degrees those days. Colson Krolak, KTAR News.
Some areas of the state are seeing drought relief from the monsoon rains, according to Arizona's climatologist Erin Ann Saffel. She calls this year's monsoon decent so far, but adds only time can tell exactly how statewide drought conditions will change over the rainy season. And she says the western region of the state has improved, but the southern areas continue to stay dry. Answering questions about Ukraine, President Trump defended his decision to give Russia nearly 2 months to agree to a ceasefire deal with President Zelensky. Trump saying today it's, quote, not a long time. ABC's Ian Pennell is in Ukraine.
More weapon systems now to be given to NATO to help Ukraine, and the clock started running on this 50-day deadline for Russia to agree to a peace deal. But for Ukrainians, 50 days is too long. It means more bombing, and the Kremlin's response has already been heard. More attacks tonight.
Turning to sports, the D-backs and the rest of Major League Baseball are in the midst of their All-Star break, and the Midsummer Classic is underway right now, and the National League is up 2-0 over the American League. It's the end of the fourth. The Diamondbacks will be back in action on Friday when they host the St. Louis Cardinals at Chase Field, and it's a day off for the Phoenix Mercury. After last night's win over Golden State, they're in Minnesota tomorrow to take on the Leafs. Sports brought to you by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Heather Larson's got a look at the road home tonight in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Hey, Becky Lynn, we have no major incidents on the Valley freeways or roads at this very moment. A good time to drive home. One stubborn spot of slowing after you're hitting 107th Avenue on the westbound I-10. That's going to clear up for you after Avondale Boulevard. Should be smooth sailing as you're headed way out west. Traffic is brought to you by Plum Smart, because plumbers and AC guys charge too much. Visit itsplumsmart.com to schedule an appointment. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Checking the radar, watching the storms moving in. Yeah, we could see some showers here in the valley after about 7 o'clock tonight. Overnight, low 89. Tomorrow, 50% chance of more rain and a high expected at 102. 101 on Thursday with more rain in the forecast. Right now in Phoenix, it is 103 degrees. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Should elected officials' kids be off limits? We'll talk about a situation on the Mike Broomhead Show tomorrow morning starting at 8:15.
I got to take you back to May when we had the tragic story. I remember, we see these all the time. Police and fire responding to a child found in a pool, a drowning call. This one, though, was the son of a social media influencer, a social media star, Emily Kaiser. Trig Kaiser was pulled out of the family pool and passed away 6 days later.
Yeah, he was 3 years old.
Yeah. I can give you a little bit of the background, and let me start with kind of how it happened. Dad, Brady Kaiser, was home alone with their two children, the 3-year-old Trig and a toddler.
Yeah.
An infant. He says, according to the police report, he lost sight of his son for between 3 to 5 minutes before finding the boy floating in the pool. Yeah. He said Trig had went to the backyard to play after he finished eating. The father says he saw him playing near the pool, which was, quote, not uncommon. He also told police that the pool usually had a protective cover over it. It did not at this point. He then became distracted by his newborn son. Once he saw the Trig was in the pool, he jumped in, called 911. So we know that's what happened back in May. We got an update today, Gatos.
Yeah, and it's an update that doesn't, what has happened doesn't happen very often.
No. So basically, 2 months later,
yeah,
Chandler Police Department is recommending felony child abuse charges against the father, Brady Kaiser, in the death of his 3-year-old son, Trig.
Yeah. It's a tough story. I mean, you've got a guy who's already mourning the loss of his 3-year-old. You've got a guy who knows that he made a mistake and he never should have let that kid stay out there. Mm. And he's never going to be the same. He's going to beat himself up every day for the rest of his life. And now, and I got to tell you, I'm going to take a guess. If I were to, my guess is he doesn't care about this felony abuse.
There's probably nothing the law can do to him that's any worse than what he's going through.
He doesn't care.
I don't disagree with that.
I think the point is, should he be brought up on felony child abuse charges?
So it's interesting because we know from previous drownings that forgetting to lock the back door,
right,
or leaving the pool gate open has not resulted in charges for parents previously.
Here's the difference.
Oh, what's the difference in this?
He knowingly left his child out by the pool. That's the difference.
The difference is he says, I saw him by the pool, and I went inside and left him out by the pool.
Yeah.
And is that enough to trigger felony child abuse?
Yeah, I
don't know what the line is. I'm not a lawyer. I'm not a police officer. You know what I'm saying? Like it strikes me that you're walking a real fine line.
A lot of people say, why would you punish the dad? He's punishing himself enough. Okay, all right, I get it. We've talked about that at great length. What you'll ask it, was this an accident?
Well, hold on. You say that.
All right.
Does that apply to all situations where parents have made mistakes and their children have died?
Give me an example.
The guy in Marana.
Yeah, that's a good example here.
He left his daughter strapped in the car
knowingly. Yeah.
Said he left the air conditioning on because she was sleeping, didn't want to wake her up.
Well, that wasn't the reason. He wanted to go play video games.
Went inside playing video games, watching videos, didn't realize that the car has an automatic shutoff device. And the car shut off, and the heat just kept going up, and the little girl died in the car.
So
don't you think he feels? I mean, I'm saying he feels horrible. He feels bad. He has to live with that for the rest of his life.
But he wants to play video games. Makes the story different.
Well,
go down this road for a second.
Okay.
All right, the man in Marana, right?
Mm-hmm. Who I think's a bad guy.
I don't think he did. Of course, he did a bad thing. He knowingly left his child in a car that could have gotten hot and killed her.
Yes.
The man here knowingly let his son out by the pool, which could kill him too.
Yes.
But there's got to be a difference.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Where's the line?
Between the two.
Where's the line?
Right. There's got to be a difference.
How is one of them, oh, my God, we're throwing you in jail? The other one, oh, I'm so sorry that you lost your child.
There's definitely a difference. One guy was caring for his other child. This guy wanted to play video games. It's just more egregious.
Well, okay. Chandler police brought a search warrant to the house. And they apparently had security cameras in their backyard.
They want to take a look.
You're assuming that Dad's story is the story. Is there something in these security cam videos that says maybe Dad wasn't telling the truth about what happened?
I would say... do
you see what I'm saying?
If anything...
Is that why we are at the state of charges?
If anything, maybe it is the amount of time that he told the police that he was away from the pool.
It wasn't 3 minutes, it was 20 minutes.
Maybe.
As an example is what you're saying.
It wasn't 3 minutes, it was 7 minutes.
Yeah.
But I don't think this man left his kid out by the pool to die.
Oh, I don't think it was on purpose. I'm not accusing that in the slightest.
Yeah. No, and I know. I'm just making sure
I think we're going to find out more information of this. And I think as this moves forward, we'll find out why police, in this case, decided to pursue
and
charges.
Having a couple of kids to take care of them on your own and having one out by the pool and then the baby, who knows what happened? The baby maybe, messed the diaper and you bring the kid. If this man could go back in time, he would pick the 3-year-old up. And that's what he should have done.
He would have brought him in the house and said, I'm not leaving you in the backyard alone.
Yeah.
Check out the headlines on the way. Becky Lynn's got that for you. And then a new way to save big on college tuition. Parents, get ready to take notes. It's coming up next, Outspoken on KTAR.
I want to send you over to Dr. Joe at Aria Dental Implant Center. They believe everyone deserves a smile that they can be proud of. So I'll ask you, do you have a smile that you're proud of? Some of you are saying no, because you have broken teeth. You have missing teeth. You don't even remember what it's like to smile. You hide your teeth. You don't want anybody to see them. You can't eat the foods that you love. Your health isn't good because you're not getting that protein. You can't chew it. If you can't chew it, can't digest it. At Aria Dental Implant Center, you're going to gain the smile you deserve in the care that you trust. So I want you to call Aria. It's spelled A-R-I-A, Aria Dental Implant Center. You're going to get Dr. Joe, who is the best at what he does. I think you're tired of not being able to smile at family gatherings, eat the foods. You've got loose-fitting dentures, maybe. Call Dr. Joe, a local company that's going to save you $20,000 compared to the other corporate places. Aria is local. Give them a call. AriaDentalImplantCenter.com.
Construction managers, you prioritize safety with hard hats and gloves and harnesses, but there's another tool to add to your first aid kits, naloxone. Naloxone reverses an opioid overdose and saves lives. Not only are construction workers at a greater risk of an opioid overdose than people in other occupations, but many overdoses occur in or near job sites. Provide access to naloxone and protect your workers. Together, we can build a safer future. Visit naloxoneaz.com. That's naloxoneaz.com.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-475-1818. That's 800-475-1818.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 6:45. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. The Dragon Bravo fire on the north rim of the Grand Canyon is now more than 8,500 acres in size, 0% containment. Stefan Lasky with the Southwest Area Incident Management Team says they're focused on protecting the pump house.
There was some fear because the fire was creeping down there to Roaring Springs area, and that's the water system for most of the Grand Canyon.
He adds that hundreds have been evacuated from their homes on the North Rim, and at least 70 structures have burned. Now, we're also watching the White Sage fire that's burning just north of the Grand Canyon. That one has grown to nearly 52,000 acres. All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. Let's see how it looks as you're heading home. Heather Larson is live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Hey, in the Valley, it looks good, Becky Lynn. I'm going to give an all clear to all Valley roads and freeways right now. Nothing too slow, nothing too much going on. Enjoy your ride home and make it a safe one. Traffic brought to you by K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts. Schedule your free Zoom consultation at k2visionrle.com. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that. And third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
Protect your home and auto with a bundle from Progressive so you can stop worrying about them and invent new things to worry about, like snakes in your bedroom. Sure, that sounds incredibly irrational, but now that we've mentioned it, you are a little worried. The odds of one snake, let alone snakes plural, are so slim. But you might want to check. Oh, you're not near your bedroom. Guess you'll just have to sit there and worry about it. So let Progressive protect your home and auto, because you've got enough to worry about. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states.
If you're dealing with joint pain, let's get you some relief. Right now, QC Kinetics is offering free laser treatments all through July when you schedule your complimentary consultation. During your first visit, they'll actually do a free laser treatment on the area that's been bothering you. It helps decrease the pain, calm the inflammation, and increase your range of motion. Their big goal? Long-term relief for pain in your knees, hips, shoulders, or back without going under the knife. They use advanced regenerative therapies like platelet-rich plasma and cellular treatments that target the problem at its source. People all over the country have been able to avoid surgery just by getting a second opinion from QC Kinetics. And right now, you've got nothing to lose and a free laser treatment to gain. Book your consultation this month. So why wait? Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
The Gatos Big Q poll question, brought to you by your Valley Toyota dealers.
All right, let's go to KTAR.com on the right side of the page. Here we go. The Gatos Big Q poll question of the day. I joined Broomhead at 8:50. We talk about the Q. Then here at 6:50, you and I go over it and see how people voted.
Yeah.
This is a story we talked about a couple of times today. Tempe police arrested a driver delivering pizzas. The cops said they were committed to serving the community and completed the delivery themselves.
Phenomenal.
What do you think? A, They deserve a big tip. B, that's what I call protect and serve.
And serve.
C, I wonder if they got the pizza there in less than 30 minutes.
Gatos, for once, those are all really good.
It's not for once.
Yeah,
They're always good.
Yeah.
I'm always
Those are all
funny.
really
It's
good.
always
I'm trying to think of the best one. I'm going to go with C. I wonder if they got the pizza there in less than 30 minutes, but I think most people, they like a lot of them. I'm going to see that one as 47%.
Last place.
Oh, come on.
First place. That's what I call protect and serve.
Protect and serve.
48%.
That's outstanding.
That's outstanding.
It's a great story.
We're trying to get the cops on.
Yeah, we've reached out.
I would like to. I'd like to know what was on the pie. I don't know why.
I want to know if.
I'd like to know a tip.
Well, I want to know. Will they bring pizza with them? You think? Maybe if they come visit us in the
studio?
I'm just saying.
I think that they probably should.
I'm just saying. Gatos. I've heard of, and you've probably heard this too, like people moving across a street or across a neighborhood because their kid could go to play sports at another school. Remember when that was like a thing? I'm thinking Friday Night Lights. I remember that. You know, you had to live on the other side of town so you could go to that high school and play football.
It's like, or you want a better school district and you move.
Yeah.
Because you want your kid to go there.
But this is something altogether different. We now know, and I think we all understand, in-state tuition is a heck of a lot cheaper than out-of-state.
Huge. We sent both of our kids to the U of A.
Okay. Yeah. On average, and again, this is nationwide, on average, a public 4-year undergrad degree, out-of-state, $28,000, in-state, let's call it $10,000, $9,700, okay?
Oh.
So, like a $20,000 difference.
It's huge.
Okay?
Well, don't worry. You can use ESA money now.
So what rich families are doing to get around this?
Okay.
They are buying houses out of state so they can claim in-state tuition.
What does a rich person care about in-state tuition?
You would think, well, they see that's the idea that some of these have gotten so expensive.
So we don't want to spend money on in-state tuition, but we're going to buy a house for $500,000.
William and Mary College, $52,000 a year, out of state. Looking like maybe a house isn't such a bad idea.
You can always sell the house, though.
They had to crunch the numbers to make this.
Somebody ran this through. Well, here's the thing. And the little maggot's got to live somewhere, so let him live in the house.
Oh, what a spoiled brat. He should live in a dorm with all the other weird people.
I had a friend. I don't know if they were doing this, but when I went to school, one of my buddies there, his parents bought him a house. They bought a house,
gosh.
and he had a house that he lived in while the rest of us didn't.
Okay.
But I don't know if they were getting
as a freshman.
Oh yeah, I don't know if they were getting in-state tuition because of it.
I was thinking because people like people would go and rent a house.
Sure.
With 3 different, students or something.
But they're talking about all these when families are buying houses in the state or city that their kid's going to go to school, and then they can claim in-state tuition. How crazy is that?
It's crazy. It's crazy. What does that tell your kid, though? Doesn't that tell your kid?
You're working the system, baby. In Connecticut, the average out-of-state, $38,000 a year. In-state, $15,000.
I think it tells.
Do it over 4 years.
It tells your kid, if it doesn't work, we got a backup plan for you. We're gonna have a housekeeper. And so if you want your little friends to come over and you throw up all over the floor because you've been drinking beer all night, someone will clean it up.
Kind of like this.
I think it's terrible.
So there are actual real estate agents that are proposing this. I'm looking at one here. It's a 2-bedroom condo minutes from the University of Houston for $119,000.
I think you should live like
you could save that in tuition alone.
I lived the college life, and I'm glad I did it.
Did you live on campus when you were at Syracuse?
I lived in a dorm for 2 years, and then I got an apartment.
I never lived in the dorms.
That was great.
Yeah,
I think you got to do it.
Well, I lived in Tucson, but I had my own apartment. Does that make sense?
They have apartments in Tucson?
Here we go again. Here we go.
Did you have a roommate?
No. Never had a roommate in my life.
No, you
gotta
gotta have the roommate. That's the thing for
No,
college. Yes.
Ixnay. No,
It's how you
thank
learn
you.
to get along with people.
Hello, I don't want to get along.
You don't, yeah.
Goes without saying. All right.
Let's go home. Not together.
Important safety tip. Thanks for pointing that out, Gatos. We appreciate you guys spending time with us today, as well as everybody on the other side of the double pane bulletproof glass puts the show together. Oh, look at that. Shout out to our special DJ. Just in time. All right, Justin, good work for you. Also, we've got another one of our outstanding vice producers. That's what I think we should call
Elizabeth.
Vice producer Elizabeth. They're not backup, they're vice producers. We've got Becky Lynn with all the news and information
Thought
today.
I did the weather better than she did today.
Dream on.
And Heather Larson with all of your traffic getting you home. Thanks, guys.
Bruce, you're lucky to have me.
Ganos, you're lucky I put up with you.
It's another hot Arizona summer, so keep your home cool by blocking out the heat with my friends from Window World. If your windows or patio doors are hot to the touch and warming up your home, then it's time for new Solar Zone Sun Shield glass windows and doors from Window World. According to Window Nerds, these windows have a 0.14 solar heat gain coefficient, which means these windows keep the heat outside where it belongs. Plus, every Window World window is backed by a true lifetime warranty. And this summer, Window World will install 6 large premium sliding windows, all with Solar Zone Sun Shield glass, tax included, for one low upfront price of only $4,725. No gimmicks, no hassles, just the best value in replacement windows and doors, period. Call or schedule online at windowworldphoenix.com. That's windowworldphoenix.com. Window World, simply the best for less.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Now there's a new way to take charge of your blood sugar. Introducing new Garlic Healthy Blood Sugar Formula from the makers of the nation's best-selling garlic supplement. New Garlic helps maintain healthy blood sugar levels with clinically supported levels of garlic, plus a custom blend of vitamins and minerals. And it's odor-free. Take charge of your blood sugar with new Garlic Healthy Blood Sugar Formula. These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Use as directed.
Hi, I'm Sherry Harris, owner of Life Source Water. Arizona's desert water is some of the harshest in the country. It's tough on your skin, your hair, and your home. Some people turn to old-fashioned softeners, but there's a better way. With Life Source, you get clean, conditioned, and healthy water from every tap without salt. Upgrade your water today by calling 1-800-WATER-99 or visit lifesourcewater.com. LifeSource, taste and feel the difference.
Warranty limitations apply.
Such a blow to investors. Whether you're a big trader or whether you have a 401k.
Life can be complicated. Planning for retirement doesn't have to be.
So what we're looking at here is a plan and a strategy that guarantees the retirement income, but it doesn't give up that growth for safety.
Learn tips and tricks to help you move forward.
That's not always debt. And when you have the money to pay it off, it's called leveraging.
Tune in to The Parker Holland Show, Saturdays at 3 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. and 1 p.m. right here on KTAR News.
Do you feel strapped financially? Credit card debt growing, car payments looming, and 25 years of mortgage payments left? Then the Life Changer loan may be the answer you're looking for. 5 years is the average time it takes our clients to not only pay off their home, but all of their debt. With an A+ rating on the Better Business Bureau and nothing but 5-star reviews on Google, maybe you should check out what all the buzz is about. It's not magic, it's just math. So check us out at lifechangerloan.com. That's lifechangerloan.com.
Arizona Mortgage Broker number MB1002031, NMLS number 1863775. Life Changer Loan Corp is an equal housing lender.
Right now is a great time to start making smarter money decisions. Dave Ramsey here. Give the outside of your home some greatly needed curb appeal with Rhino Shield permanent ceramic coating. Painting your home with traditional paint means you'll have to repaint every 4 to 5 years, costing you more and more money. But with Rhino Shield permanent ceramic coating, you won't have to touch the exterior exterior again for years. In fact, Rhino Shield comes with a 25-year warranty. Your home will always look like it's been freshly painted, guaranteed. No chipping, no flaking, no peeling, no kidding. If you're thinking about painting your exterior with traditional paint, please call Rhino Shield first for a free estimate and ask about their ceramic technology and its ability to reduce your cooling costs. Rhino Shield is perfect for the Arizona climate. Tell them Dave Ramsey sent you, then you receive 10% off the regular price. Call 855-487-4466 or visit rhinoshieldaz.com.
As parents, we watch our kids grow up, cheer at their games, help with homework, and worry about the choices they'll face. One bad pill laced with fentanyl, that's all it takes. That's why I've talked to my older kids about carrying naloxone. It's not about expecting the worst. It's about being prepared, because one dose can save a life. Please carry naloxone. Be ready. Be safe.